Bring your hands together in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Take a deep inhalation. Visualize Swamiji and let's chant the Sadguru Vandanam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunamami.
Next, we'll chant the Mahavakya Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 11 times. We'll be chanting the Shiva Moola mantra Om Ham Hum 11 times. You can chant it internally. The Acharyas here will be chanting it aloud so we can all chant together.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
The next is the Achamanam, the ritualistic cleansing process. Now bring your Panchapatram and Uddharni, the water pot and spoon, and place it in front of you. Then place your hands in Gokarna Mudra, which is open your palms wide and then fold the index finger to the center of the palm, cupping the palm, and then place it vertically, facing vertically. Then pour a spoon of water in your hand and drink it when you hear the word Swada. Om Atma Tattvam Shodayami Swada. Now pour another spoon of water in your palms.
Om Vidya Tattvam Shodayami Swada.
Now pour another spoon of water in your hands and drink it.
Om Shiva Tattvam Shodayami Swada.
Now wash your hands with a spoon of water and wipe the upper and lower lips twice.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Now pour another spoon of water in your hands and wash it. Now with the little index finger, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. Then with the index finger and thumb touch above. Touch the right nostril, touch the left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb touch the right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Next, with the little finger and thumb touch the navel, the right chest, the left chest, and then with all the fingers together touch above the head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and the heart center. Now we'll be moving into the next section, which is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. Now place your right palm on your left palm and place them on your right thigh. Close your eyes and hold a strong resolution inside you about what you want to manifest through today's Nithyananda Yoga. Now, keeping that resolution in your inner space, let us chant the Sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartam Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartam Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhaditau Puranarogya Yukta Dragata Yogita Sarira Siddhyartam Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranartam Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye.
Now pour a spoon of water in your hands and wash it.
Omapopasprishya.
Now place your Panchapatram and Uddani aside, as we have beautifully completed both the ritualistic cleansing and the conscious resolution. Now with both of that done, let us enter into a quick recap understanding the 12 components of the Nithyananda Yoga, with the first one being the asanas. As we know, the asanas are the various body postures that we are going to be performing. As we perform these various body postures, we align our body to the cosmic geometry and raise our Kundalini from the root center to the crown center, intensely awakening the power and Paramashiva in our inner space. The next is the pranayama. The pranayama is the various breathing techniques that we'll be performing, as they help intake as much as possible prana from the surrounding and lock it into our system. Next is the mudras, the various hand and body gestures. They help us to activate the circuits that in turn activate the energy centers. The next component is the bandha, the body locks, locking our body. There are 4 bandhas as we have seen in the past days, with the first one being the Mula bandha that we'll be performing throughout this sequence in every asana. The Udyana bandha shown by a yellow circle which is pulling the stomach in and up. The Jalandhara bandha locking the chin to the chest shown in a blue circle. And the Mahamudra bandha which is shown by a purple circle where we'll be performing all the 3 bandhas together. The next component is the Karanas. The Karanas are the various dance postures that we'll be performing. When we perform the Karanas, we activate certain muscles and they help us to manifest Paramashiva in our body. The next is the visualization. The visualization is a very important component, as what we visualize during this yoga goes directly to our biomemory. So when we visualize the various gods, the sages, the particular animals and the sacred objects and symbols during this yoga, those high energy and high conscious beings enter our biomemory. The next is the japa, the chanting of the various mahavakyas, the internal chanting of the various mahavakyas. As we chant the japa, we make sure that we are in a high space of consciousness and we are in an unclutched space, so that we do not get disturbed by the thoughts that keep distracting us. The next component is the chanting of the Shastra Pramanas. As we chant the Shastra Pramanas, we continue to remember that these asanas have been given to us by Paramashiva. The next component is the weightlifting. The weights have been given to us by Paramashiva itself in the various scriptures to intensify the asanas. So you can add weights in this whole Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama sequence to intensify the sequence and make it more challenging for you. The next component is the mandala. The mandala is the various cosmic geometry, and the cosmic geometry we'll be using for this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama is the Shri Yantra. The Shri Yantra is a very powerful yantra that holds different energies, and when we gaze at the Shri Yantra through the power of quantum entanglement and mirroring of neurons, the energies in the Shri Yantra get awakened, helping the third eye to get activated intensely. The next component is the Abharana, which is the Rudraksha jewelry we'll be using in this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. The Rudraksha is a very powerful energy house that stores the energy when we perform this yoga and gives it to us as it has skin contact with our body throughout the day. The last component is the Aushadha, the sacred alchemy products, with the Bhasma in the 16 places, the Kumkum on the third eye, and the turmeric on the temples. We have now seen the 12 components. Let's now start with the first asana, Sukhasana. Let's all sit straight with our head, neck and spine in a straight line. Place your hands in Bindu Mudra on the respective hand, which respective knee, which is touching the index and thumbs, Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. Perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Hold the Samana Kumbhaka for the following asanas, which is inhaling, locking the breath, visualizing intense fire, and then inhale, exhaling again. Hold the Japa Soham in your inner space.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन च गत्रयम्.
The next asana is Parvatasana. Continue to be in a seated posture or sit in Padmasana. Placing the legs on opposite thighs. Bring the hands together in front of the heart center and raise it above the head. Visualize Mount Kailash in your inner space and continue to perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
अत वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् सच्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
The next is Halipavasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together in front of you. Interlace the fingers behind your back. Slowly lean forward and down, placing the forehead by the heels. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gaze at the nose and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
पूर्वविधिया होमे जानो उभे पगतलि संपुटुटानो पिष्टुपचेदो वो करल्यावो दक्षिण करसो वामुखावो.
The next asana is Nagipavasana. Now bring the hands in front, placing the palms by the feet with the palms cupped. Then place the forehead on the heels and visualize a snake. Gaze at the nose and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
पूर्वविधि परियागानेनि चौहौ हि कलूनि पनास्यौ लगाई आत आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो हाथों की अंजूली करे.
The next is Kokilasana. Now rise up and hold the respective big toe with the index and middle finger of the respective hand, which is called Pranamudra. Now raise the feet vertically towards the sky and cross them into Padmasana. Then place your elbows on the ground and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize a bird.
अतान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः अकस्माद्वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
The next is Nithyananda. Now stack the ankles and knees and then hold on to opposite elbows. Circle the hands in one direction and then the other. Visualize Swamiji, gaze at the nose and perform Mahamudra Bandha.
गोडा बाम्बा पादकी आस माहिली सोये दच चरण को वारिलो तापरिगुल्प समोये.
Now come to a plank posture, placing your hands on the mat and pushing your legs behind. Then raise the hips as high as you can, coming into a vertical posture, and then start scooping the body again and again. Visualize an elephant, pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha.
न्युब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बीभूय मस्तकाग्रे निधाय नितम्बं ऊर्ध्वमुन्नमय्य नाभिलक्ष्यं भूमौ नासिका मानीय.
The next is Rikshasana. Now stop scooping the body and alternate lifting one heel off the mat and pressing the other heel on the mat. Repeat this again and again as you visualize a bear and continue to perform the Uddiyana Bandha.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् रक्षासनं भवति.
The next asana is Vaishyasana. Now stand tall on one foot, on both the feet, and then try to stand on the toes of all the feet. Once you have done that, try to stand on the big toe alone if you can. Then bring the index, middle, and ring fingers of both the hands and touch the heart center. Keep the elbows up and visualize Swamiji as you continue to hold the Uddiyana Bandha.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत दोमुखः अत वैश्या वक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
Now we perform the first karna, which is Urdhva Janu Karna. Now come to a half squatting position called Arimandi, which is bending the knees slightly, keeping the heels touching and the toes pointed out. Now bring the hands to the chest level with the elbows bent and the palms by the chest. Now circle the hands from the inside simultaneously with the respective leg and then out. Repeat this on the opposite side and then on both sides again and again. Visualize Paramashiva. Relax. Now we move to the next asana, which is Balalingasana. Now stand tall on one foot and interlace your fingers from the inside out in Sarvavashankari Mudra. Raise the other leg towards the chest and hold the raised leg with the interlaced fingers. Visualize holding a baby and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
एकं जानु उरसियालिङ्गे स्थातव्यं भाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Next is Padapidanasana. Now pull one foot towards the buttocks and hold the raised leg with both the hands, interlacing the fingers. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
The next is Natarajasana. Now pull one leg back and up and hold the raised leg which is behind with the respective hand. Then lean forward and down, and as you do that, stretch the opposite hand and place the stretched hand's finger in Bindu Mudra, touching the index and thumb. Visualize Lord Nataraja and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
The next is Balalingasana on the opposite side. Now again, interlace the hands from fingers from the inside out and pull one knee towards the chest. Visualize holding a baby and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
एकं जानु उरसियालिङ्गे स्थातव्यं भाललिङ्गनं भवति.
The next asana is Padapidanasana. Now pull one leg towards the buttocks and hold it with both the hands interlaced. Visualize Swamiji and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
The next asana is Natarajasana. Now pull one foot from the inside with the respective hand holding the raised leg and pull it backwards and up. Simultaneously lean forward and down and stretch the opposite hand forward, placing the fingers in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Lord Nataraja and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
The next is Ardharechita Karna. Now come to a half squatting position called Arimandi again, which is keeping the knees slightly bent, the heels touching and the toes pointed out. Again, bring the hands to the chest level, keeping the palms by the chest and the elbows bent. Now cross one leg behind the other, placing the toes on the ground and raising the heel up. With the respective hand, start making a pendulum motion, swinging it back and forth gracefully a few times. Then place the hand on the nose and then switch the position of feet and start swinging the opposite hand. Yes, now we move to the next, which is skeleton dance. Intensely start shaking your body in all directions without any pattern in the way you're shaking your body. Visualize all the laziness leaving your system and Paramashiva intensely filling it. Shake the body intensely, visualizing your complete bone structure. Relax. Now we move to the next, which is the Katichina Karana. Now come back to the half squatting posture and this time cross the hands above the head, crossing the wrists above the head. Now turn to one side and open the palms wide open and the hands wide open, and then come back to the center and cross the wrists above the head again. Then turn to the opposite side and repeat the same. Turn again and again on both sides and repeat. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. Relax. We move to the next asana, Tadasana. Now stand tall on your feet and then raise onto the toes. Then raise the hands above the head and keep the palms facing with the elbows straight. Visualize a palm tree and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Mahamudra Badra Kono Tadasana Vibhedakan Vinotanam Sada Guryad Antarvatne Padipriya. Now lean forward and down. place the hands by the foot and touch the forehead to the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to perform the Mula Mahamudra Bandha. Hold the new japa Shivoham in your inner space as you push your body as close as you can to the knees. Mahamudra Badra Kono Tadasana Vibedakan Vinotanam Sada Kuryat Antarvatni Patipriya. The next asana is Tarakshvasana. Now place the hands on the mat, coming into a plank posture, and then tuck the chin to the chest and roll it from side to side. And in Jalandhara Bandha, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gajasana Vastitva Mastakam Varam Varam Dakshina Guksham Savya Guksham Nayet Tarakshvasanam Bhavati. Now we move to the next asana, which is Bhujangasana. Now lie down on the stomach and keep the hands by the side of the body. Keep the toes flat and with the strength of the lower body, raise the upper body off the mat. Open the mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of the mouth and exhale through the nose in Bhujangini Mudra. Visualize a cobra in your inner space. Angushthana Viparyantam Madho Bhumo Vinnyasayat Karabhyam Chadaram Dhartva Urthashishaf Panivahi. Now rise up again into a plank posture and alternate bringing one knee to the chest again and again. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and start performing the new Kumbhaka for the following asanas, which is Saja Kumbhaka. Inhale, hold the breath and exhale comfortably.
गजासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
The next asana is Ratasana. Now alternate placing both your feet one by one at a time between the palms. Visualize a chariot in your inner space. Gajasana samstho ekaikam padam puromargena brahmayitva kartavyam Ratasanam bhavati. Relax as you place one foot forward and the other foot back in Virabhadrasana. Now raise up and stretch your hands above the head, keeping the palms facing each other. Now bend the front knee into a 90-degree angle and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at the third eye and visualize Lord Virabhadra. Vashishtamata Kaundinyam Murtagukkutameva Ashtavakramato Mayuram Sedu Bandhanam. Now switch the position of the feet as you place the opposite feet in the same posture. Again bend the front knee in a 90-degree angle and raise your hands above the head. And keep the palms facing each other. Visualize Lord Virabhadra and gaze at the third eye. Uttana Badam Crown Chancha Marichim Virabhadrakam Natrajam Dragonam Cha Suptangushta Prasarane. The next asana is Vrikshasana. Now stand tall on both of your feet and then place one foot in the inner thigh of the opposite leg. Then bring the hands together in front of the heart center and raise the hands above the head. Visualize a tree and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha.
वामोर्मूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतो तिष्ठेतु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
The next is Garudasana. Now place the raised leg in front of the opposite thigh and keep the other knee straight. Bring the hands together in front of the heart center and visualize Lord Garuda.
गरुडासनमापक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भुवि सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
The next is Vrikshasana on the opposite side. Now place the opposite foot on the inner thigh and bring the hands together in front of the heart center and raise them above the head. Visualize a tree in your inner space and perform the Uddiyana Bandha.
वामोर्मूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतो तिष्ठेतु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
The next is Garudasana again on the opposite side. Now place the raised foot again in front of the opposite thigh and bring the hands together in front of the heart center.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भुवि सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Now we move to the next asana, which is Trikonasana. Now place one foot forward with the front leg facing sideways front and place the other foot back with the foot facing sideways. Now stretch your hands parallel to the ground and lean forward and place your hand by the front foot and raise to the sky as you keep the other foot facing upward. Visualize a triangle in your inner space.
उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
The next is Trikonasana on the opposite side as you just switch the position of the feet and again raise the hands parallel to the ground and place it by the front foot and gaze to the sky as well. Visualize a triangle in your inner space.
उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
The next is Nikurkarna. Now come to a half squatting posture again, which is Aramandi. Bring the hands parallel to each other in front of the heart center. Now alternate lifting one heel off the mat and switching the position of the palms. Repeat this again and again as you visualize Paramashiva. Relax. Now we move to the next asana, which is Angushtasana. Now come to a squatted position as you sit on the heels with the toes tucked. Bring the knees together and the palms together in front of the heart center. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Start performing the Brahmari Kumbhaka for the following asanas, which is inhaling and exhaling, making a bee-like buzzing sound. Hold the new japa Sadashivoham in your inner space and continue to hold the Mula Bandha.
कबन्दासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा.
The next asana is Saurasana. Now stretch one leg forward and keep the hands by your side with the palms facing front. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
The next asana is Vidunanasana. Now hold the front leg's big toe with the respective hand in Prana Mudra, means holding the big toe with the index and middle finger and hold the back foot with the respective hand. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्पस्थितौ पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादागं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण गुल्पं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण दूनं पीठं चाभ्यसेचोभयत्र.
The next asana is Saurasana again on the opposite side. Now pull the foot back inside and stretch the other foot forward this time. Again keep the hands by the side with the palms facing forward. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
The next is Vidunanasana on the opposite side. Now hold the front foot, the stretched leg with the respective hand in Prana Mudra and hold the back foot with the respective hand. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्पस्थितौ पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण गुल्पं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण दूनं पीठं चाभ्यसेच्चोभयत्र.
The next asana is Brahmacharankushasana. Now sit on both heels but make a gap between the knees. Place the back of the palms on the respective knee and tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the floor. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो उपनापानि होय वैसे एडी दो गुडानि वैसे कोरुपगत्यल्यांकी माहिली आयस माहेरा से मिली.
The next is Kapilasana. Now place the knees on the ground and gaze at the nose. Visualize the great sage Kapila and perform the Uddiyana Bandha.
उभय पगतलि समत हरावे तिनको मोहिली कोर मिलावे पनापानी उकड़ होय वैसे एड़ी दो जो निवैसे.
The next asana is Bhadra Gorakasana. Now keep the body in the same posture as you just switch the gaze to the third eye and change your visualization to Swamiji.
दो पगतलि संपुट करे कोरुवारिली भूपरि धरे कोरुवारिली राखे ऐसे तापरि मूल द्वारिटिकी बैसे.
The next is Suryasana. Now raise the knees off the mat and bring the soles of the feet together. Bring the thumb and little fingers together and open the palms wide like a lotus and raise the hands above the head. Gaze to the gap of the palms and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space.
एडी दो गुड़ा तरी आने पना पानी बैठक पुनिताने गोड़ा जंगक अदर करी रहे आड़े बाम इसी विधि गहे.
The next asana is Mandukasana. Now come to a seated posture with the heels flat. Place the hands on the respective knees and visualize a frog. Gaze at the third eye. Roll the tongue and touch the back of the throat in Manduki Mudra and perform the Saja Kumbhaka.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत् जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डूकासनम्.
The next is Uttana Mandukasana. Now raise the hands above the head, crossing them and touching the opposite shoulders. Continue to visualize the frog, gaze at the third eye and keep the tongue rolled as you perform the Uddiyana Bandha.
मण्डूकासनमध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्भेकवदुक्तानं मेतदुक्तानमण्डूकम्.
The next asana is Simhasana. Now place your hands on the respective knee and cross your ankles behind you and sit on the crossed ankles. Now lean forward and stick the tongue out and exhale forcefully. Then visualize a lion in your inner space and gaze at the nose.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्पेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरं हस्तौ जजाङ्गो संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च.
The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now uncross the ankles and this time cross the hands behind the back. Then hold the opposite big toes in Prana Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the nose.
गुल्पौ च वृषणस्यादो विक्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः.
The next asana is Kakabusandi asana. Now bring the soles of the feet together and keep them flat on the mat. Now from the inside, wrap the knees around and try interlacing the fingers behind the back. Visualize a crow and gaze at the nose.
प्रथमे वैस उकड़िताने दो हाथ पागम व्यचा आने तिनको मोड़ी नल्या परिल्यावे पिष्टपची काकसी करावे.
The next asana is Kani Pavasana. Now place your hands on the mat shoulder width apart and then the knees on the hands behind the elbows. Then slowly lean forward and lean onto the hands as you lift the legs off the mat and lean only onto the hands. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन कौगुण आशी दुषता होई तु आजी.
Now we move to the next asana, which is Kapali asana. This is an inverted asana. So I request all the participants with any ailments or injuries not to perform this asana. For the rest of the participants, you can take the support of the wall or a partner to perform this asana. Now place your hands on the mat and then place your crown on the mat. Now as you place the forehead, keep the knees on the hands and balance. Then slowly raise the legs off the legs and straighten them as you visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose.
शीश शीशाधरटीते की पगदो मिलिवा उवाचु करे.
The next is Parshamayurasana. From this asana onwards, we'll be performing the Rechaka Kumbhaka, which is exhaling completely holding the lungs empty and then inhaling. Visualize a peacock in this asana as you come to a squatting posture, turn to one side of the body and align the elbows to the knees and hips and lean onto the hands. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
The next asana is Parshamayurasana. Now come to a squatting posture and turn to the opposite side of the body, aligning the elbows to the knees and hips. Then lean onto the elbows and stretch the legs to the side as you visualize the peacock and gaze to the third eye.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
The next is Bhairaganathasana. Now come to a plank posture and place one foot between the hands. Visualize Lord Kalabhairava, gaze at the third eye and roll the tongue and perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka.
आसन कौगुणपीठी जायी.
The next asana is Bhairaganathasana, again on the opposite side as you switch the position of the feet and push the hips forward this time. Visualize Rechaka Kumbhaka.
आसन कौगुणपीठी जायी.
The next is Unmukha Pitasana. Now coming back to the plank posture, place your forearms on the mat and keep the hips up high. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the perform the japa Shivoham in your inner space. Bhunyastau januni hastau chadushpata vanmukam putta pitangre yugala chatuspam patama biruka. Now we move to the next asana, which is Vashishtasana. Now coming to a tall plank position again, roll onto one hand and stretch the other hand towards the sky as you gaze at the sky as well. Visualize the great sage Vashishta in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
The next is Vashishtasana, again on the opposite side. Now roll onto the opposite arm and stretch the other arm towards the sky. Visualize the great sage Vashishta.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
The next is Anjani Asana. Now come to a seated posture and keep the legs straight with the toes pointed upwards. Then insert the hands underneath the buttocks with the palms facing up. Visualize Lord Hanuman, gaze to the nose, tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and hold the new japa MahaParamashivoham in your inner space.
दो करके उपे हथेली कोरुवारिली मेले भेली सो आगामने भूपरिदासे महामुनि अंगुल मिली रासे.
The next asana is Paschimottanasana. Now remove the hand from underneath the buttocks, lean forward and down, hold on to the respective foot, big toe in Prana Mudra. Then try to place the forehead on the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
जानो परियलाटं तो पश्चिमं तानमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते.
The next asana is Ugrasana. Now raise up and interlace the hands behind the neck and lean forward and down again. Visualize the goddess Kali and gaze to the third eye as you perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
स्वपानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुपरि शिरोऽन्यसेत् आसनोग्रमितं प्रोक्तं भवेदनलदीपनम्.
The next is Marichi Asana. Now raise up and pull one foot towards the perineum with the knee raised. We keep the elbow inside the foot and wrap the raised knee and interlace outside the back. Visualize the great sage Marichi in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now place the raised foot on the ground and lean forward and down, holding the stretched leg with both the hands and try to place the forehead on the knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्या पुरागताः.
The next asana is Marichi asana. Again on the opposite side. Now again stretch this leg and pull the opposite leg towards the perineum. And from the inside, wrap the raised knee and interlace both the hands behind the back. Visualize the great sage Marichi in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now place the raised knee on the mat and hold the stretched leg with both your hands and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gaze at the nose and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्या पुरागताः.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 2. Now bring the soles of the feet together and hold the soles with the respective hand. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the third eye.
कुल्पोऽतु विषणस्यादः श्रीवन्यः पार्श्वयोक्षिपेत् पादपार्श्वे तु पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलं भद्रासनं भवेत् एतद् सर्वव्याधिविशापहम्.
The next asana is Gwalipasana. Now push the legs away from the perineum slightly and place the hands on respective knees. Then tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze at the nose.
पूर्वपरचरपटकः योऽसो हि वाही विदिकेयो हि सोहि यामे येडि भिन्नजुरासे अङ्गुल आट अन्तरो रासे.
The next asana is Joni Asana. Now pull the feet close to the perineum and hold the respective foot with the respective hand as you lean down and stretch the hands to the side. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space and continue to perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka.
धूपगतलि सम्पुटकरे एडि मेडके डिङ्गदरे अर्धहातुको अन्तरो रासे लिलाटभगतल्यामुपरदासे.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
The next asana is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now bring the soles of the feet as close to the perineum as possible and insert the hands underneath the shins. And then place the neck in front of the toes. Visualize Lord Surya and gaze at the nose.
दो पगतली संपुट करे सोले मेड आगा में दरे अंगुल आठ अंटरो रासे एडी को आसे विधि दासे.
The next asana is Chiniki Pavasana. Now raise up. And then hold the respective foot with the hand and keep the fingers outside and the thumb touching the sole, and then open the feet as wide as possible like a book, and then place the elbows on the respective knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the nose.
दो पगा की येडी धरती मगीवा मेड लगावे पगतली माहिली गौर अंगूठा की साधी सूजी जोड़े.
The next asana is Charapati Chokasana. Now place the hands on respective knees and pull the soles of the feet as close to the perineum as possible and gently place the knees to the ground. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the third eye.
दो पगतली संपुट दरे आगाम ने कागरे जारे पसारे.
The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now push the toes to the ground and lift the heels as much as you can as possible. Try to keep the knees to touch the ground and use the hand support if you need. Keep the hands in Bindu Mudra on the respective knee and visualize Lord Kalabhairava. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and gaze at the third eye.
पुल्पौ चम्पीत्यचान्योन्यं विक्रमेणोचितं शनैः जङ्गो पाशवतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्.
The next is Samasana. Now place one foot by the perineum and pull the other foot to the chest with both the hands. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose.
समानासनमावक्ष्ये सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात् एकपादमुरो दत्त्वा गुह्योनलिङ्गवक्त्रके.
The next is Apanasana. Place the raised foot on the respective shoulder and with the other foot stretch it vertically towards the sky. Keep the hands by the side for balance. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपे यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत्प्रभो.
The next is Samanasana. Again on the opposite side. Now place one foot by the perineum and the other foot. Hold it with both the hands and pull it towards the chest. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye.
समानासनमावक्ष्ये सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात् एकपादमुरो दत्त्वा गुह्योनलिङ्गवक्त्रके.
The next is Apanasana. Now place the raised foot on the respective shoulder and stretch the other leg towards the sky and keep the hands by the side. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपे यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत्प्रभो.
Now we move to Gomukhasana. Now cross the feet and stack the knees. Keep the heels by the opposite hip. Interlace your fingers and place them on the top knee. Visualize a cow. Gaze at the nose and start performing the Sitkari Kumbhaka for the following asanas, which is inhaling through clenched teeth and exhaling through the nose. Hold the new japa Om Nithyanandoham in your throat center.
सव्ये दक्षिणकुल्पं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा.
The next is Anasuyasana. Now hold the opposite big toes in Prana Mudra and visualize Rishika Anasuya. Gaze at the nose and pull your stomach in and up in Udhyana Bandha.
दक्षिणकोडो नीचोटाने वामों टाके उपराणे.
The next is Anasuyasana 2. Now interlace the fingers behind your back and lean forward and down and try to touch your nose to the ground. Visualize Rishika Anasuya and gaze at the nose.
जीमन गोड़ा की संधि उपरिदावा गोड़ा की संधि मिदिरासे.
Now rise up. As we move to Garudasana, place one foot by the perineum and the other foot flat with the knee by the chest. Place the hands on respective knees. Visualize Lord Garuda and gaze at the nose.
दावो पागमोड़ी एड़ी महिलो गुल्पक मूलद्वारी नीचे.
The next asana is Naradasana. Now place the foot which you are sitting on, which was touching the perineum, and sit on it, and then place both hands behind the neck and turn outside of the raised knee. Visualize the great sage Narada and gaze at the third eye. The next is Matsyapitakasana. Now place the foot you are sitting on the opposite thigh, and with one hand wrap the legs and hold the opposite leg's shin, and with the other hand hold the respective foot's big toe. Visualize Lord Matsya in your inner space and gaze at the nose.
वामेन वामांगुष्टं तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीडकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेद्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
Now we repeat Gomukhasana again on the opposite side as we cross the feet, bringing the knees together in the center of the body with the soles outside of the opposite hip. Visualize the face of a cow and gaze at the nose.
सव्ये दक्षिणकुल्पं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा.
The next is Anasuyasana. Now hold the big toes in Prana Mudra. Visualize Rishika Anasuya, gaze at the nose and perform Udhyana Bandha.
दक्षिणकोडो नीचोटाने वामों टाके उपराणे.
The next is Anasuyasana 2. Interlace the fingers behind the back and lean down. Try touching the nose to the ground. Visualize Rishika Anasuya and gaze at the nose.
जीवन गोड़ा की संधि उपरिदावा गोड़ा की संधि मिदिरासे.
The next is Garudasana 2 on the opposite side. Now place one foot by the perineum and the other foot flat with the knee by the chest. Place the hands on respective knees and visualize Lord Garuda, gaze at the nose.
दावो पागमोड़ी एड़ी महिलो गुल्पत मूलद्वारि नीचेड़े.
The next asana is Naradasana. Now sit on the heel touching the perineum and interlace the fingers behind the neck and turn outside of the raised knee. Visualize the great sage Narada and gaze to the third eye.
पिष्टजुवामा पगतली केरी भूपरिता हे लगावे वेरी.
The next is Matsyapitakasana. Now sit the heel which you are sitting on, place it on the opposite thigh, and with one hand hold the big toe of the respective raised foot, and with the other hand wrap the leg and hold the opposite. Visualize Lord Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, and gaze at the nose.
वामेन वामांगुष्टं तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीडकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेद्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
The next asana is Matsyendrasana. Now sit with both the legs stretched and place one leg on the opposite thigh and bend the other leg. Then turn outside of the bent leg, the raised knee, and place the hand on the neck. With the other hand, place it on the ground behind. Visualize the great sage Matsyendranatha and gaze to the third eye.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः नङ्ग्रामं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्.
The next asana is Kubhasana. Now place the hand which is touching the ear, which is touching the neck, on the ground near the feet, and the other hand place it on the neck, on the respective ear. Visualize a camel in your inner space and gaze at the third eye.
आसन खौगुण जोलो जाये.
The next asana is Matsyendrasana 2. Now place the hand which is touching the ear back on the mat. Visualize the great sage Matsyendranath and continue to gaze to the third eye.
Matsyendrapītam Jadarapraditam Prachanda Rukmandana Kandanastam.
The next asana is Matsyendrasana again on the opposite side. Now sit with both the legs stretched and again place one leg on the opposite thigh and bend that leg keeping the leg raised. Turn outside of the raised knee and place the hand on the respective ear and place the other hand flat on the mat. Visualize the great sage Matsyendranath and gaze to the third eye.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्.
The next asana was Kubasana. Now place the hand touching the neck on the ground near the sole and place the other hand on the ears. Visualize a camel and gaze at the third eye.
आसन कौगुण झोलो जाये.
The next asana is Matsyendrasana 2. Now place the hand back on the mat and visualize the great sage Matsyendranath.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डनखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Next is Padmasana. Now turn, uncrossing the body and place the feet on opposite thighs in Padmasana. Keep the palms on the respective knee and visualize Paramashiva as you gaze at the nose. Start performing the Sitali Kumbhaka, which is inhaling through clenched teeth and exhaling through the nose. Perform the Mahamudra Bandha and hold the new japa Om Nithyananda Mahasadaशिवोहम.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Padmasana 2. Now cross the hands and hold on to the respective big toe and continue to perform the Sitali Kumbhaka as you visualize the goddess Parvati and gaze to the nose.
उत्थानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरुसंस्थौ.
The next asana is Kukutasana. Now insert your hands through the gap of the thighs and calves and then lift the body off the ground. Visualize a rooster. Start performing the Saja Kumbhaka again and hold the Mula Bandha.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नानोरोरन्तरे करौ निवेश भूमौ वा तिष्ठेत् व्योमद्वक्कुक्कुटासनः.
The next asana is Bhaddakekiyasana. Remove your hands from the gaps of the thighs and calves and raise onto your knees. Then place the hands on the mat and keep the fingers facing the body, pointed towards the body. Then place your navel on the elbows and then slowly lift your legs off the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
रामवष्टभ्य करद्वयेन तत्पूर्परिस्थापिना विपाश्वः.
The next asana is Mayurasana. Now come to a kneeling posture but continue to keep the hands on the mat. Then again place your navel on the elbows and then slowly lean forward and stretch the legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमं भूमौ निपात्य हस्तौ द्वौ पूर्वरोपरि देहकम्.
Relax now, placing your stomach on the ground. Visualize a crocodile. Interlace your hands behind your neck. Stretch the feet to the side with the toes pointed sideways.
अध्याश्रेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमाणौ.
The next asana is Shalabhasana. Now place the hands by the side of your body and then bring the feet together and then raise them up from the thighs. Visualize a locust in your inner space.
अध्याश्रेते करयुग्ममष्टौ भूमिमस्तभ्य करयोस्तलाभ्याम्.
The next asana is Kubasana. Now bend the knees and bring them to the buttocks and then hold the respective knee with the hand and pull them down to the ground outside of the hips. Visualize a camel in your inner space.
अध्याश्रेते पदयुग्ममष्टं पृष्ठे निधाय पिदतं कराभ्याम्.
The next asana is Dhanurasana. Now from the same posture, now hold, but just change the holding of the feet as you hold the foot from the inside. Simultaneously lift the thighs and the upper body, bending the back as much as you can, pulling the feet as close to the head as possible. Visualize a bow and gaze at the third eye.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुविदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
The next is Bhagasana. Come to a seated posture on your heels with the toes flat. Place your hands on respective knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gaze to the third eye.
उल्टा मोड़ी पावदो वैसे बहुरो जुआ टिकरे कई ऐसे.
The next asana is Gohi Asana. Now place your forearms on the mat and interlace the fingers. Then place the crown between the interlaced fingers and lift the knees off the mat. Then slowly walk the feet forward and raise the legs off the mat, but just balance with the knees bent. In this Gohi Asana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ की कढ़नी जो ही पुनिया कलाने दाने दोई.
The next asana is Shirsasana. Now slowly raise your legs and straighten the knees. Keep the balance stable. Don't fall down. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze to the nose.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्वेदविविधं दिनः द्वन्द्वासनं द्विधा प्रोक्तं विपरीतोपवेशने.
The next asana is Podhyasana. From this asana, it's going to be an intense sequence of asanas where we'll be performing the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, which is intense exhalations. Allow your body to inhale by itself. Now, place your hands behind the calves and lift the legs vertically up towards the forehead. Visualize Swamiji in the inner space and perform the Bhastrika Kumbhaka.
दो हाथ पगबरी आने घोड़ा तरेक काम कसी ताने.
The next asana is Parigasana. Now place your feet on the mat and then cross your hands behind the head and touch opposite shoulders. Then raise the legs to a 45-degree angle, visualizing a mace and gazing at the third eye.
उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य नितम्बं भूमौ स्पृशातस्तदभ्यां गन्धरं बद्ध्वा कुम्भकं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् परिगासनं भवति.
Relax. Now place your feet on the mat and then stretch your hands parallel to the ground or keep the forearms by the hips. Then raise the legs to a 45-degree angle and visualize a boat. Gaze to the third eye.
उत्तानशयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिम् अवष्टभ्य हस्तौ नितम्बं निधाय.
Relax. Now bring the soles of the feet together and insert the hands underneath the shins and then hold the soles of the feet, pulling them to the chest. Visualize Lord Rudra in your inner space and gaze to the nose.
पगतली संपुट करे हस्तयो पगा उचै पगा के अंगुट दोले परय लावे.
The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana 2. Now lie on your back and keep the feet flat and touch the respective heels. Then lift the hips up, tuck the chin to the chest and inhale and exhale through the Jalandhara Bandha, which is called Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze to the nose.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेतु पीठ उन्मुखनामके.
Now completely relax your body. Stretch your legs. Bring the hands to the side of the body. Completely unclench all the muscles. Relax all the muscles from the feet to the crown. Visualize Swamiji intensely awakening your Kundalini. Unclench from all the senses and just see the prana move in and out of the body.
अथ शवासनम् उत्थानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the the powers of MahaParamashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
With this, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. And return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the first 108 asanas of this sequence. With this, we conclude the yoga session for the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. Thank you all for joining. The next Acharya is going to take the session over in just a few moments. And for the Level 2 and 3 participants, let us now move on to the next asana of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, which is Yathasa-Nishthasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Your hands on your knees in Bindu Mudra, index fingers and thumbs together. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham while breathing in the Samana Kumbhaka. Fill your stomach with prana and visualize the fire being kindled in your stomach in Yathasa-Nishthasana.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यत संस्थां यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. Sitting cross-legged with your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and inhale and exhale deeply in this asana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासौ यथा लगौ सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पतिः.
Next up is Muktasana. Now keep the left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left. Keep your hands flat on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
निपीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणे नेत्रगुल्पतः वामं याम्येन गुल्पेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Siddhasana. Now maintain the same posture, shift your gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थाणुमितेन्द्रियजलसत्पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातकं वेजकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next is Siddhi Asana. Maintain the same posture, shift your gaze to the ground in front of you, engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके डीजानो शिवनिमादितासु मे कानेतानो.
Next up is Rudrasana. From the same posture, rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरण परिदचन राके एकजुगाति आसी विदिदाके.
Next up is Santadhunasana. From the same posture, with your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, gaze to your nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन कौगुण झोलो जाई.
Next up is Siddhasana too. Keep your hands in front of your navel and cup one palm over the other in Samputa Mudra, resembling a lotus flower, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऋजुकाय समासीनं सिद्धासन मुदीरितम्.
Next up is Bandhayonyasana. As you sit in the same posture, we set the Sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation and get ready to enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Close your senses with your hands And inhale deeply.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणौ यत्कृत्वा केचरो भूत्वा विचचेदीश्वरो यथा.
Next up is Virasana. Now place one foot onto the opposite thigh and the other foot below the opposite thigh. Keep your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra and embody the state and space of bravery.
एकं पादमतैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरणि संस्थितः.
Next up is Valmikasana. Maintain the posture, hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Valmiki, the great poet and author of Ramayana, in Valmikasana.
दावापगकी पगतलिपुनि एडी है जोई पहनम दिशि में दरे दचन आने लगा वे सोई.
Next up is Joni Mudra. Now place your hands flat on the knees. Maintain the sitting posture. Gaze to the visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti.
वामपादकी पगतलि जाहि ममिले कोरे जोनि तताम दाहि वैशे उल्टो पावजोरी मोरे.
Maintain the same posture, the same visualization, but shift your gaze up towards your third eye in Yoni Asana.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले निलम्.
Next up is Bhadrasana 3. Now bring the soles of the feet together in front, heels against the perineum. Hold onto the feet with both hands as you pull them in. Push your knees to the mat, gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्पो च वृषणस्यादः सीमन्यः पार्श्वयोक्षिपेत् सव्ये गुल्पं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्पं तु दक्षिणे.
Next up is Aghorasana. Now maintain the same sitting posture. Keep the left hand on the knee and cover your mouth with the right hand. Close the left nostril with your index finger. Inhale through the right nostril. Close both nostrils, hold your breath. Then exhale through the left nostril and inverse the breathing flow in Apyanta Kumbhaka. As you push your tongue up in Kechari Mudra, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an Aghori.
पूर्वकाहो विश्रिका जोई वाही विधि जोई की जय सोई इसबी अंगुरी मुका बराए आने.
Next up is Kanari Pavasana. Now keep the toes together and the heels apart. Lean forward and place your elbows down on the heels. Rest your chin on your hands. Gaze to the nose. Exhale fully in Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
ग्वाली पावा आसन कह्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विदितै से.
The next asana is Parasana. Now raise your knees and bring your arms underneath the shins. Interlock the hands in front. Gaze to the nose as you lift your feet off the ground and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ततोर्ध्वं रेचयेद् वायुं मृन्निश्वास संयुतम्.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlock your fingers around the toes and pull them against your chest. Rest your chin on your hands as you gaze to the nose and embody the state and space of a king.
पूरब विधि पगा का अंगुठ कटा कुपरै से एडी हृदय लगावे.
Now scoop your hands below the legs, interlock the fingers around the toes and pull them up against your chest. Rest your chin on the soles of the feet, gaze to your nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दो पगतलि संपुटाने उभय हस्त करि उदरे ताने.
Raise your legs even higher in front of your face as you visualize yourself excelling in everything in Vishishtasana.
दो पगतलि जोड़ी संपुट करे हाथ दो पागा बीच आने तले.
Next up is Bhujasana. Now raise your legs over top of the respective shoulders. Bend your elbows and reach your hands up, interlocking your fingers behind your neck as you visualize yourself as a cobra.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनं विमोच्यते.
Next up is Kalyanasana. From the same posture, legs over the shoulders. Bend your arms downwards so you can interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दो हातपकं वीचा आने तिनको गोडनी चेताने.
Next up is Sankatasana. As you sit with the left foot flat on the mat, on the left heel, stack the right knee over top of the left and bring the right heel outside the left hip. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan as you gaze in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on any external object and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेशयेद्वामपादकम्.
Next up is Dhenukasana. Now slide the left heel outside the hip and sit on the ground. Keep your hands on top of both the knees as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize the cow in your inner space.
अनुसागी नागरं पञ्चदं विशीरिं दगल्यम्नि.
Next up is Machandrasana. Now place your left foot on your right thigh and your right foot on the left knee. Twist your left arm behind your back, reaching for opposite thighs. Once you catch your hold, twist your spine even further, gaze up towards your third eye, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्गपरदचिदताने वामहस्तपिशिदिशाने बहुरोदञ्चनपाद ऐकी जोयी ताकी नाली जूपा करे सोयी.
Next up is Machandasana 2. Now untwist your spine, hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra, and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणो जुजोयी वामजङ्गद परिजाके सोयी ताकी येडी कडिसी लवावे बहुरी जुगाटी यह ओरे करावे.
Now rise back up, interlock your fingers, engage all the bandhas as you place your hands on the top knee, and visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space in Guru Asana.
ऊरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रसेदेन गुल्पं संस्थाप्य.
Now place the top of the right foot on the mat. Sit on the right heel in Sankatasana. As you stack your knees, keep your hands on opposite knees and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
वामपादं जितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Next up is Dhenukasana. Now sit on the ground, keep your heels at the hips, hands on top of the knees. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize a cow in your inner space.
अनुसागी नगर पञ्चदं विशीरिं दगल्यम्नि.
Now repeat Machandrasana on the other side. Place the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Bring the right arm behind your back, hold onto opposite thighs with your hands. Gaze up and visualize Swamiji.
वामजङ्गपरिदचिदताने वामहस्तपिशिदिशाने.
Next up is Machandrasana 2. Hold onto the big toes, lean forward and down. Visualize Swamiji.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणो जुजोयी वामजङ्गपरिराके सोयी.
Now interlock the fingers, place them on the top knee, and visualize Swamiji in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रषेदेन कुल्पं संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत् हस्तौ सम्मिलीयेत् गुरुआसनं भवति.
Next up is Parshasana. Now place your feet flat and raise your knees up against your chest. Encircle your legs and hold them against your chest. Press your tongue up in Kechari Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जानुनि उरसि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्यां तिष्ठेत् पाशासनं भवति.
Next up is Bodhashukasana. From the same position, now hold on to the wrists of the arms, encircling your legs. Rest your chin on the knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो भगतलि भूपरिधरे कोरुमाहिली ऐसे करे कोरुमाहिली उपडबेसे जंगा चाटी अग्रनिवेशे.
Next up is Kudakatasana. Now bring your arms underneath your legs. Hold on to opposite elbows underneath your knees as you keep pressing your tongue up. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ बगाबरी लहावे घोड़ा नीचे ले तहरावे.
Next up is Sumati Asana. Now cross the right ankle over the left, toes pointing up. Keep holding onto your elbows and gaze to your nose as you visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati.
मूलद्वारे तरि परिताने दावा पगपरिचदाने परि आने दाई भागी लोये आवे हाथ एक अंतर तहरावे.
Next up is Dandasana. Now extend your legs forward, interlock your fingers and raise your arms up straight above your head with the wrists pointing outwards. Gaze to the tip of your nose. Engage all the bandhas, press your tongue up and visualize Swamiji.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासौ यथा लगौ सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पतिः.
Next up is Adambasana. Now lean forward and down, hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other alternatingly in Nadi Shodhana without the use of your fingers. Visualize Swamiji as you do so.
दो पग मिलावी पसारी पगा का अंगुठ पकाड़ी लाटल गोड़ लगावे.
Next up is Bidokasana. Now separate your feet and slightly raise your knees. Bring your arms underneath your shins and around to hold on to the soles of the feet from the outside. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमे बैसदो पाव पसारी कहूच उरको कुरडो धारे.
We move on to Jalandhari Pavasana. Keep the soles of the feet together in front. Bring your hands underneath the shins, palms facing up. Bring your elbows on the mat and place your face on the feet as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हेडी महिला कई दीजे हाथ पसारी पुनिहा चिबुक्या मुकासनते दीगब दुबु परिधारी.
Next up is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now, with your legs extended, lift one leg behind your neck and lean forward and down, holding onto the front foot with both hands like in Paschimottanasana. Visualize Swamiji and breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize that the prana is flowing through 9 points of your body upwards. The feet, the perineum, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of the forehead, and the Brahmarandha, the crown of your head.
पश्चिमतानमस्तित्वम् एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ऊर्ध्वपश्चिमतानं भवति.
Now lean back with your legs still behind your neck. Hold onto the foot with the opposite hand as you gaze through your nose and visualize yourself being infinite, endless, eternal, Ananta.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य इतरहुष्टे पावाग्रं गृहीत्वा.
Now roll to the side of the hand holding onto the foot. Rest on your side as you gaze through your nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित्वम् एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Next up is Tridushasana. Now lay on your back and pull your knees up against your chest. Encircle your legs and rock your body from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनी हृदये वस्तम्भ जङ्गुस्तारुणी करद्वये बद्ध्वा स्वपश्वयं लोदये दृशासनं भवति.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lift the other leg up behind your neck and lean forward and down. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. As you breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama, visualize the prana flowing upwards through your body in golden light.
पश्चिमतानमस्तित्वम् एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ऊर्ध्वपश्चिमतानं भवति.
Now lean back, hold onto the foot behind your head as you straighten the other foot away from the body in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Next up is Ankushasana. Roll onto the side, gaze to the nose, and feel in complete control.
उत्तानशयित्वम् एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरहस्तं कर्णमूले स्थापयेत्.
Next up is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lay on your back, one by one, lift your feet up behind your head. If you can't bring your legs behind your head, you can pull them against your chest. Then, after you cross your feet, interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
Next up is Atmaramasana. Laying on your back, now lift your knees up towards your shoulders. Bring your arms underneath and bend your elbows up to hold on to your neck. Gaze to the nose and visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सूदा सोवे पागा ऊंचे आने आने दोई पगा बीच हाथ करे.
Next up is Kochikasana. Laying on your back, extend your arms out at the side at shoulder level. Pull your knees up against your chest and keep the soles of the feet pointing upwards as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो वो हाथ चीदा सा करे तिनसो उबल्ली सा पा करे.
Next up is the Jatara Pariditi. This asana consists of 3 steps. Let's perform all 3 steps on one side and then on the other. Lay on your back with your arms extended to the side and pull your knees against your chest. This is the neutral position to which we are going to return in between the repetitions. Now visualize Swamiji, form the Mula Bandha and drop one knee to the side, extending the opposite leg down. This is the first step. Bend both knees to the side. Second step, extend both your legs to the side. Third step, gaze away from the feet. Now, bring your knees back to the center. Perform the first step. Second step. And the third step.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं मूर्धकोणमतापि च.
The next asana is the Dvipadapitam, laying on your back. Now hold on to your ankles and keep your feet on the mat. Push your hips up high and breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठ सर्वबलप्रदं कद्मीनां दुर्बलानां इति गार्गी जगादुनु.
Next up is Paryankasana. Now bring your hands over the shoulders, place them on the ground with the fingers pointing towards your feet. Then lift your entire body off the mat. Push your hips up high, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahasrara Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture in Paryankasana.
उत्तानशयनं मुस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा नाभिप्रदेशम् ऊर्ध्वं कुर्यात् पर्यङ्कासनं भवति.
Next up is Shvotanasana. As you lay on your back, pull your knees up against your chest and place your hands on the respective shoulders. Then move your knees in a circular motion and visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back.
शववच्छरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाववामीन्य हस्ताभ्यां कन्दरं बद्ध्वा भामयेत् स्वोत्तानं भवति.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Laying on your back with your arms flat on the mat. Raise your hips up and straighten your legs to point the toes upwards. Move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ विपरीतकरणे मुद्रा भूतले स्वस्तिरो दत्त्वा केनेचरे द्वयम्.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Be sturdy in Viparita Karani too.
करणी विपरीताख्य सर्वव्य दिव्यनाशिनी.
Now drop the feet down over top of your head with the toes touching the ground above your head. Interlock your fingers behind your back in Parusha Mudra as you visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुन्नयेत् नरकासनं भवति.
Next up is Chaita Paschimottanasana. From the same position, now hold on to the feet above your head. Keep your arms and legs straight. This is one of the 84 different asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself. Visualize Paramashiva, chant the Mahavakya internally.
तानं शयित्वा कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. Now keep holding onto the feet, bring your hips above the shoulder level, and then open your legs wide to the side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं मूर्धकोणमतापि च.
Now join your feet back together and hold on to your ankles as you roll onto your back with your arms and legs straight. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakrasana.
शवासनस्त्वतत्पादौ पूज्यन्मस्तकरः परो व्युत्क्रमेण तथा शीघ्रमन् मेतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
Now let's enter Supta Prasarita Paramgushtasana. Laying on your back, straighten your legs up at a 90-degree angle. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra and then open your legs wide to the side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Next up is Supta Padangushtasana. Join your feet back together above your body. Hold onto the feet in Prana Mudra. Extend the legs up. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Next up is Matsyasana. Now cross your legs into Padmasana and place your knees flat on the mat. Raise your arms above your head and hold on to opposite elbows above your head as you gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
मुक्त पद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् पूर्वराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्य मत्स्यासनंस्तु रोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana. Laying on your back with your legs in Padmasana. With your hands above your head, place the backside of the right hand onto the left palm. Keep your palms facing up above your head as you gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
प्रथमकर पद्मासन आचे सूदोसो वे भूपरिपाचे घोड़ा आरु जमगे ये दो वो भूसो लगाटरा से सोई.
Next up is Sarvangasana. From the same posture, now raise your knees and hips up. Lift them off the mat as you bring your hands to the lower back for support, resting on your elbows, which are placed on the ground. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनमुत्तमं यत्कृत्वा योगनिपुनो विद्याभिपण्डितो यताः.
Next up is Vrishikasana. Now lay on your back. Place one foot onto the opposite thigh. Hold the opposite knee against your chest as you raise your arms up above your head. Hold your fingers forward, gaze to your third eye, and breathe in Moja Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशयन सुशोषीष केशकि सन्धि सुदाके काचुशीष उदर करिराके.
Now repeat Vrishikasana on the other side. Place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Pull the knee up.
प्रथमशयनो सुशोषीष केशकि सन्धि सुदाके काचुशीष उदर करिराके.
Next up is Vrishabharakshipasana. Now lay flat on your back and interlock your fingers behind your neck as you lift both your legs off the ground and alternate pulling your knees in towards your chest, back and forth. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा अनुलिपि कन्दरां बद्ध्वा कूर्परो मिलित्वा नितम्बेन भूमिं स्पृत्वा.
Next up is Maharottanasana. Laying on your back, keep your hands at the side of your hips, palms facing down. Then lift your knees up one by one and touch your respective ears with your knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्वोतानमस्तित्वं कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यन्येन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत् मारोत्तानं भवति.
Next up is Vrikasana. Now as you lay on your back, place your feet flat and then stand up and lay back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
अत उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा उत्तिष्ठेत् वृकासनं भवति.
Next up is Lutasana. Now lay down on your back, kick your legs up and roll over completely as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and finally finish in a prone position on your stomach.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिरिलिङ्ग्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा नुब्जं युदेत् नुब्जं शयनं पृष्ठिं भूमौ निधाय.
Laying on your stomach, keep your hands next to the shoulders. Contract your lips, make a whistling sound while inhaling, like a flute. Point your toes back. Visualize yourself as a chariot, carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back in Saratasana.
नुब्जशयनं कृत्वा नाभिभूमौ निधाय स्तम्भवज्जस्तं भूमिं वस्तम्भ तिष्ठेत् सरतासनं भवति.
Next up is Dehalyulanganasana. Now push your body back up into a plank position. Jump your feet in between your hands back and forth as you visualize yourself transcend body and mind in Dehalyulanganasana.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयम् उडानैव बहिरानीय अतर्नयेत् देहल्युल्लङ्घनं भवति.
Next up is Jatyasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down, place your hands flat on the mat, and walk around on your hands and feet as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जाट्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जाटिस्मरो भवेत् हस्ताद्रिभूमौ च गमनागमना तथा.
Next up is the Lolitika Karana. Now stand in Arimandi posture with your toes pointing outwards. And raise your elbows up and bend the elbows so you rotate them around your body. Tilt your head back, open up your chest, and move your head in all directions. Next up is Sarapasana. Now stand erect on the mat and tie your feet with a rope if you have one rope available. Keep your arms close to your body and your hands on the respective thighs as you visualize your Kundalini Devi rising and curling upwards around your body.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपानाय केवलम्.
Next up is Ushtrasadhanasana. Now lean forward and down and place your fingers underneath your toes. Clench your hands into fists and walk around on the mat as you visualize yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रसेदेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य अश्वातच्छरीरं चलन्यं षष्वासनं भवति.
Next up is Ashvasana. From the same posture, lean forward and down, hold on to the toes from the side and walk around on the mat visualizing yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य अश्वावच्छरीरं चलनीयम् अश्वासनं भवति.
Next up is Kapota Nitakasana. Now, keep your feet together and interlock your fingers behind your back. Pull your hands down towards your calves. Open up your chest widely as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घपर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोटनिटकं भवति.
Next up is the Tala Pushpa Putam Karana. Stand in Adimandi, heels together, toes pointing outwards, knees bent. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Bow down to one side and open up your palms. Raise the respective heel. Repeat the movement again and again as you visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next up is Khadgasana. Now, visualize yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze to your nose as you lay down on your stomach. Jump your feet back and then bring them back to the hands and stand, joining your hands in Namaskara Mudra, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros in Khadgasana.
निजशरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलेभ्यो भूमिं वष्टभ्य उत्तिष्ठेत् कड़ुगासनं भवति.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Now, hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. Squat down all the way to the ground or as low as you can. And repeat this again and again as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् आसीतव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्तमं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. Now raise your arms up above your head and jump repeatedly, visualizing yourself as a maze.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहुं नयेत् वारं वारम् उद्दानं कृत्वा नयेत् मुशलासनं भवति.
Next up is Utshirshakasana. From a standing position, now pull the sole of one foot against your chest as you sit down and stand back up with the opposite leg, alternatingly as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तद्वयेन धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् उच्चीषकं भवति.
Next up is Parashvajanukarana. Now, keep one foot with the toes pointing outwards and raise the opposite knee against your chest, encircling the leg with your hands, hand in a fist, placing the other hand onto the inner respective thigh. We move on to Tandavasana. Now extend your arms and one leg forward. Hold onto weights if you want to intensify this asana. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva and sit down and stand back up.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is a Brahmanasana. Now raise the left foot towards the inner right thigh and stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your hands at the side of your body and visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मण आसनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादमुरौ दत्त्वा तिष्ठेत् दण्डकृतिर्भुवि.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now bring the left foot over and around the right knee. Tuck the toes behind your calves and bring the left arm below the right, joining your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठैश्च सैमस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Place the left foot onto the right thigh. Keep your hands by the side. Stand straight and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Next up is Dhruvasana, the pose-star posture. Now hold onto the big toe of the left foot and extend the left leg out to the side. Rotate quickly on the standing leg as you visualize yourself as the North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
We move on to Triviknamasana. Now stand straight as you lift one leg behind your head. Stand up, sit down and stand back up, performing the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu in your inner space.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is the Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Lift the other knee up against your chest. Stand on the mat as you hold the raised leg with the hand in the fist and the opposite hand on the respective thigh. Next up is Tandavasana on the other side. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva as you sit down and stand back up on one leg.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now raise the right foot to the inner left thigh. Keep your hands by the side as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within in Brahmanasana.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादमुरौ दत्त्वा तिष्ठेत् दण्डकृतिर्भुवि.
Bring the right leg over and around the left knee. Bring the right arm below the left arm. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठैश्च सैमस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now repeat Ekapadasana. Raise the right foot onto the left thigh. Keep your hands by the side. Visualize Swamiji.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now repeat Dhruvasana, the pose-star posture on the other side. As you rotate quickly on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Triviknamasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Stand tall, sit down, Stand back up.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यम् ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Samana Kakarana. Stand with your heels touching, toes pointing outwards, and the hands at the side of your body, fingers pointing one by one. In this natural posture, recover from this intense sequence of asanas as you move on to the final 100 asanas of this Tritiya Vinyasa Krama. Starting off with Godak Anjali Asanam. Now squat down and bring your arms from the outside in between the legs, interlocking the fingers in front of your navel as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. Breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply, hold your breath, and move your prana throughout your body by the force of your will.
प्रथमे यूबहोये बहुरी नीचे पुनि होवे.
Next up is Kanchi Asana. Now squat down all the way and interlock your fingers behind your lower back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊरुमध्याधस्थो निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत् काञ्चासनं भवति.
Next up is Bhairo Asana. Now sit down on the ground with the heels against your perineum, knees together. Interlock your fingers behind your back and gaze towards your navel as you visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
तो ऊपक की तल्या की माहिरी कौरे मिले पणावाणी हुकड़ हुमे और वैसे.
Next up is Varahasana. As you squat down all the way, heels close to your body, toes separated, join your hands in Anjali Mudra behind your neck with the fingers pointing downwards. Now gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पकदली की माहिली कोर मिलावे पना पानी उकड़ बैसे एड़ी मूल द्वार नीचे रैसे.
Next up is Prapitasana. Now hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra and raise your hips to the same level as your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space, still breathing in Jivachala Kumbhaka.
अथ उत्तान शयनी पाशनिद्वयं सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानुप्रदेशे आनीय तिष्ठेत् प्रपितासनं भवति.
Next up is Bakasana. Now place your hands flat on the mat and bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. As you lean forward and down, lift your feet off the mat. Visualize yourself as a crane.
हस्तभ्यां ममस्तम्भ जानुद्वयं नाभो सम्मील्य सम्भव्यां तिष्ठेत् बकासनं भवति.
Next up is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Now, with your hands flat, your knees on your arms, lean forward and place your head on the mat. Form a triangle between your hands and your head and lift your legs up. Then cross them into Padmasana as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन कौगुण कपाल आचो होये.
Next up is Guptasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture with the heels outside the hips. Keep your hands on the knees, gaze to the nose. Visualize you're sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru in Guptasana.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत् पादौ परिच संस्थाप्य गुडं गुप्तासनं विदुः.
Next up is Vrikshasana 2. Now place your hands on the mat and kick your legs up into a handstand. Lean against the wall for support if needed or ask a partner to assist you. This asana should be performed by everyone to purify the 7 chakras. As you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground and breathe through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
सप्त चक्रासनालनाय वृक्षासन विविशेषकान्.
Next up is Shibu Asana. Again in the handstand posture, bring your legs closer together, gaze up towards your third eye, and visualize that Tejas energy is flowing up towards your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
दो पगा जोई माही गुलपब मिलावे उबो होये.
Now place your hands flat on the ground and step your feet back into a plank position, lowering your body down onto your stomach and pushing it back up again and again as you visualize yourself as a fish in Matsyasana too.
युब्जं शयनं कूर्परो पार्श्वभाग्यं मुद्वा कृत्य हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टम्ब वारं वारम् उड्डानं कुर्यात् मत्स्यासनं भवति.
Next up is Sadapasana too. Keep your hands on your hips as you lift your upper body from left to right, visualizing and moving your body like a snake.
युब्जशयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य पादौ दिगीकृत्य सर्पासनं भवति.
Next up is Niralambanasana. Now place your elbows on the ground. Place your hands in Padma Mudra, the Lotus Mudra, as you rest your chin on your hands. Point your toes back and feel self-supported and completely independent.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परया सुधिः मुखमुन्नमुनच्चाय निरालम्बनमासनम्.
Next up is Chaturasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground and straighten your arms up. Bend your knees, raise your feet up towards your upper back as you tilt your head back. Visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अद्यासनवस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्यं नुयात् चत्रासनं भवति.
Next up is Vajradasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture. Keep your feet flat and sit on your heels as you lean forward and place your forehead on the mat and extend your arms up above your head. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासौ यथा लगौ सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोचते प्राक्तने पतिः.
Next up is Meshasana. With your hands flat, now raise your hips up and lift your hips up high. Alternate striking the ground with your hands as you visualize yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासनसंस्थित्वौ एकैकं बाहुं मुद्दादयेत् मेषासनं भवति.
Next up is Ajasana. As you place your hands on the mat, lift your legs up and lower your forehead down towards the ground slowly as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासनसंस्थित्वौ पादद्वयम् अन्तराले कृत्य मस्तकेन भूमिं स्पृशेत् अजासनं भवति.
Now come to a kneeling posture. Hold on to your feet and pull them towards your perineum. Then place your hands on your thighs. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Dhanantarasana.
पूरवविधि परिहता की काकशीशौ पनासरा मोडी.
Next up is the Angamotanam. Now interlock your fingers in front of your body. Move your arms up, down, left, right in all directions, giving massage to various joints and muscles of your body. Then interlock your fingers behind your back and repeat the movement, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तयोरङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गमं निक्षायते तिष्ठेत् अङ्गमोत्तनं भवति.
Next up is Garudasana form. Now sit on your heels and point your toes outwards. As you keep your hands on the knees, visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back in Garudasana form.
जङ्गो रुभ्यां दरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजाननौ जानु परिकरद्वण्ड गरुडासनमुच्यते.
Next up is Uttana Mandukasana, Ananda Mandirasana. Now keep your toes pointing back and sit on your heels. As you open your knees wide, hold onto your ankles and bring the front of your buttocks on the ground. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्ष्ये वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now overlap the feet behind as you place your hands on the knees. Press your tongue up in Kechari Mudra. Press your tongue up flat against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. As you visualize yourself as a frog and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य कुल्पाभ्यां दानमग्ने सवल्याकृतिः हस्तौ पादतले क्षिप्तौ पाददोषहृते.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now tuck your toes and sit on raised heels. Place your hands flat on the mat in front of you, thumbs touching, fingers spread. Gaze to your nose and visualize Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Lord Vishnu.
दो उपनापानि होय वेसे एडी मेल्री गुडा निवेशे धूम शरीर निकात हरावे नासा आग्र दृष्टि कोल्याबे.
Next up is Vishlakasana. Maintain the posture. Keep your hands covered over your mouth and then press your thumbs underneath the teeth. Close your lips. Inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity in Vishlaka Pranayama. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over all your fears in Vishlakasana.
दो उपगंकी एडी जोई गोड़ा पाणों बाणों पुनिशोई गोड़ा जंगा अदर करिदा के आदे बाह इसी विदिदा के.
Next up is Makadasana. Now sit with the feet flat, toes pointing back on your heels. Bend your elbows and bring your hands towards your armpits. Imitate as if you are a monkey scratching itself. As you gaze up and visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana.
दो उपगतलि संपुट आने तिनगी पिष्टि भूम परिताने मूलद्वार एड्यं परिल्यावे मूढ़ा हाथ ऊंचा तहरावे.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana. Now lift your knees off the ground and keep the soles of the feet together, knees open wide. Hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम पनापानि होय बेसे दो ये गुड़ा निवेशे गोड़ा ऊपरा के तीर आड़े बाय पसारे धीर.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now sit with the feet crossed behind on your ankles. Place your hands on the ground next to your body. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mudha Bandha.
कञ्चनासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा शुष्टिरो भवेत् पृष्ठपादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तौ भूमौ प्रधारयेत्.
Next up is Kurmasana. From the same posture, now place your hands on the knees and make your upper body and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle, visualizing yourself as a turtle as you gaze to your nose in Kurmasana.
गुल्पौ च वृषणस्यादौ विक्रमेण समाहितौ ऋजुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं कुर्मासनमितीकरम्.
Now relax your upper body and neck. Keep your hands on the knees and gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in Yogasana.
गुडं न्यनीयं गुल्पाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेत् एतद्दिति योगविदो विदुः.
Next up is Vijogasana. Now stand on your knees and cross your feet behind. Place the feet near the opposite knees. Hold your calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside as you gaze to your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness Advaita with your Guru.
गोडां वामनो उभौ होयि गोडा आडेरा केदोयि दचपदा कीराने रहावे पाना वाम गोडा दिगिल्यावे.
Next up is Ushtrasana 2. Standing on your knees, now place the top of your feet flat. Hold on to your heels and lean back. Push your hips forward. Tilt your head back. Visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदात्य समिपादपि शुप्पुमान्.
Next up is Chatyasana 2. Now hold onto the soles of the feet and lean back. Place your elbows and then the back of your head on the mat. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming.
दोऊ येडी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारित हृदयरे पना पानी उकड़ होय बेसे बहुरी पिष्टि दिशि करे जुज ऐसे.
Next up is Vidatasana. Rise back up. Then lay back, place your back on the mat and sit back up again and again. You can use the support of your hands if needed as you gaze to your nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all the causal subtle forms of your body.
जंगा प्रीति उभौ निधाय जंगोर्दयोः ऊर्णि संस्थाप्य पृष्ठिवंशं वारं वारं स्पृशेत् विराटासनं भवति.
Next up is Kapotasana. Now, as you lean back all the way, bring your hands over top of your shoulders and place your forearms on the mat, pushing your head in between the feet as you raise your hips up high. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदात्य समिपाद इषुः पुमान् कपोटनितकं भ्रास्य सूर्यान्वायुत इति शनः.
Next up is Svadasana. Now stand on your knees with your toes tucked, the heels raised off the ground. Keep your hips up, hold on to opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose as you enter the boon fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva in Vadasana.
जानुनी भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत् वरासनं भवति.
Next up is Varahasana 2. Now sit down on raised heels, keep the toes tucked, lean forward, place your forearms on the mat and rest your head on your hands as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं वेदनानि शनयानि कथायन्ते.
Next up is Mundasana. Now keep your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers, place your head on the mat and support it with your hands as you raise your hips, walk your feet forward and straighten your legs up into a headstand posture. Lean against the wall for support. Gaze to your nose. If you want, you can ask a partner to assist you as you visualize yourself as a lob tree.
अदो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम् ऊर्ध्वमार्गे पदे दत्त्वा धारयेन्मारुतां श्रिधि.
Gently lower your body back down. Come to a kneeling posture and lean forward and down, bringing your head in between the knees. Hold onto your head with both hands as you inhale through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka and exhale through your mouth in this asana. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in Andhasana.
प्रथम भगतली समत हरावे कोर माहुली उबे मिलावे पना पानी उकड़ कोर बेसे दो ये डिगुडा निवेसे.
Next up is Viparita Shalabhasana. Lay down on your stomach and stretch your arms up above your head. Visualize yourself as a lotus as you lift your arms, legs, chest off the ground. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana.
शलभासन भेदश्च नतवेरुन्द नामके ग्रन्थवेरुन्द सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Next up is KAILASA, the skull posture. Now place your forehead on the ground. And if you want to intensify this asana, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
युजास्पिजोऽस्ति यथा ऊर्ध्वजानुष्यत्र शयसने पादतलोद्युपरि.
Next up is Vajrasangara Asana 2. Bring the soles of the feet together and open your knees wide, knees lifted off the ground. Hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you visualize Swamiji.
प्रथम पनापाणि होय जैसे दो ये लिगुड़ा निवेशी गोड़ा उबौरा केते ई आड़े वाय पसारे धीरा.
Next up is Anilasana. Now place your hands flat on the mat and step your heels onto your hands. Keep your arms straight as you squat down, gaze to your nose and visualize you are able to live off of air alone.
दो हाथ भूम परिताने काहुनी जी परिधेरे.
Next up is Padukasana. Now place the back side of your hands on the mat and step your feet onto your hands. Wrap your hands around the feet like shoes and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself wearing padukas walking across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kukkotodhanasana. As you place your hands flat on the mat, kick your legs up and let them fall back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वम् उड्डानं कृत्वा भूमौ पतेत् इत्थं पुनः पुनः कुर्यात् कुक्कुटोत्थनं भवति.
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. Now, place your hands flat on the mat. Raise your legs up into a handstand and move your legs around on two hands, dancing as you feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Next up is Kunjarasana. Separate your feet and place one palm flat on the mat, holding on to the respective ear with the other hand. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
Now exchange the position of your hands. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
We move on to Karambasana. Now squat down all the way and keep your heels close to your body. Hold onto your ankles and lift your feet off the mat, visualizing yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्ष्णिद्वां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्पौ धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् काडम्भं भवति.
Next up is Pavanamuktasana. Now sit with your feet flat, knees against your chest, and visualize any excess vata being released from more balance within your system.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लत्वा स्वस्थानाम्बिके जानुभक्षसि सस्त्रीभं कादम्बं भवति.
Next up is Chakodasana. As you lift one leg behind your neck, extend the opposite leg forward and lift your entire body off the ground. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादं पीठं वज्रासनं तथा चकोरक्रौञ्चशलभं भुजनागामपि वृश्चिकम्
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Now hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra with the respective hands as you keep one leg extended and pull the other foot towards your ear, visualizing yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधिः
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the left leg over the left shoulder and hook the right foot over the left foot. Extend your legs out to the side, lean forward and down, balance as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यं ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रमतोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्
Next up is Pranasana. Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and place the left foot flat, keeping the left knee raised. Bring the left shoulder underneath the raised knee as you gaze up and visualize that you are immortal and able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस चामरः एकपादमुरौ बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम्
Next up is Paramashivoham. Now place the right foot at the left hip and step the left foot over the right knee. Bring the right elbow outside the raised knee and bring your arm underneath the knee, interlocking your fingers behind your back. As you gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Nithyananda, the master of Hatha Yoga, in your inner space.
अच्छेन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तं प्रचण्डरुग्मण्डनकण्डनास्तं पार्श्वाभ्यां धृतये यस्तु पार्श्वमत्रेन्द्रासनम् उत्तमम्
Now repeat Chakodasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Lift your body up and gaze up towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादं पीठं वज्रासनं तथा चकोरक्रौञ्चशलभं भुजनागामपि वृश्चिकम्
Next up is Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Now hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra and pull the other foot towards your ear as you visualize yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधिः
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Lift the right leg over the shoulder. Hook the left foot over top. Extend your legs to the side and lean forward as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठकर्मतकौण्डिन्यं ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रमतोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्
Next up is Pranasana on the other side. Bring the left foot on the right thigh, right shoulder underneath the right knee, and gaze up as you visualize yourself being immortal, existing on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस चामरः एकपादमुरौ बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम्
Now repeat Paramashivoham on the other side. Bring the left foot to the right hip. Step the right foot over the left knee. Twist your left elbow outside the raised knee and bring the arm below. Interlock your fingers behind, twist your spine, gaze up to your third eye. Visualize Sage Nithyananda.
अच्छेन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तं प्रचण्डरुग्मण्डनकण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थितत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now keep one heel against the perineum, flat on the ground, and the opposite leg extended forward. Hold on to the front foot as you lean down. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्विनि शिवनि सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Kraunchasana. Now bring the left foot outside the hip. The top of the foot flat as you extend the opposite leg forward. Hold on to the foot and extend it up in front of your face. Now visualize yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel against the perineum, lean forward and down. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्विनि शिवनि सम्पीड्य.
Now repeat Kraunchasana. Bring the right foot outside the hip, knee on the ground, foot flat, and hold onto the left foot extended in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a crane, Krauncha.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यं ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रमतोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Next up is Swastikasana. Now bring your feet in between the thighs and calves. Sit in a cross-legged position as you gaze to your nose and embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity, visualizing a swastika in your inner space.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले युबे ऋजुकाय समाशीनं स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते.
From the same position, cover your heels with your hands. Engage Jalanarabandha and Mulabandha. Tuck your chin to the chest. Gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya in Gorakshasana.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्पौ चचाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तनाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now, place the left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left thigh. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji. Meditate on Arihanta, the enlightened one, the Lord, as you cover your five senses with your hands in your face.
वामपार्श्वौ गुडौ संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामजगणे.
Next up is Yogasana 2. Now sit in Padmasana. Place your feet on top of opposite knees. Keep your hands at the side of your body, palms facing up. Roll your tongue up, stick it out, and inhale through the rolled up tongue in Kalpachantrakumbhaka as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनो आसनोपरि संस्थाप्य चोत्तानं कारयुग्मकम्.
Next up is Urdhva Kukutasana. Now rotate your hands at the side of your body, place your palms flat, and lift your body off the ground while sitting in Padmasana as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यं ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रमतोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Next up is Siddhaharatali Asana. Sitting in Padmasana, bring your hands in between the legs. Place them flat on the mat, palms flat, without lifting your body up. Stay seated on the mat, gaze to your nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासनौ कोकरे हस्तदोः गोडासं दिदेरे.
Now push your hands into the mat, lift your body up, balance on your arms as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं मूर्णयित्वा तिष्ठेत् हंसासनं भवति.
Next up is Karmukasana. Now push your hands through the legs behind your back as you lean forward, place your forehead on the ground and interlock your fingers on the ground in Parashamudra. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रथम पद्मासनौ कोकरे गोडासं दिमाहि करिदेरे.
Next up is Kurmasana 2. Now bring your hands in between the legs in Padmasana and bend your elbows. As you hold on to the respective shoulders with your hands, visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries.
Bami janga paradakshina pava, dahini janga paribamilyava.
Now tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture, Granthi Vedasana.
अथ वक्ष्ये नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभं ज्ञात्वा रुद्रो भवेत् क्षिप्रम्.
Now roll onto your back from the same position. Hold onto the shoulders as you gaze to the nose and embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरम्.
Now kick your body back up into Padmasana. As you bring your hands in between the legs, place one hand flat on the mat and hold its wrist with the other hand. Then lift your entire body off the ground on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Pango Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासनस्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा हस्ततलेन भूमिं विष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत् पङ्गुकुक्कुटं भवति.
Place the other hand flat, lift your body off the ground. Repeat Pango Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासनस्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा हस्ततलेन भूमिं विष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत् पङ्गुकुक्कुटं भवति.
Next up is Kritajasana. Sit in Padmasana and place your elbows on your toes. Interlock your fingers and rest your chin on your hands as you press your thumbs against your throat, visualizing that you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उक्तानव्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Now, place your hands on the lap, palms facing up. One hand over the other as you gaze to your nose, engage all the wonders, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवक् शक्ति स्थितौ योगिरात्.
Next up is Padmasana 4. Now place your hands on the respective knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize Paramashivam in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवाया प्रसिद्धयेत् शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूज्यावितः पुनः पुनः.
Next up is Karmakasana 2. Now keep one hand on the respective knee and hook the other hand around the respective big toe in Prana Mudra. As you move the big toe round and round in a circular motion, visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow and then repeat the movement on the other side as well in Karmakasana 2.
अतान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये योगपूरकराक्षणात्.
Next up is Karmakasana 3. Sitting in Padmasana, cross your arms behind your back and hold on to your big toes in Prana Mudra. Now gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, as you engage all the bandhas.
कर्मुकासनमाक्षत्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Next up is Dridhasana. Maintain the same posture. Lift your chest and gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across in Dridhasana.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरिस्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Nagrasana. With your arms overlapped, crossed behind your back, roll onto your back, keep your legs in Padmasana, keep holding onto the big toes if you can, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a snake as you calmly breathe through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोंटाने दो हाथ पाचाने आमने.
Next up is Kandukasana. Now free your arms and legs. Pull your knees up against your chest and circle them with your arms. And bring your chin to the knee as you squeeze your body into a ball.
वेत्रासन स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् नियुक्ष्वं मूर्धं नयेत् कण्डुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Urdhva Bhavanasana. Place your feet flat and interlock your fingers behind your neck. Gaze through your nose. Calmly breathe through your nose.
प्रथम सूडो सैनिकरावे गोडा उबारासी मिलावे.
The next asana is Marakata Pitasana. Now bring your hands underneath your heels with the palms facing up. Push your hips upwards. Engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha as you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka. Exhale as you keep your throat locked. And visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in this position.
उत्तान शयनं पादतले उत्तान हस्तयोः स्थापयेत् पृष्ठभागमुत्तरं मयेत् मरकटपीठं भवति.
Next up is Uttana Shikipitakasana. Now raise your hips and bring your hands to the lower back. Straighten your legs forward, point your toes, balance your weight on your elbows as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जङ्गोरुबलने हस्ते दुत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अपमतः पुरक्रीत्वा भुक्तहे प्राज्ञयान्द्रियः.
Now raise your legs up straight, point your toes upwards, and then place your hands flat on the mat for support. Visualize yourself blissfully traversing through Naraka Loka unscathed in Narakasana.
ग्रीवागण्डेन भूमिं स्तम्भ पादाग्रद्वयं मूर्ध्वमुत्तरेत् नरकासनं भवति.
Now bring your hands to the lower back, straighten your legs, and lower and angle your feet, engaging your core intensely as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryan Naukasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत् तिर्यन्नौकासनं भवति.
Now bring your legs up straight again. Your hands flat on the mat for support. Be straight and stable like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the KAILASA flag respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
तिर्या नौकावद्ग्रीवा पृष्ठकूर्परैः भूमिमस्तभ्य मस्तकलाभ्यां शेन पादाग्रद्वयं मूर्ध्वन्नयेत् ध्वजासनं भवति.
Now lower your body down, flat onto the mat, into the final asana of this sequence, Mritasana. Keep your hands at the side of your hips, palms facing up. Contract the perineal floor once more. Pull the Kundalini Shakti up forcefully along your spine, from Muladhara all the way to the Sahasrara Chakra. Relax, completely unclutch from any internal or external movements as you visualize that your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अतशवासनम् उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनम् शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of MahaParamashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up against your chest. Rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations! You completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence. With this, let us now conclude today's Nithyananda Yoga session and move on to the power manifestation session. So stay tuned, manifest the powers of Paramashiva, and let us get ready for another day of exciting revelations. Now sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji. Close your eyes and chant along as you chant the Purna mantra.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदक्ष्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ Nithyanandam.
Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of MahaParamashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of MahaParamashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of MahaParamashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Atitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I welcome all the viewers and everyone back to the session. Now we'll be entering into this beautiful and powerful power manifestation session for 21 minutes. Today we'll be manifesting the power of third eye reading, as Swamiji has given us the beautiful opportunity of every day, the first power manifestation session being the third eye manifestation. I request all the participants to have your eye bands, pen, paper and other alchemy products around you, as it is the most and beautiful time you can energize those objects and it will help you also manifest the power manifestation. So let's take a minute before we move into the Shastra Pramana to get the items ready. I hope in this gap between the yoga and the power manifestation, I hope all the participants were able to set up the eye band, to get the eye band, to get the other alchemy products, to get the pen and paper ready. But anyways, for those who have not, let's take a moment to wait for them also. And I request all the participants in the Zoom to make sure that your camera is open so that I can see you, and if any questions you have, you can post your comments in the Zoom chat or in the YouTube chat and I'll be able to help and make you manifest the power. So now we'll be moving into the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference for this power. It is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34, where Paramashiva in this verse gives us the technique and teaches us how to manifest the power of third eye. Now I'll be chanting the Shastra Pramana. Kapalantarmano nasya tishtanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso dadyat lakshayet lakshyamuttamam. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center, meaning we need to fix our whole focus and whole vision on Swamiji, because who is in the crown center? It is the Guru. So Paramashiva here is telling us to put the whole mind, to fix the mind on the inner space in the crown center, on the Guru, on Swamiji. That is the most important thing Paramashiva is sharing here. Sit stably without any movement and have the eyes closed in succession. Basically, we need to be in the space of complete unclutching, not being distracted by the surrounding, and close our eyes so that the circuit of the third eye can get activated. Meaning, when our eyes are open, we naturally get distracted to see through our eyes. So when we keep it closed only, we actually start to see through the third eye for the first level. By that stability of the mind and the inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. So basically, when we get into that space of oneness with the Guru and completely unclutched with our eyes closed, at that time Paramashiva says we will be able to see by the grace of the Guru, by the grace of the initiation from Swamiji. Now moving to the powerful cognition that we need to take in this session, from this session. What actually for this session is going to be the powerful cognition you can use to manifest the power of third eye reading is, see, basically how does the eyes work? Let us this time for this session understand it scientifically, so that for our logical brains it feels more realistic. So how does our eyes see? Basically, some light hits the eyes, hits the back of the eyes, and in that area there are specific cells that pick up the light and take it to the brain. Once it goes to the brain processes the information that it gets, and after processing that, it tells us that okay, this what you're looking right now is a TV, it is a laptop, it is a particular object. So that understanding we get. Now how does the third eye work? What is manifested through the third eye? How is the third eye able to see? The science of the third eye, how it is able to see is, the third eye, this area is a sensor. Like how in our phones we have so many sensors like light sensor, sound sensors and all that. Our third eye, this area is a sensor. The prefrontal cortex, meaning this part of the brain, is a sensor to pick up any wavelength of light. Basically the electromagnetic spectrum, there's a small bit that we can use to see the visible light. So the same way, but when we use the higher wavelengths of light or even visible light, we can request our third eye to scan what is there in front of us, and our third eye will pick up that light and then it takes it again through the pineal gland, or there are higher circuits, and then the brain processes it, and Paramashiva reveals to us that it is a particular word that we are seeing, it is a paper, it is a picture, it is color. So that downloading this time, not just seeing, but the downloading happening, is the science behind the third eye. So now let's all get into a restful space in this first round. Close your eyes tie the eye band. Let us start chanting the Mahavakya and allowing Paramashiva to download in us now the picture that we are going to be seeing. Let's all sit straight with our head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring your awareness to the third eye. Request Paramashiva now. Request Swamiji. Tell Swamiji, Swamiji, I need to see. Please show me. And Swamiji, because he has initiated you, because he is the one who has given you the initiation, he is the responsible to make you read the whole thing and you will see it clearly. It is just the will persistence that you need to build inside you to be able to receive this blessing. So let's now chant the Mahavakya and enter into the manifestation. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of MahaParamashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Now slowly, very slowly, open your eyes. Now beautifully, whatever you have received, whatever number you saw, whatever shape you saw, write it down on a piece of paper. In a moment, we'll be verifying. We'll be verifying and seeing what we had been projected, what was projected to us. Now take a few minutes to write down now whatever you saw. Everything, write everything. Don't skip even the smallest detail. Because so many times we have seen where participants see something but they write something. So, and then they come up and they're like, oh, I saw this but I didn't write it down. So make sure that you write everything down. Let's take a minute to write it all down. Yes, so I hope all the participants, there's not much to write. So you can now, we'll see the number that was projected. It is the beautiful number of 52. Beautifully in a maroon background, there is a golden 2 numbers, 52 written. So whatever, if you have seen this kind of number, whatever number, even if you have seen a number, that's really great, because when you manifest, whatever you manifest is a celebration only, because Paramashiva has given you the opportunity to have a glimpse. You may have not been receiving it correctly, but at least if it's a number, or if you have seen the golden color, the maroon color, that's really great. Now let's move to the next round. Quickly blindfold yourself. We have one more round to manifest. We're going to be seeing numbers again this round. Let's all sit straight again, once again, visualizing this time Paramashiva with his 50 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, 25 heads, intensely visualize Paramashiva, and then after a moment you visualize a beautiful darshan you had with Swamiji. If you have not seen him physically also, don't think about all that. Don't get distracted, oh, I've not seen him physically and all that. Just focus on one darshan that you have connected really very closely, or even yesterday's darshan. Close your eyes and start visualizing that. Let's all chant the Mahavakya simultaneously and start the next round. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of MahaParamashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now slowly open your eyes. Now, as we have completed this round also, now as you slowly remove your eyes, let us now again take a minute to write down everything that we saw. Whatever you saw, just write it down in detail. What color you saw, what number you saw, what shape you saw, everything. The power of third eye reading will not just be a manifestation. You feel that right now, okay, I'm not seeing the color correctly. If you're not manifested, I'm saying for those who are not manifested, don't just feel like, okay, I'm not manifesting, it's been 17 days, but it's kind of just, I don't understand. I'm manifesting other powers, but the third eye is not manifesting. Don't feel like that, because every one of us manifests Paramashiva differently. That's why we are all different. Meaning, different in the sense that the physical representation, physically how we manifest, the thought currents that we hold is all that also matters in the manifestation. Because some people manifest one power very well and they are yet to manifest, but I would not say that they're not manifesting, they're yet to manifest demoredy way a different power. Each of us, because we have different thought currents and we understand life in a different way, that is why we manifest powers and we are able to see differently. Some people see numbers in third eye itself, some people see numbers better, some others see colors better. So whatever you see which is very consistent, if you are very consistent in seeing colors, write the colors every time. If you are consistent in seeing the number of objects, write down a number and see how that number is related. Even if it is a number itself, that's good. If it's a picture, how that number is related with the picture, or how that number is there in the XML code of the color. Because there are so many reasons why Paramashiva will be projecting that particular number to you. Or if it's a color, you can see it in all the pictures. So like this, try to see in which aspect the third eye is manifesting for you. So now I hope all the participants have written down. Let us see the number that was projected to all of us. So this time it's been the number 43, and I hope most of the participants, you should have been able to see a number this time. So put all of this in the Zoom chat and the YouTube chat. I'll be really happy to see who all have manifested this round, and so that I can make sure that I remember and help you next time, that whether what you had manifest this time, based on that, not just me but the other acharyas also will know how well you have been manifesting past all these days. So now with this, the last step that we need to do is sharing on social media, because only when we share with the whole world is when we actually declare, saying that I am Paramashiva unapologetically. We say that we make a declaration saying that I am Paramashiva and I am here manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, and that builds more and more confidence, making the foundation more stronger and stronger. So with this, I'm sure that all of us will be having a great day in front of us with various different sessions, with different acharyas going to be sharing with us and preparing us cognitively to receive the blessings of our beloved Swamiji. And now with that, I would like to take leave of all the participants for this session of the third eye reading, and I hope all of you have enjoyed this session and manifested. Thank you, Nithyananda.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of MahaParamashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
A small story. A poor man came back home with a full sack of rice after a hard day's work. He hung the sack from the roof of his home to protect it from rats and thieves. To protect it further, he lay right down under it. Lying down, he looked up at the sack of rice and started dreaming. If I can sell this rice in small quantities, I can make a lot of money. Then, with that money, I will grow some more rice, sell that, and soon I will become rich. Then I can marry a beautiful woman and we will have a beautiful child. By the time a rat had found its way up to the sack of rice and had started chewing the rope. As the man was thinking about his yet-to-be child, the rat had chewed on the rope and the bag fell on him, killing him instantly. A story, of course, the wealth, the wife, the child in the dream also disappeared. In the day, whatever you do, you call it as life. In the night, whatever you do, you call it as dream. In the day, if you are not able to do anything, you call it as death. In the night, if you're not able to do anything, you call it as deep sleep. In the day, if you have three things, experiencer, experienced, and the experience, it is called life. During the day, if you have experiencer, experienced, and the experience, it is called life. We can take the example of drinking coffee, in which there are three elements. The coffee one drinks, the person who drinks the coffee, and the experience of the state of drinking coffee. If you experience all these three elements in the daytime, it is called life. If you don't experience all these three, it is called death. In the night time, if you can experience all these three, it is called dream. If you don't experience all these three, it is called deep sleep. Yes? Are you all with me? Jenny, Shmagi. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right, but yeah. If you're doing nothing during the day, you're not having any experience. There is no experiencer, there is no experienced. It is death. He's giving a simple example of the coffee for us to understand that deep truth. Like the coffee one drinks, the person who drinks the coffee, and the experience of the state of drinking coffee. All the three, if they are happening, then there is life happening at that moment. If there is no experiencer, there is no experience, nor there is anything experienced, then it is death. The same analogy, when you give it into the dream state, if all the three are happening in the night, it is called dream. If none of these are happening, it is called deep sleep. Let us analyze the prana movement in sleep and death. The moment you start moving towards the dream state, the prana starts coming towards the Vishuddhi or the truth center. Where was it in the waking state? Where is the prana in the waking state? Can I have the answers typed? Not exactly head. It is around the region of the third eye, the Ajna chakra. Okay? Yes. So when you start moving towards the dream state, the prana starts coming towards the Vishuddhi, the throat center. The more you move towards the deep sleep state, it moves towards the Anahata, the heart center. It is the same in the case of life and death as well. The more you are alive and energetic, the more the prana accumulates and gets centered in the forehead, in this region, where you can see Swamiji's beautiful tilak, the third eye region. That is where the prana accumulates, the more you are alive and energetic. And that is also one of the main reasons why it is recommended that we have this kumkum in this region, because it will keep your prana there. You will be more energetic and alive. When the incoming breath is bringing more prana and the outgoing breath is going empty, your prana will be centered on the forehead region. If the incoming breath is getting less prana and the outgoing breath is taking more prana, slowly the prana will slip into the Vishuddhi, the throat center. If the incoming breath is not bringing prana at all and only the outgoing breath is taking the prana, you will fall completely into the heart center. So what is the analysis between prana and the three states? When you are awake, the prana is mostly concentrated in the Ajna Chakra region, where more and more prana enters and very less leaves when you breathe in and breathe out. Okay? Lesser prana shakti will be coming in when you breathe in as you fall into the dream state. And when you go into the deep sleep state, almost there is no prana that is coming in and only the outgoing breath is taking the prana. You will fall completely into the heart center. Actually, falling from life to death, falling from the waking state to the deep sleep state are both directly related to the prana movement. If the prana movements of inhalation and exhalation are handled properly, you can handle life and death as well as dream and deep sleep. Dream and sleep, life and death can all be handled by this single key, the single thread called prana. Stopping the cycle of life and death. If you can be aware when you fall into the dream state, when your consciousness is slowly fading away, when you are falling asleep, you will be able to change the dream itself. He is giving us understandings and techniques as to how you can change your dream and also apply it into changing your own reality. It starts with becoming more and more aware. If you are able to change the dream, let you be very clear. The first thing that you will do is you will stop dreaming. You will stop dreaming because you know the uselessness of dreams. You know you are wasting time and energy in dreams. Be very clear. If you are able to change the dream, Bhagavan says, the first thing that you will do is stop dreaming. Because you know how useless your dreams are. You're only wasting time and energy in your dreams. The person who can be aware of dreams will never dream. The person who is aware of life will never take one more birth. I repeat, the person who can be aware of dreams will never dream. The person who is aware of life will never take one more birth. Paramashiva Shaktini. We are touching on the question that you asked yesterday. Until you realize, you will keep on taking births, Ma. That is the Leela. Okay? When you become aware of life, you will never take one more birth. That is why in the East, all the scriptural references, whether the Vedas or the Dhammapada or the Jain Sutras or the Guru Granth Sahib, are all aimed only at the goal of not taking one more birth. They all have only one goal, moksha, liberation from the cycle of birth and death. A person who is aware of dreams will never dream. He will simply stop dreaming. Person who is aware of life will simply stop the cycle of birth and death. He will never take one more body. When I use the word death, I don't mean you will commit suicide. When I say that when you become aware of life, you enter into death. It does not mean that you will commit suicide. You will stop living in the normal way. You will stop living with identity. You won't give importance to identity. You will be reborn. The identity that you carry, the small I, all of that will drop and you will be reborn. That is why enlightened masters are called dead people. Actually, the enlightened people are called people who are already dead as far as the world is concerned, because they do not carry any identity. In that sense, they are dead to the world, because we identify people based on the identities that we carry, we understand, the society gives us. The enlightened masters, in that sense, are dead. They do not have any identity, or they don't have life as you understand. Their life cannot be called anymore as life. Practically, if you want to give any term to their life, the only term which you can give is death. They are not alive as you think. That is the reason, again and again, all the scriptures say the spiritual people are reborn. In this state, you can never be tortured by the things of life. They are reborn, having lost their identity, and that is why they can never be tortured by things of life. Despite so much abuse that has been relentlessly going on the master, you see that undying, unfailing bliss that he radiates constantly, that is so infectious that it catches on to all of us. Life will look just vague or like a film. It won't penetrate you and disturb your inner space. If you can be aware when the prana falls into the heart center every day, you can stop, alter, and manage your dreams and deep sleep. No, simply start this practice of infusing awareness. You can actually catch that moment when you slip into deep sleep also, when you slip into the dream state also. Every night when you go to bed, have that awareness. It can happen for all of us. When I sleep, I just know when I'm going to enter into deep sleep, I know I'm entering into deep sleep that moment. All of this is possible for each one of us because of his grace. If you are aware of the prana slipping from the agna to the anahata each time you go to sleep, it means that at the end of life, you will be able to change your life and death. If you want, you can bring it a little early. If you want, you can postpone it. You can play in whatever way you want. The Vedic technology, the product of thousands of years of research and development in human consciousness. Be very clear, these are not theories. These are all the truths of thousands of years of research and development by our rishis on the human consciousness. Let you be very clear, this technology, these techniques can directly develop the quality of your life from today. You don't have to think, oh, if I practice this technique for 10 years, maybe in the 11th year it will give results. No. Just because we have not practiced this technology, this kind of truths and techniques in our life, we started suspecting the whole spirituality itself. Is it really going to work for me? Is it really going to help me? These kind of statements. But practice it and you will see the benefits of all these results in your day-to-day living, where the reality of life and as a dream will become your experience. Anything that happens around you is not going to trouble you, or rather you are not going to get troubled by the things that are happening around you. Swamiji is talking about changing the prana flow to heal and rejuvenate. Actually, the dream state means the lower energy state of prana, that of the prana moving towards the heart center. If you can be aware at that time, naturally you will be able to control your dreams. Not only will you be able to control your dreams, you can bring yourself up in energy at any moment. Whenever you are aware of the low prana, you can increase the percentage of prana in your body. The awareness that the prana is becoming low is enough to bring more prana into your body. Same way, when you are dying, relaxing from the body, when the prana falls to the lower end, you can stop and bring it up. Looks like very big promises, but the truth that all these masters have experienced, Bhagavan is sharing with all of us. Your prana slowly falls into the Anahata Chakra, not only at the time of death, but also when you're sick. The more your prana falls towards the Anahata, the more you start falling sick. If you can stop the prana movement and bring it up, you will naturally heal yourself. It is the ultimate technique to heal your body and rejuvenate your body. The courage to face life and death. Actually, when you master the prana, you understand that death as you think does not exist. As of now, you're afraid of death mainly because of the uncertainty. It is not even fear of death, it is the uncertainty. That only creates more and more fear. See, everyone knows that one is going to die and nothing can be done about it. But we don't know when, how, after that, what. All these questions and the uncertainty is what creates a big problem in our being. The psychological suffering which we go through when we remember the idea of death is more related to uncertainty, and it is not directly related to death itself. Contemplate on this truth. Once this uncertainty is cleared, the very idea of death is totally demystified. Yes, for all of us, it is the uncertainty around death that makes it hard on us. Once this uncertainty is dealt with, the very idea of death is totally demystified. The negative impact the idea of death has in our being will be completely cleared. You will start living a liberated life when all these negative impacts about the idea of death is cleared for us. Any questions, doubts, any clarity needed? Now is the time to ask. I'll give you a couple of minutes before I close this session. For how many of you the various truths that have been shared actually gave you a wow feeling, a click? You felt a certain liberation, even knowing that. Would you want to put up your responses? I know it's been a loaded session because many of these truths have never been exposed to humanity. We have never actually thought on these lines. But the Master's compassion, he delivers it all in such simplicity that it becomes a reality for each one of us. Yes. Nice to know. So many of you answering in affirmation. Yes. So with this very empowering truths that will actually liberate us from the fear of death itself and enable us all to live the life of Jivan Muktas. It's now time for me to conclude the session. Please put your hands together in the space of deep gratitude to Bhagavan. Let's conclude for now with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all for your patient listening and sincere participation. Our next Acharya will be leading us all from here. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda everyone. Welcome to the Paramashivoham Level-1 program. Let's start our sessions with a Sadguru Vandana. Nithyanandam Paramasugatam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavaतीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam everyone. Now let's start with the power manifestation of third eye. So please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. 2 minutes for this. Please start posting your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. If you stay without moving your body, when you are overpowered by any emotion, even once, immediately you will be liberated from that emotion. Wonderful cognition. Others also post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Yes. So now let's start. Please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Tie your eyes with eye band. Flow in love. In love of this type, it remains love only. As long as the conditions remain as expected, the moment the conditions change, the love changes. So beautiful cognition. All right. So please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, manifest the power of oneness, power of third eye. So intensely chant Mahavakya. And experience the space of oneness. I'm going to project the picture. Projecting the picture, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, please post whatever your third eye revealed in the chat. Please, all of you, please start posting whatever your third eye revealed in the chat. All others also, please post. Yes, 1 more minute. Now, immediately, whatever your third eye reveal, you just start typing. You don't have to, whether it's right, think. All right. So, all right. So I'm projecting the picture, what I have projected. So, yes. Ah, Olivera, wonderful. Colorful sky, blue and trees, wonderful. Estevo, Olivia, wonderful manifestation. And then Guru Prasadini saw green field, wonderful. Blue sky, purple flowers, wow, perfect manifestation. Orange color, so very perfect manifestation. Just celebrate by just clapping. All right, so now let's start our next Jnana session. Today's sessions are about living enlightenment. And now let's have an introduction session about living enlightenment. All of you already know about this book, isn't it? If you have attended Power Manifestation at least once, we always talk about Living Enlightenment book. Introduction to Living Enlightenment book with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let's understand what is Living Enlightenment book. This is the book that we use every day. Swamiji says this is the living deity. That means it responds to what we ask. It gives us the solution we need exactly at that time. Let's learn more about living enlightenment.
Enlightenment. We read about it, we talk about it. Isn't it time we started living it? What is living enlightenment? Living enlightenment is nothing but living life at the optimum, with success and abundance in the outer world and a deep joy and fulfillment in the inner world. Enlightenment is not a mystery. It is a tremendous possibility that is available to each of us at every moment. To pick up that possibility and transform it into reality is to live enlightenment. Every moment life is inviting you to define your own unique expression of enlightened living. Whether it is physical wellness, emotional balance, fulfilling relationships, effortless success, or simply conflict-free living. In this series of transformational talks, Paramahamsa Nithyananda shares with us practical, effortless ways to replace stress with peace, pain with joy, need with abundance, loneliness with completeness. Stay tuned for the Living Enlightenment talks, for who knows which might be the truth that can change your life. Inspiring talks, yoga and meditation techniques, discussion forums, free downloads including articles and ebooks, podcasts, audiobooks, and more.
Let's continue our session. So let's continue. If you are here, it means existence wants you to be here in this form. You are a conscious miracle of existence. You are not an accident. You are an incident. This is the straightforward and simple truth. If you trust this truth, you will start experiencing life in its pinnacle. What you call your potential is nothing but the expression of existence through you. When you freely allow this, you will start realizing your infinite potential. Living enlightenment is living with the flowing energy of existence, in synchronicity with its miraculous happenings. The understanding and experience that we are one with the energy outside as expand our consciousness. We realize that we are all waves in the same cosmic ocean. This experience is a living enlightenment. This experience is Nithyananda. There is a beautiful Sastra Pramana, the scriptural reference. Tattvamasi. That means, translated as, you are that. That is one of the Mahavakya in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. This Mahavakya is from Chandogya Upanishad. Let me narrate a beautiful story. Uddhalaka, a person named Uddhalaka, and he is an enlightened master, had a son called Swetaketu. Uddhalaka's son name is Swetaketu. When he was 12, his father said to him, now it's time for you to find a spiritual teacher. All of you please understand, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, from time immemorial, whether it is a king and his family, or a common man, a family person, or a sannyasi, everyone used to have a guru, and everyone knows their purpose in life, to work on their highest consciousness. So now see, the father is telling to his son in relation to that. Once he becomes 12, what he's saying, it's time for you to find a spiritual teacher. Everyone in this family has studied in the holy scriptures and a spiritual way. So Swetaketu went to a teacher and studied the scriptures for 12 years. So he went at the age of 12 to a spiritual teacher and studied under him for 12 years. He returned home very proud that he studied for 12 years of his intellectual knowledge, that he studied for 12 years. His father observed him and said, my boy, You seem to have a high opinion of yourself. You are proud of your, learning, 12 years of learning. But did you ask your teacher for the spiritual knowledge that enables you to hear the unheard? See, the father is asking the son. You have a lot of knowledge, yes. But did you ask your teacher to hear the unheard, think the unthought, and know the unknown? What is that knowledge, father? Asked the Swetaketu. What is that? Just as by knowing a lump of clay, everything that is made of clay can be known. Since any differences are only words. With the clay, we can make a pot, we can make a vessel, anything. But clay is a clay. That is the base material. The words of pot, vessel can be different. And the essential reality is clay. In the same way, by knowing a piece of gold, all that is made of gold can be known. With a piece of gold, you can make earring, you can make necklace, you can make bangles, whatever form it comes out, you call it. But the base material is gold. In the same way, by knowing a piece of gold, in the same way, since any differences are only words and the reality is only gold. Uddalaka responded, my teachers must not have known this otherwise they would have taught it to me. Father, please teach me the knowledge. I will, replied his father. In the beginning, there was only being. Some people claim that in the beginning, there was nothing at all, and that everything has come out of nothing. But how can this be true? How can that which is come out from that which is not? In the beginning, there was only one being, and that being thought, I want to be many, and I will create. Out of this creation came the cosmos. There is nothing in the cosmos that doesn't come from that one being. Of everything that exists, this being is the innermost self. He is the truth and the self supreme. And you, Swetaketu, you are that. See, his father is reminding Swetaketu, you are that. You are that highest self. When you live this way, you will find there is no personal barrier, no emotional baggage, nothing that holds you back in life. Life flows continuously like a river, carrying bliss and fulfillment every moment. So, experiencing all dimensions of life is living enlightenment. Living enlightenment. So let me conclude the story. So what happened to Swetaketu? Before we learn further from Swamiji's own voice, the Swetaketu, it is said that the Swetaketu went to another guru, and the guru did not say anything to read the scripture or to do this meditation, nothing. Simply, he gave Svetaketu some 400 cows, that too not so great in condition. He gave the Svetaketu 400 cows and go to forest. He did not say to Svetaketu to stay in the ashram, but he told Svetaketu to go to a forest. And Guru told Svetaketu, make this 400 cows into 1,000. Then only come back. Go to forest. Take all these cows and go. Make this 1,000 and come back. What is this? I have come to learn the highest knowledge, and this guru is saying to me to go to forest and to, make me a cowboy. Take care of the cows. But in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, following the Guru's words, we call in Sanskrit as Guru Vak, is the ultimate which leads to enlightenment. So Svetaketu simply surrendered and went to alone with all the cows and took care of them so intensely. And he was so deeply involved in that work. The story says that he became like a cow, meaning he dropped all that knowledge, he dropped that ego, all that. How cow just serves. Svetaketu simply he even forgot that count how many they become. It is said, the story said that, the history basically said that one cow reminded Svetaketu, it's time to go to Guru. We are more than 1,000, including you, because you dropped all that ego and you also like us. So then Svetaketu went to the Guru's place back again by fulfilling his words. The moment Guru saw the Svetaketu, he said the word, the Mahavakya, Tattvamasi. Svetaketu, Tattvamasi. Guru repeated that 3 times, and it is said that the Svetaketu has become enlightened instantaneously. So, such is a beautiful guru-disciple relationship. Now, let's understand to experiencing all dimensions of the Living Enlightenment book, Living Enlightenment. Let's understand what is living enlightenment. Let's have the powerful cognitions about what is living enlightenment. Conflict-free life. The first thing is conflict-free life. Only when you start becoming conflict-free, suddenly the world which you experience becomes conflict-free. The conflict with another person happens only when there is an ego. We just heard the Swetaketu story, right? Guru sent him what to, he gave some work, totally unexpected. But the result is to give Swetaketu to realize his ultimate. For a normal person, how that would be? For a person who has ego, how come I have come here to study great scriptures or experience great experience by doing great meditations? What is this? He has sent me to forest to take care of the cows. But only Guru knows what our being needs to realize our highest potential. To drop the ego. Where we are stuck, where our ego exists, Guru knows exactly, and he will work on that. He will conflict can happen due to a situation in your life. When you clean your inner space with the power of integrity, you will realize that all the contradictions, conflicts, and confusions you carry are responsible for your whole life. For all your actions, all the reactions you attract from others, all the happenings of life. Conflict happening outside is nothing but a reminder of the conflict and incompletions which are there inside. Now let's do one exercise. Take the responsibility for all the conflicts in your life, with people or with situations. Bring integrity to you in your inner space by doing Swapurnatva Kriya, the completion process, the completing with yourself. Drop all the negative patterns you created in you, which you now feel as a part of you, and create a complete you. Just take a few minutes, write down what are the current conflicts in your life. Just take a pen and paper, please start writing. Take one example, one conflict that you're going through currently. I'm sure you may be having many. I just take one or two. With the people or with situation. Work on that. Bring integrity to you in your inner space by doing. Just write down quickly. Yes. Now let's move on. Not having any inner conflicts, and because of that, not having any outer conflicts is Advaita, meaning oneness. That is Shuddha Advaita, pure oneness space. Ashiva Advaita. You do not have conflict in the inner space, and so because of that, you do not have conflicts in the outer space. The more and more complete you are with yourself and with others, and more you will experience the world also as conflict free. So more and more you have to remove the inner conflict by doing the completion, unclutching, whatever techniques works for you. But the more pure inner space you have, the less conflicts you have outside. Living a conflict-free life in your body, mind, and what you experience as the world is living enlightenment. Living a conflict-free life in your body, mind, and what you experience as the world. A conflict-free life is living enlightenment. Introduction to a living deity, the living enlightenment. The scriptures of all great religions are the expressions of wise masters to convey their experience to us. When they live, the masters themselves are the experience that we can share. Living enlightenment is for anyone who wishes to live a fulfilling life. It reveals the sacred secrets of the self, existence, and the world. It is for every individual to start experiencing the ultimate purpose of taking human birth on planet Earth. Experience Shakti. Meaning, Shakti is the energy to understand and change whatever you need to change in life. Buddhi, the intelligence to understand and accept whatever you don't need to change in life. Experience Yukti. Yukti, the clarity to understand and realize that however much you change, whatever you see as reality is itself a continuously changing dream. Experience Bhakti. Bhakti, the devotion, the feeling of deep connection to that which is unchanging, eternal, and ultimate. Experience Mukti, the liberation. Mukti, the ultimate liberation into living enlightenment when all these four are integrated. That is living enlightenment. The gospel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Swamiji says it is a living deity. That means what? It has got independent intelligence where it is said that Swamiji said multiple times, and all of us, millions of, have experienced this, that whenever we have any issue that is going, we just open that book, and wherever our eyes fall and read the sentences, they literally speak to you exactly that is what you need to hear at that moment. That immediately that makes you, those sentences makes you powerful. It responds to what you need. That's why it is a living deity. Swamiji has blessed this book as the independent intelligence. It is not just a book, but it's a living deity. We worship this book because it blesses us, gives us all the powerful cognitions, clicks, exactly what we need. Now, all of you please experience, go ahead and open this book. If you do not have a physical copy, please go ahead and how many of you do not have physical copy? I'm going to post the soft copy of this book. And you browse through the book wherever your eyes fall. That is what exactly you need at this moment. So I'm posting this book in the chat, the soft copy link. Please save it. Now, all of you browse through this book and post the powerful cognitions, what Swamiji is speaking to each one of you individually, what you need. Please go ahead and do that. So I am reading of your cognitions. When we become responsible for others, we no longer are focused on us. We move towards serving other people. Serving other people is leadership. Wonderful. And the next cognition was there is a way to again and again remind ourselves not to collect karma and to live without the influence of the earlier. Without influence of the earlier incurred karma. The first step is to have a clear understanding that karma is powerless in the presence of an elevated consciousness. The next cognition, guilt is the greatest sin. Guilt will punish you when you are alive. Beautiful. There's nothing to worry about what is concerned. We talked about love until now. Love is about our relationship with others. Love is also about our relationship with ourselves. Without loving ourselves, we cannot love others. So, what stops us from living our own self is constant worry. Beautiful. If you are in tune with the idea, nothing can be done by me, you are your bhakti yogi. You surrender. If you think everything can be done by me, you are a jnana yogi. You experience and you explore and experience. So beautiful cognition. So what is your now explain the cognition that you have your God, right? Swamiji is speaking to you with this cognition. So how it works, meaning what you are going through and how this cognition helped you, how you internalize this. Can you share? Because this practice, if you understand, it's really going to help you. Like you move around with this living enlightenment deity. So please share how it helped you. The light of awareness is enough to remove the darkness created by years of living by habit. Wonderful. And others also, please share what is your experience and what clicked. And do you have any questions how to use this if you are attending for the first time? Now let's learn more about the Living Enlightenment book. As we just learned, Swamiji has blessed this book as the living deity. What is living enlightenment? To live a enlightened life. In Sanskrit, we call Jivan Mukti, the liberation from this life of struggles, conflicts, living a high, powerful, manifesting life. Now, the session that we are going to have through this session, and we are going to also receive initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivoham, into the very base the best experience of life. Living enlightenment is establishing your confidence and declaring your conscious integrity and manifesting your conscious intention. Satya Sankalpa, the cosmic principles. Paramashiva residing in your consciousness, manifesting through your body, is called Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment book. Living enlightenment. Tyaga, the beautiful word called Tyaga, the quality of sacrifice. Is cleaning all the brain grooves who are destroyed, poisoned, calcified, and addicted. Now, let's learn the living enlightenment, more about the living enlightenment. Stay tuned.
understand what you desire in the life is different. What you believe is going to be happening in your life is different. What you desire will not manifest in your life. What you believe only will manifest in your life. What you desire is not going to manifest. What you believe is only going to manifest. Yesterday we were having session in the inner awakening about the believed identity and desired identity. What do you believe and what you desire? You may believe one thing, you may desire something else. For example, you desire wealth, you desire health, you desire name and fame, but you strongly believe all this will never happen in your life. You desire wealth, you desire name and fame, you desire health, you desire all this. But do you believe all these are going to manifest in your life? No. Most of us don't, most of the time. What do you believe only manifests. If it's a bad news for you, if you feel, oh God, then I don't believe anything good. I always believe. When it comes to bad things, I visualize so clearly and see that it is possible for me, it is going to happen. When it comes to good thing, I can't even imagine. Even if I push my visualization, it is not clicking. How many of you feel that? I have a good news for you. Desire, belief, both can be redundant, can be made irrelevant by the conscious will. Understand? You desire for great health, but you always believe you will only be tired, sick, dragging your life. Your desire is health. Your belief is sick or clinically fit. But if you will install the will of immortality of the Sadashiva, this both, your desire and belief, both can become redundant, irrelevant. Bringing the will to play and making your belief and desire redundant is what I call Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. Listen. Bringing your will, playing with your life, with your will, making desire and belief redundant is living enlightenment. You may be believing your life is negative. You may be desiring to have your life positive, but you can bring your will and make both redundant and manifest the life you want is the science of Sadashivoham. That is the science of Sadashivoham. Your will, Anya, is powerful enough to make your desire and belief both redundant. Listen. tons of methodologies Sadashiva is revealing in the Agamas. Agama is complete works of Sadashiva. Because the word complete exists, I'll accept that word complete works. Agama is complete works of Sadashiva. In complete works of Sadashiva, which is available, Sadashiva explains tons of methods. He explains the physics of the Maya matrix, chemistry of the Maya matrix, he explains the physics of mastering the matrix. The chemistry need to happen in you to master the matrix. Biology of mastering the matrix. Above all, the alchemy of Sadashivoham. I'll give you one small example. There's a beautiful verse in Guru Gita. Ajnana timirandasya jnananjana shalakaya chakshurun militam yena tasmai sri gurave namaha. The translation is, I bow down to the Guru who applied the knowledge eyeliner and opened my eyes, which was blinded by ignorance. If you just read this superficially, you will miss the whole truth. You need to ask a question. How can eyeliner open the eyes and make the eyes have vision? Eyeliner is always beauty product. Maybe it can make others feel you have a big eyes. That cannot bring vision. It can change the reputation of your eyes, but not the character of your eyes. Then what does this shloka mean? If you further read the Agamas, at one place Sadashiva describes detailed way. Jnananjana is an actual eyeliner prepared by an enlightened master by instilling his bioenergy into it. If it is applied on all your three eyes, you also need to understand here, when Sadashiva says, Chakshurun militam yena, he uses the word plural, not dual. So it does not mean two eyes. Sanskrit has singular, dual, plural. So he is using the word plural, not dual. He is not talking about just two eyes. He is talking about three eyes, or more than two. Chakshurun militam yena. Ajnanatimirandasya jnananjana shalakaya chakshurun militam yena. It is actually a alchemy science where with a pure ghee, pure cotton wig is used and the lamp is lit, energized through the awakened third eye of an incarnation or an enlightened being. His very bioenergy is instilled in that fire, and the smoke which comes out of that fire is captured on a silver vessel, and the pure cow ghee, desi cow ghee, is added to that through the proper process. An alchemy product called Jnananjana is prepared. That Jnananjana applied on three eyes detoxifies all the three eyes and raises your frequency, makes you understand the 5 aspects of Ishvara and 11 dimensions of universe and 25 states of consciousness, the whole Maya matrix. It is an alchemy science to master Maya matrix. Most of us use this verse just to bow down, or we have a very superficial understanding. Oh, ignorance is covering the eyes and knowledge is like eyeliner. You apply that and your eyes open. How can eyeliner open your eyes? A simple logic. Your eyeliner may make others to see you, but how can it make you to see others? It's an alchemy. It's an alchemy described elaborately in the Agamas to make you experience awakening of all three eyes and manifest many powers Sadashiva describes in Agamas. Understand of course, all of you are going to have the Jnananjana in Sadashivoham 2016. A properly prepared Jnananjana which literally functions on all your three eyes and makes you all manifest all the powers of Sadashiva, the whole science of Sadashivoham, methods to realize it, the tons of methods explained by Sadashiva in his complete works. I am literally using every possible available tool, method to awaken, every possible tool and method to awaken and give you the experience of Sadashivoham. From Jnananjana to the ultimate, very Shaktipada. Shaktipada is not energy darshan. Understand? The Shakti Nipada is not energy darshan. Energy darshan is too small word. Shakti Nipada can be translated only as power darshan. It can only be translated even roughly as power manifestation darshans. You will be experiencing from Jnananjana the alchemy of Sadashivoham to Shakti Nipata, the power manifestation darshans. Whole spectrum, everything Sadashiva is revealing in his complete works will be experientially available to you. Experientially available to you in Sadashivoham. Understand it is an invitation for you from the spaceship KAILASA to wake up from the Maya matrix. It's an invitation for you from the spaceship KAILASA. Even KAILASA was attacked by Ravana with multiple hands. The artificial ignorance. But could not do anything. The artificial ignorance got crushed under the KAILASA. It's an invitation from the spaceship KAILASA for all of you to wake up from the Maya matrix, to master Maya matrix. Do not miss waking up from the Maya matrix by giving the reasons which are given to you by artificial ignorance. Do not have the artificial ignorance reasons. Understand? People ask me in that Matrix movie, what is the artificial ignorance, Swamiji? Artificial intelligence is what I call artificial ignorance. What is the artificial ignorance, Swamiji? The common understandings we started executing, which has no existential reality but which affects all our lives strongly, like a currency. The concept of citizenship, concept of ownership, all that has no existential reality. But the understandings we evolved, we arrived for our coexistence, those are called artificial ignorance. I tell you, I am not saying artificial ignorance should not be there. I am only saying it should not be there more than 51% in you. Let your life not be driven by it. If it is less than 51%, you are the master. Artificial ignorance can be a great slave, but not the master on their own. If more than 51% of you is artificial ignorance, then already you are under matrix. Understand? Don't think matrix may start at some time. If 51% of you are being driven by this artificial ignorance, like a concept of ownership, concept of money, concept of currency, concept of citizenship and all that, which is not there existentially, but made to believe, understandings. If more than 51% of you is being driven by all this, please be very clear, you are already under the matrix.
Jivan Mukti. Living enlightenment is establishing your confidence and declaring your conscious integrity and manifesting your conscious intention, Satya Sankalpa, on cosmic principles. I'll repeat. Living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti, is establishing your confidence, declaring your conscious integrity, manifesting your conscious will, Satya Sankalpa, on the cosmic principles. Listen intensely. Pure consciousness residing in his formless state is Paramashiva. If it manifests in your body with absolute freedom, no suffocation, suffering, pain, conflict, powerlessness, nothing. Absolute powerfulness as it is. If it is radiating in your body, that is called Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. Any suffering, conflict, suffocation you feel is bondage. Knowing there is a bondage and you are not able to relieve yourself from that bondage, you go through that same rut again and again. That is called addiction. The good news is, a being who manifests as pure Paramashiva, an incarnation, can de-addict you just like that. your consciousness having your brain completely for its enjoyment, possession, cognition, and manifestation of its existence absolutely freely, healthily, happily is called living enlightenment. Every pattern you develop which brings suffocation, suffering, powerlessness in you is going to be the punishment for you first before you even think of punishing others. Tyaga is cleaning up all the brain grooves which are destroyed, poisoned, calcified, addicted.
Now let's do one internalization exercise. So please have a pen and paper ready. We'll be doing one internalization exercise. Yes, Jivan Mukti. Jivan Mukti is living enlightenment, is establishing your confidence and declaring your conscious integrity and manifesting your conscious intention, Satya Sankalpa on cosmic principle. Pure consciousness residing in his formless state is Paramashiva. Paramashiva is who? Pure consciousness residing in his formless state is Paramashiva. If he manifests in your body with absolute freedom, no suffocation, suffering, pain, conflict, powerlessness, nothing, absolute powerfulness as it is, if it is radiating in your body, that is called Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. The moment you risk, come whatever may, you open your door for bliss. Because the moment you say, whatever may, you accepted the whole. You're really for the whole. You're ready for whatever is. Whatever is always bliss. Whatever exists is always bliss. Just remember one thing. Today, you have been initiated as a Jivan Mukta. Just remember this one thing. Any conflict comes inside you, anything comes inside you, just remember, Master has initiated me as Jivan Mukta. An avatar has initiated me as Jivan Mukta. I am a Jivan Mukta. How can they stand in front of me? Just ask, how can I be in this situation? How can any conflict come in me? How can I have any disturbance? How can there be something called disturbance at all in my life? Pen down 5 recent incidences when you felt powerless, disconnected from the whole. Now, as a Jivan Mukta, relook at these 5 incidences, pen down how would you respond differently in those situations. Let all your actions be done with this base current that you are a Jivan Mukta. You are living enlightenment. Any questions? Please do let know about this exercise. You get the clarity, please do let me know. We're going to do this exercise now. Are you all able to get what you're expected to do this exercise? Please post your comments in the chat. Let's do this exercise now. And writing this and internalize this. science of enlightenment, its ability to solve the humanity's problems, and its ability to give a super conscious breakthrough to humanity is the reason why this science need to be protected, preserved, and practiced. In Hindu tradition, not only we give knowledge free, we also provide food and stay for anybody who wants to study. That is the beauty of Hindu tradition. The first university started in KAILASA by Paramashivoham. Sarvajñapita expanded into multiple universities called Naimisharanya, Tapovana, Vedaranya, Kashi, Kanchi, Mathura. Unfortunately, everything was destroyed. The kingdom of Vedaranyam and Panchana Tikulam Pita is a spiritual kingdom. The presiding deity of both Vedaranyam and Panchana Tikum. These much is Lord Paramashiva. Paramashiva's direct representative and the head is the pontiff of the months. The region was part of the Chola kingdom. The pontiffs educated, groomed, and initiated the Chola kings to rule as per the methods prescribed in the sacred scriptures. The kings were the regent who administered the people, while the pontiffs were the owners. Mark of revival, Kailasa's Paramparagata Suryavamsa Sarvajñapita Adinutana Chola Samrajyam. Worship at Arunachala Jnanadeshika Swamigal Matta. So basically, they were so living enlightenment is actualizing the limitless potential and experiencing the ultimate as every moment of life unfolds afresh. Now let's move on to our next session. Next is radiating enlightenment.
Radiating. The very word is so active, alive. Not only you living, radiating. The very word is so active, alive. Not only you living enlightenment, all the people around you, inspiring them through your living enlightenment is what I call radiating enlightenment. Let the enlightenment express through your muscles, in your thinking, in your words, in your action. Let it express through your being. Inspire all the people who are living around you. Please understand, the world is mirror for you. Whatever world experiences about you, you experience that as you. You continuously look into the world to know more about you, to have an idea about you. Now, create beautiful enlightened mirrors around you by radiating enlightenment. So that constantly you will remember you are not only living, radiating enlightenment. So take up this as the mission for this year. People around you should really feel the power of your enlightenment, the power of your Jivan Mukti. When I say the word living enlightenment, energy to change whatever can be changed, intelligence to accept whatever need not be changed, clarity, however you change, the whole world is just one more changing dream, and devotion towards that which is unchanging. This is what I define as living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti. Now, let these great truths radiate through your system so strongly. Let all the people around you, the world around you, feel the power of enlightenment. Let your muscles radiate this truth. Please understand. Do not think there is so much of anger in me, suffering is in me, pain is in me. Don't think all these things are here. How can I be Jivan Mukta? You can never have a space where all these things are not there and feel you are a Jivan Mukta. No. You have to become like a Kala Bhairava who is dancing between everything. Kala Bhairava is not trying to find a beautiful, nice podium to dance. Maybe the celestial beauties, the Apsaras, the Deva Kanyas may try to find a beautiful stage for dancing. But Kala Bhairava does not try to find a beautiful stage. Wherever he is dancing. He may be in the cremation ground, maybe bones and skulls are lying all around, bodies are being burned, half are burnt, unburnt, but he is just in Ananda Samadhi, dancing. So understand, all your burnt, unburnt emotions, like anger, lust, greed, pain, suffering, are all the burnt, unburnt bodies lying around you. Pain, physical, mental or anything which is lying inside you are the bones and skulls. You become the Kala Bhairava, untouched by all these things, and dance among all these things in Ananda Samadhi. Let that all be there. That is part of your enlightenment. You don't need to try to find a place where all these things will not be there. Let them all be there. You just dance amidst like a Kala Bhairava, declaring your freedom. Please understand. Extend the power of goodness you radiate much more than what they expect as enlightenment. Radiate all the auspiciousness of enlightenment much more than what others think as enlightenment. Let these great truths penetrate your muscles and inspire, energize, encourage other muscles, others' muscle memories to radiate the same great truths. Any growth in any department of any civilization is defined by the people who dream in that field. People who dream based on the Muladhara and Swadhisthana and express it, share it with the civilization, are entertainers. People who dream based on Anahata and share it with the world are artists, painters, sculptors, architects. People who dream the impossible from the Sahasrara, crown chakra, the Jivan Mukti, and express it to the world are acharyas. So, all you guys dream the impossible, the ultimate Jivan Mukti. Constantly dream. Understand? About Jivan Mukti you cannot dream. That is why I am saying dream. Any idea you create about Jivan Mukti will become vision in you, not just dream. With ordinary things, you dream the dreams. When you start dreaming about Jivan Mukti, dream dreams you. Create the extreme possible visions about Jivan Mukti, dreams about Jivan Mukti. They will simply express themselves through your muscles. You and your dreams are like two sides of scale, weighing scale. Any dream about Jivan Mukti will become so heavy, naturally that side will drop, that side will become heavy, that will simply start expressing itself through what you think as you, what you feel as you. Whoever radiates enlightenment are my acharyas. You will be my solution to the world. You guys are the dreamers of the new civilization which I am expressing. The civilization of enlightenment. You guys are the acharyas of the new civilization which is happening. So, dream the extreme possible Jivan Mukti dreams. In every situation, how a Jivan Mukta will be. This moment, how a Jivan Mukta will be. How a Jivan Mukta will breathe. How a Jivan Mukta's inner space will be. How a Jivan Mukta will sit. How a Jivan Mukta will be. Create that extreme visualizations, extreme dreams. They are capable enough of expressing itself through your muscles as reality. They are capable enough to radiate itself through your muscles. You just create the extreme possible Jivan Mukti dreams, which can't even be called as dreams, visions. They will simply start expressing itself through you to the whole world. So, radiate enlightenment. Radiating enlightenment is my message.
not just living, radiating. Shake the whole world with this Jivan Mukti. Flood the whole world with this Jivan Mukti. Radiating enlightenment through your thoughtless thoughts, through your wordless words, through your actionless actions, through your mind, words and body. Radiate it through all possible actions. When people around you feel the power of your living enlightenment, radiating enlightenment, you will simply see you are radiating. Till they feel, you will not have confidence you are radiating. Only when they feel, you will have the clarity and confidence you are radiating. Jivan Mukta Sarira means anything swallowed should be digested and should become part of your body. Jivan Mukta mind means anything seen, you should be able to swallow, digest it, crush it and clear it. It should become wisdom. Any food swallowed should become energy, and anything seen should become wisdom in you. That is what I call Jivan Mukta Sarira, the body of enlightened and the mind of an enlightened. If you are living just in present, you have no freedom to correct your past and project your future. If you are living only in the past and future, you have no freedom to correct in present. If you are living in past, present and future, only then you have freedom to correct, freedom to amend and freedom to project. Understand? Living in present is not enlightenment. I am throwing a new light. Bring powerful cognitions in your life, through that bring spiritual legitimacy to your existence, to your identity. With that strength, bring social, cultural, economic legitimacy to your existence. Naturally, you will be able to manifest anything you want. Understand? This whole science, manifesting the state, manifesting the space, manifesting the powers, manifesting the being, manifesting the superconsciousness of Paramashiva, listen. If you bring spiritual, social, cultural legitimacy to you, you will understand this science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems. Superstitious science practitioners, Paramashiva is real. Mahasadashiva with 25 face and 50 hands is real. Just visualize yourself and inhale and exhale, then you will understand. The air which goes to the 5th layer, 25th head, nostril and comes down will make you realize you are Mahasadashiva.
This kind of breathing will make you realize every word I am uttering is true, and it will become reality in you. You will start living enlightenment. Understand, living enlightenment is not a struggle. Now I want to tell you, for living enlightenment, you need vision, not sacrifice. As long as you don't get the right vision, you need to have sacrifice. Till the vision is not clicked, you need sacrifice. Once the vision clicks, you don't need sacrifice. When I cut my thigh and went back to Annamalai Swamigal, he said, what you did is neither wrong nor right. I couldn't understand. What do you mean? He said, because of this cutting yourself, you got the click. Ultimately, that you are not the body. Actually, after that only he gave me the initiation into that Aham Spurana. The methodology of the Aham Spurana by great incarnation, Ramana Maharshi. It was transmitted to me by Annamalai Swamigal. So Ramana Maharshi is my Paramaguru. And Annamalai Swamigal transmitted that Aham Spurana, Anubhava into me, and which became reality when I was 12 in the Pavazhakundru. After that, once Annamalai Swamigal was telling me, now understand the thing you did, cutting your thighs, neither right nor wrong. Because you got the vision, you don't need sacrifice. You don't need to cut yourself again. If Annamalai Swamigal said cutting yourself is right, I would have been continuously doing that everywhere. And all of you will be sitting and cutting yourself. It is not right. Same way, it is not wrong. You need certain kind of a ferociousness to do sacrifice till the vision clicks. That kind of a ferociousness is required for the vision to click. So because the ferociousness is required for the vision to click, the experimenting on yourself, cutting yourself, your thigh was not wrong. Because it is not required regularly, once the vision clicks, it is not right. Understand it properly. Sacrifice is required only till the vision clicks. Once the vision clicks, you don't need sacrifice. Because living enlightenment does not need sacrifice. It only needs the vision clicking in you. But till the vision clicks, you need to have the patience and perseverance, will, persistence. For that, you need sacrifice. Shivanyana Anubhuti, Shivanyana Anubhava, Paramashivanyana Anubhuti is a vision manifest, not torture or suffering. If you understand the principles from a person who lives in Nirvikalpa Samadhi and makes that as a lifestyle, you will enjoy all the benefits of the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. For example, Einstein's theory. All of us may not understand, but many benefits derived from that theory, we are all enjoying in our life because we decided to accept his theories. Same way, the fourth unit of time, this theory, all of you may not be able to grasp it, but if you decide to accept and enjoy, make this theory as a part of you, you will enjoy all the benefits of these truths, benefits of this theory. That is what I call living enlightenment. Till you realize personally, individually, as your own enlightenment, living it because your Guru has revealed it, making that as your vision, because your Guru has revealed it, is living enlightenment. I tell you, if you have intense feeling connection with Guru, celebrate you are a blessed one. Because so many realizations, without you waiting to achieve, you will start getting the benefits of it. You will start reaping the benefits of Guru's realizations without you waiting to achieve it personally. See, you not enjoying the benefits till you reach that space personally is waste of time. Till you understand all the principles of electricity, if you say, I will not use fan or air cooler or heater or lights, you are a fool. You learn, no doubt. Learning is good, encouraged. But till you learn, don't say, I will not use the benefits. I will not enjoy the benefits. So you should get enlightened. But don't be fool to tell, till I am enlightened, I will not enjoy the benefits of the enlightened realities and truths and principles. Enjoying the benefits and realities and principles, all the benefits of enlightenment, even before personally achieving it, due to your trust on the Guru, is living enlightenment. Jivan Mukti. Let's do Vakya Sadas on this fourth unit of time. Yuga, Kalpa.
Now let's do the power manifestation. Please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We are going to manifest the power of consciousness over matter. Please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. The cognitions are okay. We are such hypocrites that we don't even know we are cheating ourselves. Those who are caught in conditioning move towards death every minute of their lives. Those who are under the guidance of an enlightened master are the ones who move towards freedom every minute of their life. The mind is like a radio that you don't know how to turn off. Wonderful, wonderful cognitions, and many more are coming. So now let's move on to manifest the please bring your object. Now we're going to manifest the consciousness of matter in an advanced level. So please bring in your coconut. If you do not have coconut in your country, you can bring your a round fruit. If it is for the first time you're attending, I'll repeat, there are two levels we are going to manifest this power now. For the beginners level and a little advanced level. For the beginners level, you can just place your coconut into the palm, straight palm, and just follow the instruction that I'm going to share. For the advanced level, you can place the coconut, but you can dictate what direction to follow, what direction it should follow. You should be able to command. Right? So please restrict. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. In the space of oneness, declare the object to move. With your power of consciousness, move the object. Decide which direction it should follow. If you have done the power manifestation of consciousness or matter few times, you do this. If you are doing for the first time, just declare the object to. Let's start. intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience this space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object to move with your power of consciousness. Now post whatever your third eye revealed. Post whatever is your power manifestation experience, post it in the chat.
कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे।
सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. Welcome you all with my love and respects. It's a beautiful day, 70th anniversary of my first experience. Maybe I'll take few minutes to express exactly what happened. You see, around the age of 10, I used to go and see this great master Annamalai Swamigal. He's a great enlightened being, one of the direct disciple of Bhagavan Raman Maharshi. He is the person who used to give bath to Bhagavan. Even when Bhagavan takes bath, he will be the person who touches his body and gives bath. Such a close disciple. One day, when he was giving bath, he writes in his memoirs, I thought I am touching the body, just a normal body. He thought, you see, when you are too intimate with God, you can forget. You may, sometimes there is a difficulty, you may take it for granted. I am touching, after all, a normal body. What it is? Everybody is worshipping this body. Everybody is feeling he is God, he is God, he is Bhagavan. I am touching only normal body. He says, suddenly something happened. I don't know what happened. And Bhagavan touched me. Whether he read my mind or not, I don't know what happened. And I went into Samadhi. And that's all. After that, completely stopped working. Not only stopped working, stopped living normal way of life. He just started relaxing, settled down just near the ashram in one place. He sat. Just that one experience changed the whole life. He became enlightened. One of the great disciples, or enlightened disciples of Ramana Maharshi, I used to go and see him around the age of 10. He's a very nice elderly person. He was sitting and talking to the group of seekers. He was telling that we are not body and we are beyond suffering and pain and all those things. Naturally, I was not able to understand. How can he say that we are beyond suffering? If my mother beats me, I have pain. If my teacher shouts at me, I have a suffering. How can he say that we are beyond pain and suffering? Anyhow, I just did not leave that. Went home and took a knife and just cut my thigh to see whether I really have pain or not. See, when Krishna said, Atma will not be cut by sword and can't be burnt by fire and can't be destroyed by anything, Arjuna tested that philosophy on others by killing others. But I tested it, unfortunately, on me. Of course, there was pain and I was taken to hospital. After I did all the first aid and everything, after a few days, again I went back to him, asked him, what is this? What have you taught? See, you said that we will not have pain and suffering. I went and cut myself and now I have pain. I have suffering. It is very deep cut. 13 stitches in those days. And 13 stitches is too much for a 10-year-old boy. And he was smiling at me and he said, my son, just try to find the source from where you are feeling the pain, point in which you are feeling the pain. Try to find the source. Do this meditation. Even after he taught the meditation, I was not completely convinced. I told him, it's okay, you have given me blessing or initiation or meditation. You could have done this before I cut my thigh. You could have done this earlier. Why did you make me cut my thigh and then talk all these things? He said that don't bother, my son. Don't bother about this pain. Your courage to experiment with the truth will liberate you. That is enough. We'll take care. Don't bother. So it was a big inspiration. I said, all right, let me at least now do the meditation. Anyhow, cutting is over. Let me at least do the meditation. I used to play with the technique. I'll just sit and see from where the pain is coming or where that I'm feeling that I. Whenever I find time, I'll just sit and play with this technique. Not even seriously, just very casually, trying to find the source of the self. Not even as a meditation, just as a casually. Don't know what will be the end of the meditation and all those things. What will be the result of what I am doing also. Just because he said, let us do, that's all. And I used to even think that maybe the end of the meditation, God will appear and tell that you will not have pain. Because I don't have a clear idea. I don't have a clear idea what will happen as the result of the meditation. He only told, do this, that's all. And I know for sure that if I do this, I will not have any suffering or pain in future. I may not have any suffering or pain in the future, that's all. No other idea or expectation of exactly what will happen if I do this meditation. No idea exactly what will happen if I do this meditation. Anyhow, started playing with the technique very casually. And one day, of course, the same day, second Tamil month, Purnima, Vaikasi is the month, Purnima, full moon day, evening, same time, around 4:30 to 6:30, maybe you can say this. This is the Sandhya time, when the sun sets and moon rises. In India, Sandhya means the this is the time, 4:30 to 6:30. That is the Sandhya. Sandhya time. Of course, I was not aware that today, the day was Purnima and all those things. I was just sitting on a rock in the Arunachala hill, trying very casually, sitting and trying to find the source from where that I is raising, that feeling of I is happening. That day I was sitting for quite a long time. Don't know why I was sitting on all those things. Just was sitting and trying to find the source in a deep way. Suddenly something happened, like I am being sucked inside, pulled inside. Just I was being sucked inside. I was sitting with closed eyes. but I saw very clearly something inside. The moment that opened inside, I was able to see whole 360 degree without opening my eyes. My eyes was closed, but I was able to see complete 360 degree. Whatever was happening in the front, side, back, side, and up, down, all the direction. Not only I was able to see, I was able to feel clearly how much you all are alive inside your skin. How much you all are alive. We are all alive inside our skin. We can feel we are living inside our skin. Same way, same intensity, I was able to feel I am alive in everything I was able to see. Understand? I was able to see the whole thing, whatever was around me, the plants, rock, tree, everything. And I was able to feel that I am alive in everything. How I feel, how you all feel you are alive inside your body, same way I felt alive with the whole cosmos, with the whole existence. It was just, till then I was body. After that experience, I am body also. Understand? I am body also. It was a very deep experience. If it is just a word or imagination, it won't make such a big impact on your inner space. It was a strong conscious experience. See, now you know you are inside your skin. Anything you will listen as long as it does not disturb you. If something disturbs your life, naturally you know how to protect yourself because you are alive inside. It is your conscious experience. How many people may teach you that you are not a body? You will listen, but you will not allow them to work on you because your conscious experience is your body. In my case, I am, this whole existence became my conscious experience. That is why I started living according to that. People feel surprised sometimes why I lived such a strong, intense life in that age. It's very difficult, unimaginable. It's unimaginable for you because it is not your conscious experience. It's such a simple thing for me because feeling the whole cosmos is me has become conscious experience. Very solid experience. Then late night, by the time I was able to move the body a little bit, it became late night. Somehow I came down. After settling into the body a little bit, I thought that some ghost has possessed me. I got frightened. Something has happened. Even though there is a deep joy inside, but I don't know what has really happened. First time, something new. Some ghost has possessed me or not, I don't know. I started thinking that way and went to that Mataji Kuppammal and told her what happened. She just laughed and said that you are not possessed by ghost, you are possessed by God. And she gave me the courage to live with it, to accept that experience, and she supported me. For 3 days I was not able to eat anything. I think that is why so much of food is today offered. 3 days I was not able to eat anything. It was such an intense ecstasy because if I see the food, that is also alive and this is also alive. I am sitting inside the food. What is there to put something into something? And it is there. Everything is alive. So how will you put something into something? You won't put your finger into your mouth and chew. How to put something into something? Everything is live. It was such a solid experience. It took 3 days. She used to put somehow she will put little food in the mouth and try to force me to eat, but it will come out, and this way it happened, and she took care. After 3 days, body became a little settled. Then, even though she told me that I am possessed by God and supported me and helped me, she encouraged and gave me courage. Even though she supported that fear, I never went near that rock again for next 6 months. I'll never go near that area. And after a few days, I caught hold of my close friend, still he is there, and took him to the temple. The temple, I told him, I want to tell you some important thing. And he said, okay. We went to one corner where no people come, not much visitors come. He was sitting next to me and told him, hey, see, from that day, something happened to me in the hill. I am able to see all 360 degree now. I can see everything, what is happening in front of me and back side, every side. First he took me, he just started making fun of me. Fool, you are talking and all those things. He did not take me seriously. I told him, you see, if you want, you can check. You see, behind there is a tree, na? Ant is going. I can see, you see. It was a big shock for him. And I told very clearly behind the tree and what all is going on, who is crossing and what color dress he is wearing, without turning my head. And ant climbing the tree and that small insects, I told, that fellow got frightened. First shock for him. I told him, if you want, you check. He had a Indian rupee coin in his packet. He picked up the coin and he said, I will show behind your head. You tell me which side I am showing, head or tail. And we had that game. I told clearly, for 10, 12 times he checked. I told very clearly. That completely shook that guy. I told him, you also go and sit on that rock, you will have this. No, because still I was not very clear why it happened and what happened and all those things. All I know is now I can see everything, and it is very joyful, like a bliss fever. It was a bliss fever, you see. And I told him, you also go and sit on that rock. I will tell you where it happened. I won't come. You go and you will also be able to see like this everything. And that fellow slowly started, no, now I have to go to house, I have to do my homework. I said, no, sit, I will tell you what all to be done. And he was telling, no, I have to go now, I am in some urgent work. I caught out of his hand. No, first, because I thought that he is going to escape. And he started saying, no, I am feeling like going to bathroom, leave me a hand. And I caught hold of him. I was trying to catch him, and no, sit. First listen the whole thing. And I could see very clearly when I was trying to catch him without running, I could see very clearly, body may be two, but I am alive in both the bodies. Both the bodies I am alive. But the poor guy, he can't understand. Then suddenly hit me, what is this? I feel like I am having two bodies. But he is completely frightened that I could see all the direction, and he can't imagine. Till yesterday I was his friend, and today I can do all these things. And he just said that leave me now I have to go to bathroom, and after going to bathroom I will come back. Because usually when you get frightened, first thing you will feel like going to bathroom only. This fellow ran, and whatever he did, 1 or 2, I don't know, but he ran away, never came back. And I was sitting there, thinking he will come back. And anyhow, after a few hours, I understood that this guy is not going to come back. I went back to home. Still now, he describes his experience, and Swamiji was catching me not to run, trying to make him sit. that time I felt that something was happening inside my body. He says that I am the first person who received energy darshan. He came and did our NSP. In NSP I gave energy darshan. He said that the same thing I felt that time. The same thing I felt I had experienced that time. So first energy darshan. And it was fun. It changed the whole perspective of life. Our experience about life and the idea about me and life and God, everything was changed. Earlier my idea about God, me, world, everything was totally different. Now my idea about the self, jiva, the Jagat, world, and God, Ishvara, totally different. And yesterday I was sitting and talking with my ashramites. I was just seeing how this experience happened, why this experience happened. See, there are so many boys who are cutting their thighs or hands or legs in so many ways, but all of them are not having spiritual experience. Why did this happen? I can say one important reason. My whole inner space was ripe, ready for this small technique to just awaken or open it. Because constantly I used to be in that high frequency of feeling connected with the masters without even my awareness. See, who inspires or impresses you, they become hero of your inner space, in the young age especially. These great masters, they have impressed me so much. In every situation, internally, I'll calculate how this master will behave at this moment. Let me behave that same way. For example, if I had some fear, I'll remember how Annamalai Swami will face this fear. He won't bother. He is an enlightened. Let me also be like that. The inner space was so inspired and impressed by these great masters. Every step in my life, I'll think how he will behave. Let me do that. For example, if I see some sweet or something, my brothers and all will jump. Hey, I want this chair, I want that chair. I'll think how Annamalai Swami will behave. He won't bother. He will keep it in one corner. It will be there. Let me also be like that. I don't know how this system got developed into me. So much inspired, impressed by that masters. The inner space was so pure also, young age. No other heroes. Only these masters are the heroes. And every step I used to think, how he will behave. Let me behave like that. How he will do. Let me do like that. I used to go for a circumambulation of the hill. To go around the hill. It's a 16 kilometer in the late night. When I have little fear, I'll think how Annamalai Swami will behave. He won't bother about fear. Then let me also be like that. Let me tell you one incident. Really it happened. Heavy rain. Maybe around the time when I had my first experience, I was going for a circumambulation of that hill. I had the fear, heavy rain and thunders, lightning. Immediately I thought, how Annamalai Swami will behave? He won't bother. He will just walk. Let me also do the same way. And I was walking through the traditional crematorium, where people are cremated in India, cremated and buried. In India, both are done in same place. Burial and cremation, both are done in same place. I was walking through that because when you go around the hill, you are supposed, that path goes through that crematorium. of Arunachala, the city's cremation ground. Suddenly I saw one dog biting something and eating. When I went near, the dog was trying to bark to drive me out. First thing, when the fear came, I saw that. I thought, how Annamalai Swami will behave? He won't bother. Just let me go. I started moving. Anyway, when I started moving, the dog got frightened and ran away. When I went near only, I saw it was a dead body which was not completely buried, came out in the rain, and it is lying on the road. And just imagine 12-13-year-old boy, midnight, dead body without head, because head is in the mouth of the dog. And the moment the fear started, it did not even reach my being completely. The shock, fear stroke did not even happen completely. The moment even the first thought started coming, the awareness was so intense. I thought, how Annamalai Swami will behave now? He will just walk around and go. Just walk around and go. I went, that's all. That's all. Just I took bypass, detour, walked, did not even bother to turn back and see. Just walked. The fear stroke did not reach my whole body. The fear stroke, which was like a pebble which started, or which was about to start, did not even open up and reach my body. The heat or that shivering or that shaking was not there in the body. Just it's died. It's not there. Intensely, the whole conscious inner space was ready. That is the reason just a small punch or a small inspiration was able to put me into that experience. That's what I call living enlightenment. When you live enlightened master's body language, you live enlightenment. Whenever any thought comes into my body or into the space, first thing I'll think, how he will behave. Naturally, this will not be there. Then forget about it. Forget about it. Anything, whether it is related to clothes or food or anything, if I feel little lazy to meditate or to walk, I'll think how Annamalai Swami will think now, how he will handle this situation. Naturally, he will not bother about this laziness. He will get up and sit and meditate. Do that. That's all. So he became the scale. These masters became the scale or the inner space, just constantly from morning till night, constantly they became the life center. I asked him once, Swamiji, that I saw the Arunachaleshwara in dream. Do you also see him in the dream? He said, no, I don't have any dream. You don't have dream? Then how can I have dream? That night I said, no dream. Annamalai Swami will not have dream. Then how can I have dream? No dream. You will be surprised. That night, when some dream started happening, I clearly inside the dream I am saying, no, Annamalai Swami doesn't have dream. Then how can I have dream? Dream disappeared. Just dream disappeared. The inner space was so thorough, so innocent, so straight, direct. It just happened. It just happened. Even if I feel cold or anything, I'll remember how he will behave. He doesn't bother. He won't bother. Then don't bother. Over. There was no further questions, arguments inside. The biggest problem for a seeker is, I know it is right, but I am struggling. You are dead. You are dead. Over. Over. You will neither achieve this nor achieve that. Earlier you die, better for you and the planet Earth. Over. If somebody says, then nothing can be done by you. Nothing will be done. Then what will you do? Because you will be talking this, you will be stuck with this one idea for janmas. This is what we call karana sarira, giving reason. Understand? I know what Swamiji is talking is right, but I am not able to. Means what? Caught in karana sarira. You will never be able to get out of this layer unless you just take a strong step and put your foot down. Anybody, be very clear, just look back, look into yourself. If you are caught in this layer, be very clear, nobody can save you. Nobody can save you. You may take today's my message. Do not be stuck in that layer. Anywhere you are stuck, okay. Anywhere you can get stuck, nothing wrong. Not in that layer. Not in that layer. That is what I call evil. See, Ravana knows very clearly Sita is his own daughter. Ravana knows, but he says, I am not able to control. Then what happens? Over. See, Ravana is nothing but a schizophrenia. That is why 10 faces. It's a schizophrenia. One face, one line, one part of him is so devoted to Shiva. And one part of him is filled with lust to Sita. One part of him, arrogance and violence. It's a schizophrenia, that's all. If you are stuck in this concept, I know what Swamiji is talking is right, but I can't do. You are Ravana. Done. Nothing can be done. Even if you worship Shiva, Shiva can't save you. Ravana is a great Shiva Bhakta. You understand? Shiva was not able to save him. Worshipping Shiva did not save him. He's a great Shiva Bhakta. He built a huge temple in Trigonamalai, in Sri Lanka. There's a big temple, Trigonamalai. He brought the Shiva, worshipped. Integrated devotion is the devotion. Schizophrenic devotion is not devotion. Understand? It is Ravana Bhakti. If you say, I know it is right, but I am not able to get to that, I am not able to get there. Over. The reason for my first experience is, I never had that thought in my inner space. If Annamalai Swami will does, I will do. Over. Nothing else. That's all. Any thought comes up inside, how will Annamalai Swami respond for this thought? How he will respond? How he will respond? He will not have this. Then forget about it. Then that is not mine. Over. Take this as a message. This is the message for you, you all. Understand, in any situation, just remember how Swamiji will behave, how Swamiji will react, how Swamiji will face this situation. Simply you will see new door opens. This is what I call living enlightenment. Understand? You don't need anything else. This one is enough. Even while you are sitting, if thoughts are coming, if Swamiji is just sitting, what will be going on inside him? Naturally silence. Then why are you thinking? Silent. Over. Nothing else. That's all. Your mind will, if your mind says, no, I know it's true, but I can't do this, it's too much. Then you think, if Swamiji's mind says like this, how he will behave? You would have finished the mind that moment. That's all. Nothing else. That's all. Just be very clear. Carry this one message. Maybe you can take this one message and let this message become life into you. The message of living enlightenment. See, understand, from the age of 10, of course, around the age of 10 only I was inspired and impressed by him. That was the time I started. But I didn't even know it's a meditation technique or it's a technique or all those things. Just it started. How he will behave? How Annamalai Swami will behave for this situation? Because many times in the house, my brothers or family will, if they start fighting for something, some share, this, that, and I'll think, how Annamalai Swami will behave? He won't even bother. Forget about it. Let them have. That's all. Because actually this is what I call relationship with master. Relationship with master is not just doing some puja or putting some flowers or worshipping him once in a while. No. Being thoroughly impressed by him. Anything comes up, fear or insecurity or greed or anger, anything comes up, just see how he will behave. Simply it will disappear. It will just disappear. A simple understanding, living enlightenment. Simple understanding enough, it will disappear. Nothing else is needed. Carry this one message. Carry this one message. See, the ordinary relationship, your relationship with master, many times I used to tell people, relationship, strong feeling connected with master is enough, you don't need any other technique. That means this is what? This is what? Not just your ordinary relationship. Your ordinary relationship, you neither try to understand me nor try to imbibe. Just it is there. Just it is there, and that is not, I can't even call that as a relationship. It's a regular, ordinary thing. Feeling connected with master means just living him, living master. When you live the master, only then you feel connected to him. Only then you are expanding. Only then something is happening in you. Otherwise, you are Ravana. See, Ravana's 9 head, 10 head means what? Schizophrenia. That's why different phases. Different phases of him only is called schizophrenia. And, sometimes he behave nicely, sometimes he behave rudely, sometimes with lust, sometimes with a worshipping mood. That's why they put him all the phases. They described him like a cartoon, so many phases. Integrate. No karana. No more being Ravana. And just let the whole body and mind imbibe the energy and spirit, inspiration of master. That's all is the message. Why this does not happen in us, because of so many other relationships. Your inner space is occupied by so many other persons, and so many other people have inspired you, or impressed you, or gave the idea that they are heroes. I always tell people, the relationship between disciple and disciple will lead to hell. Any relationship between disciple and disciple will lead to hell. Because blind leading to the blind, what will happen? Both will fall into the big ditch. Both will fall into the big ditch. Disciple-disciple relationship is the worst thing which can happen to a disciple. Disciple-disciple relationship is allowed only when some disciple enriches your faith and trust towards the master. That's all. Sometimes disciple A may inspire disciple B and enrich his devotion towards master. Only at those few moments this relationship is allowed, because at those few moments disciple A is not working. Through him master's energy is working. So he is no more a disciple at those few moments. Otherwise, in other moments, he is himself. I always tell people, even the people whom I put in the front, on the stage, do not think your relationship with them is going to be good. No. No. They are put on that stage with one idea. For those few moments, they can inspire you and create trust on the master. Afterwards, forget about them. Relationship is only with master disciple. when two unenlightened persons starts relating, blind leading to the blind, direct hell. You don't even have to travel to the hell. You will bring the, you will have home delivery. You will have, your home will be delivered to your home. Home delivery. Understand? Only those few moments when they inspire and increase your devotion or faith towards the master, the relationship can be allowed, because those few moments they are no more disciples. Master's energy is working through them. After those few moments, just forget about them. Any disciple-disciple relationship is leading to hell. Carry these two words as a message. If this just these two words, next Buddha Purnima, you will be celebrating your first experience. Understand? That should be the goal. Carry just these two as message. Anything comes in your mind, how Swamiji will behave. Do the same. And one more thing, be very clear. When you behave as I am behaving, you will have whatever I am having. That's a promise from existence. Because I am not having anything for which I am not qualified. You understand? A corporate company may have something for which they are not qualified. That is why it is taken away. I am not having anything for which I am not qualified. That is why I don't have fear that something will be taken away from me. I am a solid rock. Anything which is around me, I am qualified. Same way, when you just carry this one message, live like a master. For whatever you are qualified, it will always gather around you. And it will always stay with you. It will always be with you. Understand? Person who is courageous enough to say, how master will live? This is the way. Let me live. If your mind may create some other question, who knows, this is the way he will behave. I think he behaves in a different way. No. He may behave, but what can I do? I am not in that state now. I have not reached that stage now. He is enlightened. Then ask your mind, how Swamiji will behave for this thought? He will just not bother. He won't bother. I was not enlightened when I started living like Annamalai Swami. So naturally, he will not bother. Let me also not bother. Over. That's all you need to carry. When you carry this one truth in you, you are carrying me. You are carrying me. Carry the master. You will give birth to yourself. If you carry your husband or wife, you will give birth to one more person. Carry the master. You will give birth to yourself. You will give birth to yourself. Just these two is the message for you to take home. Disciple-disciple relationship is hell. Understand? I am not saying it will lead to hell. That itself is hell. And that is the reason your inner space is caught by too many unnecessary things. Second thing, important thing, for anything happens in you, how the master will behave, how master will respond, how master will be. Just be. Don't bother about any difficulty. Any difficulty comes up, just see how he will behave at this time. At the most, what difficulty can come? Death. Just remember how Swami will die. He will die, leave the body beautifully. Let me also do the same thing. That's all. What else is there? Nothing else. Anything can come. Just remember that one thing. How he will live, how he will live. Do the same thing. Over. Actually, this feeling connected, that gave the truth. That made me alive, intense, energetic. So even a small inspiration, this technique is very simple technique. Even such a simple thing can lead to such a wonderful experience because I was ready. Otherwise, there are so many people who are sitting and asking, who am I, who am I, who am I, from where thoughts are coming. But nothing is happening to them except little mosquito and forget about seeing 360 degree. They stop seeing even inside one. Even understand, carry this one message. Only later on I came to know that that day was Purnima. Afterwards, it is Mataji Kuppammal, she, her sannyas name was Brahma Yogini Vibudananda Puri Devi. Vibudai. She is called as Vibudai. It is she who found out from the calendar that was Buddha Purnima evening. The same moon which witnessed Buddha's awakening. Same moon as witnessed. Understand, the same moon is coming again and again. So, let the moon not miss some more enlightenments. Give some more chance to the moon. There is every possibility. All of you can give chance to the moon. Just carry this one message. Understand, it should go so deep in your inner space. While dream starts coming inside you should remember, hey, will Swamiji have a dream? No. Then relax. It should go so deep into your inner space, and it can go. Many times you can see, you will be aware inside your dream itself. You will be aware inside your dream. One person came and told me, Swamiji, I had a dream that some ghost was trying to catch me. Inside dream I remembered you, and suddenly that it has left. Means what? Inside dream also, the faith that Swamiji will save me has gone inside. When that can go inside, this can go inside. Not that in dream ghost will catch you. Dream itself is a ghost which will catch you. Suddenly, clearly remember, over. It is possible. Carry this one. How Swamiji will behave. Any problem can be solved with this one thought. Anything in the internal world can be solved. Because Paramahamsa is a person who has seen all experiences. He is only called Paramahamsa. If he has not had some experience, existence makes him go through that experience, only then he becomes Paramahamsa. So whatever you go through, you went through, going through, or yet to go through, I went through already. So there is no space which you can say, I have not gone through. I have not gone through. So be very clear. Just remember this one word, how Swamiji will live. Just live, over. Just live. You will see, you will be living enlightenment. So carry this one message and live it. And remove all other relationship from the head. You must be having many examples, how he will behave, how he will behave. From them on, you learn from your boss, how your boss will behave. You do the same way. You learn from your parents in the young age. You learn from your mother, father, so many things. Now decide, learn from the master. See, when mother hands you over to the father, you have to forget whatever you learned from the mother. When father hands you over to the master, you have to forget whatever you learned from the father. When master hands over you to the God, you have to forget whatever you learned from the master. So now, it's your job. Remember whatever you learned from the master. You will be handed over to God. Then there will be nothing to remember. There will be nothing to remember. People will remember you. When you don't have to remember things, people will remember you. That's all. So, disciple-disciple relationship leads to hell, because disciple-disciple relationship, you see, disciple-disciple relationship means what? You are in some difficulty and depression. That is why still you are disciple. And the other person is in difficulty and some depression. Both depression meeting with each other, what you will say? Depression plus depression? Not even square, infinity. Depression infinity. Because it is a quality. So it just becomes infinity. And you will vomit that infinity on everybody. And now you will see that whole over. It's like garbage van, in India, if garbage van goes through a street, the whole street will be garbage. They will collect the garbage from houses and spread it all over the streets. No, that is their job. No, you can say that today morning through the street garbage van went, garbage truck has passed. Same way, when two depressed people gather and walk through a street, they will put garbage on everybody and go back. Do not be an Indian garbage truck. Depression, and not only, see, when two depression gathers, it's not just depression square, depression infinity, because they will vomit depression on everybody. They will vomit depression on everybody. Disciple-disciple relationship is hell. Forget that. Let the relationship be only with the master. Anybody who inspires you and enriches your trust towards the master, those few moments, he is master's energy. Only those few moments, it's okay. Not after that. Not after that. Even the same person, no relationship after that moment. No relationship after that moment. Only those few moments, over. Understand and carry these two messages. Live enlightenment. Just carry this one thing. Anything, how master will live. Live like that. So, by next year, you will be celebrating your anniversary of first experience. My blessings, let you all live enlightenment and achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Namaskar everyone. Now we are going to have Jnana session on reality. Am I audible? Thank you for confirming. What is reality? With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, let's learn what is reality. Matter. What is matter? Matter is vibrating energy. Matter is actually energy vibrating at various frequencies and manifesting itself in various forms. We are not able to see this vibration with our eyes because the frequencies of vibration are too high. Understand? Matter is actually energy vibrating at various frequencies and manifesting itself in various forms. We are not able to see this vibration with our eyes because the frequencies of vibration are too high. It is just as when movement is too fast, the eye contact perceives the moving objects as independent frames. The eye sees the objects merging into each other continuously. In the same way, matter is vibrating energy. Understand this. In the same way, the vibration of energy cannot be perceived by the eye. It appears to be solid matter. Energy in gross form is matter. Matter is subtle form of energy. The body is the gross manifestation of the subtle mind. The mind is the subtle manifestation of the gross world. An important thing to be understood here is that the perception of the world varies from person to person because the functioning of the mind varies from person to person. Even interactions between people are only energy interactions. For example, an atom that consists of a nucleus with a cloud of electrons around it can be compared to a football field. The nucleus is like a peanut in the center of the football field, and the cloud of electrons is like the empty space in the field. What we see as solid matter at the football field in this example is actually the electron clouds or huge empty spaces interacting with each other. In the same way, our interactions and contact with other people and objects are also only interaction of energies. There is an exchange of energy that happens. You give some of your energy and you get energy from that person or object. The world of infinite possibilities. Now, what is the origin of matter and energy? What is the origin of body and mind? From where does the energy in all objects arise? What then is the reality behind this perceived world? If we are not able to see reality as it exists through the senses, what is the nature of reality? This question is asked in the Shiva Sutras, an ancient Vedic scripture on the science of enlightenment. Shiva's consort, Devi, asked him, what is the nature of this wonderful universe? As a response, Shiva delivers 112 enlightenment techniques, which, when practiced, give the answer as a direct experience. This question about reality leads us to a world beyond matter and energy, beyond the limitations of space and time. This is the world where all the possibilities exist as it is the essence and the origin of thoughts, and is the essence and origin of events in the material world. In this world beyond, ordinary logic does not exist. Cause and effects relationship do not exist. The happening of one event does not cause another event to happen, but it is correlated with the other event that happens. This correlation has no dependence on space and time. So, what we call the seed is the ocean of infinite possibilities from which the waves of events arise. This whole existence is all, and all its events happen as a causeless auspiciousness, like waves arising in an ocean. Existence is an ocean of bliss and ecstasy. Out of the causeless, overflowing ecstasy, the wave of creation rises in the ocean of existence. That is how things happen. The divine, playing with its infinite manifestations in innumerable universes, is called sustenance. Dropping from the play and relaxing into itself is called dissolution. Dissolution, settling back into the absolute or Parabrahma state. Then, for no logical reason, the play starts again. This continues. What we see as a result are the infinite happenings in the universe. The real nature. We see this causeless and ecstatic play of existence through our own individual perception. Our very perception collapses the beautiful happening into a localized reality. Each individual boils down the beautiful happening into his own individual reality. Someone asked me, I see this table here. All the people in this room see the same table. Then how can you say that this table is not a reality? Please understand that what you see as this table here is not the same as what the other person sees. Each person in this room sees this table differently. That's the truth. That is what I am trying to explain here. As long as the mind tries to perceive, what is perceived is not the ultimate reality. Only an infinite being can perceive reality exactly as it is happening. Also, he cannot explain it in words because words cannot describe what is beyond space and time. He can only tell you to wait for it to become your own experience. That is why Shiva answers not with philosophy but with techniques. He directly gives techniques for Devi to experience the reality, the nature of the universe. Let me explain this concept based on the energy matter idea. We saw that matter is actually energy. Classical physics said that the electron is a particle. However, quantum physics says that it is a wave. Actually, the electron exhibits the properties of both a particle and a wave in different situations. Physicists have now concluded that the electron has a dual nature as a particle wave. Actually, the electron exhibits the properties of both particle and a wave in different situations. Physicists have now concluded that the electron has a dual nature as a particle wave. The act of observation collapses possibility into reality. Since the electron is a particle, what is the location of the electron? Since it is a wave, what is the momentum of the wave? The answers to these questions lead to a very strong discovery that the particle wave can be either a particle or a wave or electron will change its momentum. and the very act of determining the momentum of the electron will change its location. This is what is known in science as the Heisenberg University principle. The particle wave is both a particle and wave at the same time until the act of observation comes into play. This is the act of observation can now be connected with our act of observing the causeless happening of existence. When we observe through our own set of conditioning. What we all engrams are perceived, preconceived, and deeply engraved memories and conclusions. Each individual act of observation is colored by his own conditioning or engrams. Based upon that, he boils down the happening to suit his own experience of reality. In the case of particle wave, the very act of observation collapses the wave particle to a particular particle or wave. This is what the physicist Irwin showed in his hypothetical cat experiment. Suppose you put a cat and a vial of poisonous acid in a chamber and seal it. There is no way the observer outside can determine whether the cat is alive or dead. Since we cannot know, the cat is both dead as well as alive. It is the distribution of probabilities which include the possibility of dead as well as alive status. When you break open the chamber to see the conditioning of the cat, the very act of breaking open the chamber will potentially change the state of the cat. The cat could be killed by the acid being broken due to breaking the chamber. So it can never be known what the outcome would have been if it were not observed in its true happening. This leads us to a deep understanding that both possibilities exist simultaneously, and it is the very act of observing that changes the possibility to a particular reality. Let me give you another scientific experiment that highlights how the very act of measuring distorts the beautiful reality. You may have heard of the double slit experiment with the light. In this experiment, a beam of light is aimed at a barrier with two vertical slits. On, on the other side, the barrier is a photographic plate that is used to record the light as it falls on it after passing through the barrier. If only one slit is open, the pattern on the photographic plate is as expected, a single line of light aligned with the slit. This is the principle of interference where light beams behave as waves that interfere with each other. Now, if the light beam is slowed down enough so that instead of a stream of light particles are four protons hitting the plate, each proton individually hits the plate, then there should be no interference and the plate should be shown a light pattern aligned with the slit, but the resulting pattern still showed interference. How is this possible? There is only this one proton. What can it be interfering with other than itself? It was concluded that each photon not only goes through both the slits, but also simultaneously takes every possible path on the way to be target. To see how this can occur, experiments were done to track the individual photon path. But what happened was that the measurements in some way disrupted the path of the photons. Whenever an attempt was made to observe, only thing right his line is an if they didn't attempt to measure, again the pattern becomes the multiple times of light and darkness. Nityananda, everyone. So we're going to do the power manifestation. One more round of power manifestation. The master said the path does not belong to perception world, neither does it belong to non-perception world. Perception is a delusion and non-perception is senseless. If you want to reach true path beyond doubt, place yourself in the same freedom as the sky. Your name is neither good nor not good. Wonderful. So please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We are going to manifest the power of third eye. So, a relationship with anyone or anything will lead you to the ultimate relationship with the master. Wonderful, wonderful cognition. When you realize that the whole universe is energy, you will understand it is a living existence. Wonderful. If you eat with awareness, yes, you will never feel the heaviness because you will never overeat. So wonderful cognitions. Now let's move on. Now we are going to manifest actually the third eye. Sorry, third eye we already did. The consciousness over matter. So please bring in. Today we are manifesting the consciousness over matter in a little advanced level. So please bring in your objects. Coconut, and if you do not have the coconut, bring in fruits. You can manifest with two hands. Okay, try to manifest with the two objects, right? Little advanced. If you are attending for the first time, you can do with one hand. But if you are attending for if you're already manifesting it, you try it with the two hands. Okay, so please go ahead and bring in two objects. Two objects, two coconuts. All right. So, are you all ready with your objects? Malata, Majani, all of you are ready? Yes. Now, so if you are already manifesting it, hold your objects on both hands. Both objects on both hands. And now sit straight with your head, neck, back straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye and start chanting the Mahavakya. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience this space of oneness. Chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, declare the object to roll. Declare the objects to move. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Now post your manifestation results. Whether the object moved, what is your manifestation results? reading the responses. Manifested on both hands. Wonderful. Full movement from both the hands. Manifested. Wonderful. Wonderful. Anyone else? Please do let me know. We are not disconnected and separate islands as we think. Maybe in the physical layer, we all seem like individual islands. But whether we like it or not, whether we accept it or not, whether we want it or not, we are all interlinked by the collective consciousness. It is like this. Uh, if the food is poisoned, only the person who eats it will suffer, not anyone. In this sense, you can think of yourself as an individual. But as you move towards the subtler levels of existence, you can see our interconnectedness more clearly. For example, if the air is poisoned, whoever is breathing it will suffer, even if they are a long distance from each other. This connection is at the breath level. This means that in the subtler energy layers, the distance between us is reduced. Even more than physical and breath levels, we are connected more closely at the mental level. When I say mental level, I mean the level of thoughts. Our thoughts affect not only us, but also everyone around us and beyond. Your thoughts are more infectious than your cold. In fact, people may escape from your cold, but they cannot escape from your thoughts. Take a simple example of going to a college football match on Sunday. When you enter the stadium itself, you can see the edge charged with emotions. You're also immediately affected by the cheering mood prevailing there. Similarly, if there is a group violence, like a religious fight or collective grief, like a death in the house, the mood affects you beyond your control. The chapter on intelligence has more details on this. Okay, so with this context, let's move on. The collective consciousness. This moment. Now let's have the one more round of power manifestation. So please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Yes, now please sit straight. The head, neck, back, straight line. Intelligence is the ability to respond to new situations. Wonderful. Now, please sit straight again. Take few more. Take two objects and manifest to move the two objects simultaneously. Please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye and start chanting the Mahavakya. And experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, manifest the power of third eye. Chant the Mahavakya. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. Let that space of oneness manifest the power of consciousness over matter. We are moving in a little advance. Next step.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now, all of you, please post your manifestation results. Post your manifestation results. Yes. One hand is easier than another hand. I put the mouse. No, I have. Okay. All right. So now we are going to enter into our next session. Laughter is meditation. So we are going to listen from Swamiji. Some more power manifested results. Both objects vibrated and felt heat. Wonderful. Wonderful. Now we are going to watch the Swamiji's words about the laughter is meditation.
Sincere love and thanks to the Governor of Ohio and to her who represented him for their proclamation and the warm reception, the good words they gave to receive me. So, by giving a clap, we will give them our respects. Subject for today's discourse is laughter is meditation. According to my understanding, laughter is one of the greatest meditation techniques. Almost every intelligent individual has recognized the power of the laughter or the transformation which it can bring into our body, mind and the soul. The healing effect of laughter is realized immediately. You don't need to believe on this meditation technique. There are few things which proves the power of laughter as a meditation technique. First thing, immediate effect. Other techniques, first thing you need to believe the technique will help. Next thing, you need to practice. Third thing, you need to wait for the result. But laughter does not need anything else, anything of this sort. It doesn't need your faith. It doesn't need your belief in it. You don't need to wait to have the result of it. Immediately, you experience the result which is created by laughter physically and mentally. Almost all the great mystics, all the masters have realized the effect, have understood the transformation which happens by laughter. It's one of the subject which is analyzed by almost all the great masters. Somehow, man never take notes of laughter as a meditation technique. Laughter is never considered as a spiritual quality because we associate spirituality always with seriousness. Spirituality is taken as something dead, something serious, something only for the people who have got long face. But according to me, spirituality is something to do with life. Always we think spirituality is for the people who are old. When you don't have anything else to do except knitting the sweaters, you need to take Bible or you need to go to church. There is a saying, go to church, don't wait to be carried by 4 men. We always wait to go to church. We don't actually go. We wait to be carried by 4 men. We always think religion is something for old. Religion is something to do with dead things. Whenever we think religion is for the people who are old, we make it too complicated, too serious. The juicy portion of spirituality is lost, but religion is not for only the old people. Religions based on fear are nothing to do with religiousness. There is 2 things, religiousness and religion. Just dead rituals are religion, and the juice which is inside the rituals is religiousness. The religions based on religiousness has always emphasized the beauty of laughter. They always use laughter as a technique to transform. But whenever religions grow based on just rituals, then you miss the whole juice. Religion is living thing. It is not part-time job. It is not only for the old people. It's a quality of your life. It is just total quality of your very life. Laughter is not taken note by the intellectuals or the serious guys because it is very simple. Anything simple we miss. We miss many things because they are very simple. When it is complicated, we don't miss. Our ego feels satisfied by doing complicated things. But whenever something is simple, something is very ordinary, you miss it. Anything very simple, it always escapes our eyes. You bypass it. You don't look into it. So many beautiful things can happen into you, into your being, by simple laughter. And most intelligent communities of the world are the communities who have produced more jokes. In the world you can see there are few communities who have produced more number of jokes. One is Jews, another one is Singhs, the Sardarjis. These two are the people who produced many number of jokes, but you can see the intelligence in their life, in their community. example, there is only three fields in the world. One is outworld, belongs to logic, mathematics, science. Another one is inner world, religion, mysticism, spirituality. Third is in between, psychology. The world related to outer world, the science. Inner world, religion. Between, psychology. The outer world, if you see the top person, Einstein is one of the genius mind in the science, the field of science. Inner world, Jesus. Today, more than half of the universe is followers of Christ. Between, psychology. Father of psychology is Sigmund Freud. And strange thing, all the three are Jews. Jesus, Einstein, and Sigmund Freud. Father of psychology. All the three are Jews. According to my understanding, laughter and jokes play a major role in intelligence. Communities which created more possibilities to laugh, more possibilities to joke, more possibilities to open the energy, have created intelligent people. They have presented intelligent minds, genius minds to the world. Because when you laugh, your whole being opens up. A new kind of energy enters your being. Just a simple understanding about the jokes. How these jokes work. How the jokes make you laugh. Actually, when you listen to a joke, slowly, your mind is tuned to certain kind of rational thinking. You come to a conclusion. But the last word, the punchline, is always something beyond your expectation. The moment you listen something beyond your expectation, your logic is put off. Your rationality is relaxed. Immediately you open and you burst into the laughter. A small story. One guy was trying to tell a joke to a group of his friends. To tell a joke, you need intelligence. This guy was trying to tell a joke to the group of friends who were sitting and chatting with him. But somehow he missed the punchline. Nobody was feeling like laughing. Everybody was silent, keeping quiet. But one guy who was in the group started laughing uproariously, full belly laughter. The others were not able to understand why he is laughing. One guy said, "Why are you laughing?" Neither we understood nor he himself understood what he has said. The guy who was laughing somehow slowly controlled himself and said, "Laugh now itself, otherwise he will tell the same joke once more." Your logical expectation is different. And the punchline totally gives a different view. The moment your logic is put off, the moment you see something different than what you expected, you open up, you burst out. I think few of you have not laughed. I should try once more. Whenever your logic is pushed aside, you open up. A light of energy, a ray of energy enters into your being. It's like in a dark room, a ray of light enters. Just like that. A ray of energy comes out to your body from your Atman, the source of all energies. From the ocean of energy, a ray of energy is supplied to your body the moment your logic is pushed aside. That is what happens when you laugh or when you listen to a joke. But there are few hard nuts who are continuously intellectual, who are continuously thinking. It is very difficult to make them laugh. It's very, very, very difficult to make them laugh. Understand, when I say the word intellectual, I don't mean they know everything. I mean they don't understand anything. They don't have sensitivity towards the reality. They are continuously thinking. A small story. There was a competition in India. If you don't laugh for 100 jokes, you will be given 10 lakh rupee. And 5 people will be made to sit. Those 5 will continuously crack jokes. You are supposed to stand on the dais without laughing. One guy entered the competition. Somehow he managed 40 jokes. But 40th joke he was not able to manage. He laughed. Second guy entered and managed 80. The third guy, really hard nut to crack, managed 90. Even up to 95, 96. The people who are telling the jokes, they were not able to understand what is happening. And these guys are prepared from all possible sources, getting jokes and arranging. The people who are seeing the program, they all started getting stomach pain by laughing. But this guy is just standing. By 98 joke, a small smile started appearing in his face. This guy's wife was sitting in front. She started shouting, "Hey, keep quiet, don't open the mouth. It's only 2 more jokes, don't miss 10 lakhs. Don't laugh, close your mouth." But somehow 99th, he was not able to control and laughed. Gave a full belly laughter, uproariously. The moment he came down from the stage, wife shouted at him, "Fool, you missed 10 lakh just by one joke, 1 minute. You could have shown your original face. Why did you laugh?" This guy said, No, just then I understood the first joke. Hard nuts don't think they're very intellectuals. When you don't have the sensitivity to the reality, when you don't have the sensitivity to what is happening around you, you keep your face long. And I tell you, really a man who is alive cannot keep long face. When you are continuously thinking, if your whole energy is sucked by your mind, if you are a great intellectual, just thinking, actually, if you become a great intellectual, you stop living. You stop living with reality. Only the guys who have become great intellectuals, who have disconnected themselves from the reality, they miss the whole joke of existence, whole universe. They miss the whole joy. They miss the whole play, because the existence is the ultimate joke. The existence is the ultimate bliss. If you have the sensitivity to live in this body, if you have the sensitivity to see the things around, if you have the sensitivity to hear what is happening, if you have the sensitivity to feel what is going on, you will see your life will be filled with laughter. Your life will be filled with laughter, because laughter is one of the important quality through which existence expresses itself. When you laugh for that one moment, you become one with energy. And there is a great story of Bodhidharma when he became enlightened, the first thing which he did, the next thing which he did, the last thing which he did was laughing. When you laugh, you fall in tune with existence. When you fall in tune with existence, you start laughing. You may think, what is this? The story goes, Buddha came to give his everyday discourse early morning. 10,000 sannyasis are sitting in front of him. It is always believed Buddha had 10,000 enlightened disciples along with him, always traveling. So 10,000 enlightened disciples are sitting in front of him. One guy who is yet to become enlightened, this Bodhidharma, he has not become enlightened. Buddha, when he came, he brought a rose flower. He was just sitting without speaking, looking at the rose flower. He was looking. Suddenly he calls Bodhidharma and gives that flower to him and says, do you understand? Bodhidharma starts laughing uproariously. He neither gave a reply, I understood, nor he said, no, I have not understood. Just he started laughing uproariously. Buddha says, you understood, sit. And from that moment, Zen Buddhist scholars and Buddhist scholars are writing volumes after volumes. What has happened between Buddha and Bodhidharma? Why did he laugh? Why did he laugh? So many volumes have come out, but these volumes are all totally serious. According to my own understanding, what would have happened is a simple clarity. Bodhidharma would have been running, searching for the center of the consciousness, for enlightenment, himself. The moment Buddha gave the rose, he has understood it is himself. So when he stopped searching, he got it. Then you would have laughed, oh, in what foolishness, in what rut I was wasting my life. I was searching everywhere myself, except where I am placed, my own inner being. The moment he has turned himself towards his inner being, he has experienced his self and started laughing. The whole existence is nothing but a great joke. Nothing but a big joke. When you continuously think intellectually, you can't understand the whole play of existence. A great professor of philosophy goes to a Zen master and asks him, Master, please teach me the secret of universe. Why all these things are happening? What is happening? Why all these sufferings? Why God created the world? Why all these things are happening? Teach me. The master suddenly started laughing uproariously. You do not know how these Zen masters laugh. Their laughter is so strong and infectious. It is said then Zen masters don't laugh only by mouth, they laugh with the whole body. It is said they roll on the ground and laugh. There are clear records. Zen masters, when they laugh, they don't sit and laugh. They don't laugh only by mouth. They laugh with their whole being. They roll on the ground and laugh. His laughter is uproarious, infectious. First few minutes, the professor was just feeling uncomfortable. What has happened? Why is he laughing like a mad? course, for thick heads you need few minutes. After a few minutes, slowly he started analyzing. After all, he is a master. He will not do anything without proper reason. After a few minutes, the laughter was so much, this guy is not able to control. He started laughing. The professor also started laughing. Because how long you can stand? How long you can stay? Either you have to leave the hall or you have to start laughing. There is no other way. So he also started laughing. Laughing. The story said, at one point, suddenly, the professor became enlightened and never stopped laughing till his death. Of course, logically we can't understand the last line because we are also professors. You may not do the job of professor, you may not be professionally professor, but we are professors by nature. So much of our energy sucked by our head, so much of our energy is stored only in the head. We almost stopped living. There's a small scale, there's a small method to find out whether you are a professor or not. Being professionally a professor is nothing wrong. But being a professor 24 hours is something wrong. Being professor professionally is nothing wrong. Being professor 24 hours is something wrong. A small incident which happened really. One guy came to me and started literally weeping. He said that I'm having marital problems. And he introduced himself as a doctor. I asked him what your wife is doing. She is BABL. In India, BABL means lawyer. I asked, she goes to court regularly? No, Swamiji, she argues in the house itself. That is the whole problem. You see, if you are professional in your professional place, nothing wrong. But when you bring your profession in your life, then there is something seriously wrong. A small scale, small method to find out whether you are professor or not throughout your 24 hours. If you see a rose, suddenly what we do generally, immediately the word rose comes in our mind. And you start thinking about the roses which you presented to somebody, or the roses presented to you by somebody. The next thought will be how he reacted or how you reacted. The third will be the loving moments, loving memories, or the disturbed memories which is associated with that incident. The fourth memory will be how you related with that person, loving way or wrong way or anything. Memory goes on, you miss the real rose. Already you are lost. You missed the real rose which is laughing, which is smiling at you, which is welcoming you to appreciate itself, which is giving its being to you to enjoy. The moment you start arranging the words, the moment you associate thoughts continuously, be very clear, you are 24-hour professor. You are 24-hour professor. When I say professor, I mean continuously playing with words, not with the reality. Example, Sigmund Freud says beautifully. He says all our thinking is association. It has no logical clarity. For example, you see a dog in a street. Suddenly you remember about the dogs which you have seen when you were a child. Suddenly you remember the teacher who taught you the lessons when you were a child. Then you remember where your teacher used to live. Then you remember the school. Logically, there is no connection between the dog which you have seen in the road and your teacher, even though both of them have barked at you, there is no logical connection. But the mind associates. If you are continuously thinking based on association, not based on logic, then be very clear, you are professor, 24 hours professor. We lose the living connection, alive experience of existence. This story says, the professor laughed, and he became enlightened. Never stopped laughing till his death. We may think how laughing can make somebody enlightened. According to Zen Buddhism, if you laugh just for 42 seconds continuously, 42 seconds continuously, you can become enlightened. Again, shocking thing. We are all laughing continuously, sometimes even 1 minute, 2 minutes, but we are not become enlightened. Many people may think, one thing, what Zen people say by the word laughter is a total laughter. When you really laugh, your mind stops thinking. For that 1 minute, for that 1 second, for that 1 chana, you fall between the gap of one thought and the other thought. You can do only one thing. Either you think or you laugh. When you laugh, you can't think. If you are thinking, the laughter is not total. If you are thinking or doing something else, then be very clear, laughter is not total. Your being is not totally into that laughter. Laughter brings you to the present moment. By thinking, you travel either in the future or you are worrying about the past. But when you laugh, automatically you are brought to the center. You are brought to the moment, to the present moment. You live, you experience the consciousness which is present. Even the doctors who have done research on the effect of laughter, they give amazing reports. They say, first thing, it slows down the aging process. The first effect of the laughter is it slows down the aging process. Aging process means getting old. You don't look very old. You can see there are few people, even after reaching the age of 70, 80, they look very young and healthy, with full of enthusiasm, spirit, and the curiosity to learn, the search to know things, alive, vibrant. There are few guys who are out by 40. Why? The laughter is one of the important ingredients for your health. We add so many things to extend our life. Understand, laughter is one of the important ingredients. Many doctors who have done research on the laughter, they give testimonial, they give their proofs how laughter helps. The second thing they say, antidepressive chemicals are released in your system. Antidepressive chemicals, the chemicals which removes the depression from your body mind. The antidepressive chemicals are released in your system. Third thing, the important thing, they say, your body starts radiating the beauty. You become more beautiful. Laughing is one of the important technique to really become beautiful. Even without the makeup, you can look beautiful. According to me, laughter brings more grace to a person. Beauty comes because of makeup. Laughter comes, the grace comes because of laughter. Laughter brings new grace to your being. Even the physical point of view, laughter does so much to your being, so much to your body. And there are few more researchers. They say laughter can rejuvenate your whole nervous system. Any other refreshing techniques, whether it is yoga or it is exercise or any other system, it takes care only some part of your body. But laughter is such, it takes care the whole body. The whole body is flooded with energy. You can see it in your own life. That is why now everywhere the laughter clubs are getting inaugurated. I am seeing all over the world, suddenly a big understanding has come about the laughter. People have started realizing the importance of the laughter, the important role laughter plays on our physical health. At least 30,000 laughter clubs are inaugurated just in 2003. I read statistics. 30,000 laughter clubs. It's not a small number all over the world. Then you understand how people have started recognizing the importance of laughter. They do nothing. Laughter club means they all gather morning at a particular time. Just 10 minutes, they laugh loudly, nothing else. They depart, that's all. But the beauty is, when you laugh as a group, it brings a new energy. Because laughter is infectious. When you laugh alone, it's like you earn $10 and you spend $10, that's all. When you laugh as a group, just understand one small thing. 10 people, if they put $10, it will become $100. But all the 10 cannot enjoy the $100. Only one can enjoy that $100. If all 10 has to enjoy means, again it will come only $10. But if it's an energy, for example, 10 persons are putting 10 volt current, it becomes 100 volt. If all the 10 touches that 100 volt, all the 10 will have 100 volt current shock only. It is not that they will have only 10 volt. No. All the 10 will have 100 volt. So in this energy, each one receives the total effect of the group. As far as laughter concerned, according to my own understanding, when the 10 people put 10 volt current, not only it becomes 100, there's a new transformer which is called group consciousness is created, and the 100 volt becomes 10,000 volt. You put 10 volt and you receive 10,000 volt. The group consciousness means a deep love and understanding between the whole group. When you laugh, you show you are innocent. You open up to the new relationships. You show a positive sign to the next person. You show a green signal to the people who are around you. They can come into your space and you are welcoming them. If they allow, you are ready to enter into their space. Letting somebody else to come into your space is the greatest technique to create any relationship. Why people suffer so much in aloneness? See, I've always seen the countries which are most depressed are the countries which are suffering the aloneness. Why you suffer so much with aloneness and loneliness? Because you don't have courage to open your space for others. I have never seen anybody suffering in aloneness or loneliness in India. Very rare. Very rare. People there suffer because of too much of crowd. Never by loneliness. Why? Somehow from the young age, the techniques are taught to open up almost everything. The going to temples, doing group prayers, almost in every step you are taught to open yourself up for the others. Letting the others to enter into your space is one of the important technique to extend your life and to live more. Because the doctors say, if you are alone, if you don't have good friends, there is every chance, there is more chance of you dying 8 years ahead of your time, scheduled time. They say 8 years. 8 years is not a small time. 8 years you can die earlier than your schedule if you are alone and if you don't have good friends. There are statistics says if you are retired early and you are not letting the people into your space, you are welcoming the heart attack. You are welcoming the cardiac problems. There are so many things, so many proofs, even in the medical field, which says letting the other people into your space or you entering into somebody else's space heals your mind, heals your being, gives you a fresh energy, gives you the fresh feeling. There is a book titled by me, the book title itself, Open the Door, Let the Breeze In. We are so much filled with insecure feeling. We continuously cover ourselves. Finally we make our own jail. The worm which creates a net for him to stay safely. Finally, he creates a jail instead of just net. And he forgets he's in the jail. Most of our houses have become almost like a graveyard. When you are alone, when you are not letting anybody into your space, when you are not entering into somebody else's space, when you are not sharing your space with others, your house is nothing more than a graveyard. It's a tomb. Maybe you are preparing it. Maybe you are getting ready. Be very clear. Laughter is a green signal for the other to come and relate with you. It's a wonderful signal which you are giving to the other. I am open to let you into my space. Laughter heals lot of diseases, especially the diseases related to navel center and throat center. There are so many records, of course. I myself have worked with the laughing meditation. I have seen so many people getting healed by this one meditation. And such a powerful meditation, almost every person feels the effect, except the 24 hours professors. And even they somehow open up. Because the group energy is such an infectious. You can't resist such a big group laughing. If you are alone, or if you are only with your wife, you can tell, keep quiet, shut up. Behave yourself. Something you can tell. If you are just with your kid, then you can say, shut up, sit quietly, behave yourself. But when you are with a whole group, you cannot resist. It's too infectious. See the children. Have you seen a single ugly kid in the world? Not only in our country. Look at all the cultures. Even in Ethiopia, where kids are suffering due to poverty, where there is no food. Even in Ethiopia, they may be lean and thin, but you can never see an ugly kid. Have you seen any single kid who is ugly? No. Have you seen single grown-up man who is beautiful? No. Why? You lose the spontaneous laughter. When a kid laughs, the whole body vibrates. Whole body vibrates. Kids never laugh only by mouth. They laugh with the whole body. Their laughter is with the whole body. When you laugh through the whole body, your whole body is flooded with energy. That is why kids are so alive. But we people, we are actually jealous with kids. Never think you are helping your kids. You have a subtle kind of jealousy. That is why you again and again control. Keep quiet, behave yourself, sit straight. Sit in a corner. Who asked you to draw in the wall? Where is your book? Study. Why do you think you shout? It is always a subtle jealousy. You will not be able to put up, you will not be able to manage the energy bubbling. You are actually jealous. That is why we always control the kids. Once they become dull, dead buffalo, then we feel, we produced our what? Child. Or your next generation. We feel comfortable once we make them dull. When they laugh, their whole being vibrates. That is the reason we feel little jealous. So much of joy, it is too much. It is too much. If you are laughing in the house, then you can say always, you can tell the people, keep quiet, enough, behave yourself, it is too much. But when you are laughing with others, you cannot say the whole group is infectious. That is why the laughter clubs have become the place for therapy and getting healed. According to me, laughing clubs are more religious than any other church, any other temple, any other mosque, any other synagogue. Because laughing clubs are creating more life, more energy, more positivity into the world. In our ashram, we have a place called Laughing Temple. The place itself is named as a Laughing Temple, where I conduct regular discourses. Somebody asked me, what is this Swamiji, new name? Laughing Temple. I say, in this place you are supposed to offer laughter as your offering. That is why I have named this place as a Laughing Temple. Laughing is one of the greatest religious quality. Sense of humor is one of the greatest expression of enlightenment. According to me, there is no enlightened master who has not expressed this one quality, the sense of humor. There are so many enlightened masters. You see, some master expresses the love, somebody expresses the compassion, somebody expresses the silence, somebody expresses the great intelligence, somebody expresses by dancing. If you see the Krishna, he always sings and dances. If you see Buddha, he is silent and graceful. If you see Mahavir, always meditating. If you see Rama, always living the righteousness. Every master expresses one quality. But here is one quality which all the masters have expressed. This must be the basic quality of enlightenment. Sense of humor. Every master who is born, every enlightened person who is born on this planet Earth has expressed a beautiful sense of humor. Ramakrishna's books, if you read Bhagavan Ramakrishna's books, the direct recording of his teachings, there is a beautiful book called Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. Every other page, you will see a bracket, everybody laughed. Everybody laughed. After every other page, you will see a small bracket, everybody laughed. And actually, the translation is done with a very polite way. Because in original Bengali he used to speak in a very slang language. He spoke all his teachings in original Bengali. The original Bengali, if you read, you will be shocked. Is it Ramakrishna who is speaking? He is a very simple type of person. He is not high intellectual. He doesn't know how to use those cultural terms or how to present things. He is very hard. It is just a heart-to-heart gossip. I always tell people, more than a word gospel, gossip is the right word for his teachings. Because it is something to do with heart-to-heart. He is so innocent, so simple, and all sorts of dirty jokes. You can never expect that an enlightened man can make so many dirty jokes. He gives all sorts of dirty jokes. One of his disciples, he asked, if you read the original Bengali version or an intimate reminiscence with him, you can understand what all the type of jokes he makes. One of his disciples is asking him, Master, you are an enlightened one. Why are you making such a dirty jokes? He says, what? I just tell jokes. You make it dirty. What can I do? I just tell jokes. You feel it is dirty. What can I do? That's the beauty of innocence. Beauty of enlightened masters. He says, when you speak in a cultured way, it means you are editing your words. Two things will start happening. First, verbalization, then editing, you present it. But when I speak with my people, I don't edit. When I am speaking to the public, when I am speaking to the common man, a newcomer, I give an edited version, censored version. When I speak, when I open my heart to my own people, to a group of seekers, I give the uncensored edition. He says, I just tell jokes, you make it dirty. Beautiful thing we need to understand. It is we who make anything dirty. It is we who make anything dirty. For him, it is everything normal, simple. Of course, according to me, Ramakrishna is one of the greatest master who has used laughter itself as a meditation technique. And there is a record, a reminiscence of his disciples. They say, sometimes we will roll and laugh so much. His laughters and he mimicking somebody, he imitating the people. We used to get even the stomach pain. And we will sometimes feel that it is enough and we used to escape from his presence. We used to run away from him. You can't imagine that Ramakrishna used to make so much of jokes. And every master sense of humor was seen in every expression of enlightenment. According to me, this quality must be the basic quality. That is why every master expresses it. In other qualities, as far as dancing concerned, there is no expression of dancing in Buddha's life. In Mahavir's life, there is no expression of music. In Krishna's life, the silence is never expressed. In every master's life, something is missing. But as far as the sense of humor concerned, it is expressed in all the great masters' life. And moreover, if you see the masters laughing, you can see the ultimate expression of existence. One master, great enlightened master, used to tell his disciples, meditate on me as if I am laughing. Meditate on my form of laughter. Somebody asked him, why master? What is the speciality? What is the speciality? He says, a miser will be in his optimum energy. He will be in his maximum energy when he is counting the money. People never get tired counting money. Have you seen? Even if it is somebody else's money. In the bank, even if you are working in the bank, people never get tired of counting money. A miser will be in his optimum in his maximum when he counts the money. A womanizer will be in his optimum, in his maximum when he is enjoying women. The same day, enlightened man will be in his optimum, will be in his maximum. He will be in his total energy when he laughs. Because for that moment, he is directly expressing the existence. There is one of the important saying by Zen Buddhist master. Somebody goes to him and asks, Master, always you say, whatever is done by you is different and whatever is done by us, it is different. If you yell at us, you say it is good for us. You say it is expression of compassion. But if we yell at somebody, you say it is expression of anger. Whatever we do, you find some fault. And the same thing you do, you justify it with something. Whatever we do, you say it is something else. And whatever you do, you say it is something else. Tell me some one action where we both meet and merge with each other, where both are one and the same. Master says a beautiful thing. He says, if I touch a rose flower, I am totally different. And the rose flower also feels totally different. If you touch a rose flower, you feel totally different. And rose feels totally different. Because your sensitivity is very less, my sensitivity is too high. When you touch a rose, only half of your being touches. And the same way, half of the rose being responds. But when I touch a rose, my whole being feels it. That's why the whole rose responds to it. There's one important thing in Zen. They will make a lawn, grass lawn around your house. You have to go to the house and come back only walking on the lawn. If you don't make the path on the lawn, if a grass does not die by your walking of 1 year, only then you will be initiated into monkhood. The important thing we should understand, they say, if grass does not die by your walking, then you are qualified to become a monk. Means, you become so graceful, so vibrant, filled with positive energy. Grass never feels hurt by your walking. Grass should never feel hurt by your walking. The intellectual people, they always tell me, no, Swamiji, after all weight, how can you expect grass not to feel the weight? One important thing I want to tell you, this incident has happened in my life, and come back. After half an hour of walking into the forest, suddenly I thought, we are in the deep forest, and how to know what way to go back, and where is the way? No board, no way. I asked the person who takes care of the elephant. He was walking with us. I asked him, how will you now find out the way to go back? It's a darkness. Only in the night time they take to go for safari. I asked him, how you will recognize the path? How to go back? He says, no, Swamiji, I walk every day on this path. There is a path made by my walking. Because I walk every day, there is a path very clearly made by my walking. I know how to take you. I will go in that same path. I asked him, all right, you walk along with the elephant. Does the elephant also make path? He said no. He said no. An important thing. One more question. We may think, no, Swamiji. Elephant has got 4 legs. The pressure given by the body is distributed to 4 legs. But we have only 2 legs. That is why the pressure is too much. The grass dies. Then I sat and calculated the weight of a human being and weight of the elephant. And the space in which you relate with the earth, the space or the size of a foot which touches the ground, and the size of the elephant's foot which touches the ground, the proportion comes 4 times more than a human being. The weight delivered to the earth or the pressure given to the earth is 4 times more than human being. But elephant never creates path. Human beings are creating the path. It means there is something more than the just pressure. Understand, something more is happening than simple pressure. That is why Zen Buddhists, they always say, if you don't create path on the grass lawn, you are qualified to become a Swami. You are qualified to become a monk. You become so light. You become so graceful. The nature never feels disturbed by you. If you fall in tune with the nature, it feels totally in tune with you. In Zen, they say 42 seconds when you laugh. 42 seconds is too much of time to fall in tune with existence. And this master says, there is only one thing. There is no difference between you and me. That one thing is laughter. If you touch a rose, your feeling and the rose's feeling is different. Then if I touch the rose, whether you touch or eat or drink, it is always different from an enlightened person's feeling. When an enlightened person eats something, he just becomes eating. When he drinks something, he just becomes a drinking. So this master says, if you drink, it is different from my drinking. If you eat, it is different from my eating. If you touch, it is different from my touching. But if you laugh, it is no different from my laughing. Laughter is a bridge where Buddha and Buddhu meets. Shiva and Shava meets. Enlightened and ordinary meets. It's a point of contact. It is a point where differences disappears. It is a point where you meet your Buddha inside. You meet your consciousness. Because for that one moment, your logic is pushed aside. Your thinking is pushed aside. The energy is gushing. The energy is flooded into your system. The doors of the energy, the gates of the paradise are opened to your being. Laughter is the ultimate technique in the physical world and in the mental world and in the spiritual world. It creates wonderful interpersonal relationships. One small thing. How can we call any act as a meditation technique? What is the scale? The scale is that technique must be able to give you the physical health, mental health, and interpersonal relationship, ultimately the spiritual growth. There is no other technique which can give all these 4 to you immediately, instantaneously, like laughter. There are thousands of proofs. Laughter gives you the physical health. There are thousands of proofs. Laughter gives you the mental well-being. It removes the depression from you. A simple technique which can simply bring you out of depression. And people say, no Swamiji, I am not able to laugh. What to do? I tell them, the word which is getting repeated in you, I am not able to laugh, is the only hindrance. Just change the word, I am able to laugh. Edit the word, that's all, nothing else. After all, you are speaking to yourself. You cannot say you are so poor that you can't even edit your own inner chattering. You can't be so poor just to change. That you can't say, you can't be so poor to say, no, I am not able to change my words. No. Just change your words. Instead of saying, I am not able to laugh, Just say, I'm able to laugh. Over, you will see that you are able to laugh. It's nothing else. That a simple laughter can bring so much of mental transformation. It can simply bring you out of depression. It is a wonderful technique to bring you out of low mood, low energy. And one more thing, even in the mental understanding, laughter can do miracles. Even in the mental understanding, laughter can do miracles. There's a small Zen story again. One master and disciple, they both were sitting, and master says, the disciple, to paint a particular person. The person is made to stand, and this disciple is painting. The disciple paints, master says no. Again he repaints, master says no. Again he repaints, master says no. Same thing is happening more than 10 times. At one point, disciple has dropped the paint on a master, on the master, and master started laughing instead of getting angry. Because the master started laughing, disciple also started laughing. When he started laughing, suddenly something has happened in him. Some understanding. He drew the picture. It came perfectly. The master agreed. He said, right. Then master asked him, what happened? How are you able to accomplish it? How are you able to do it? The disciple says, till the moment I laughed, I had the pressure, I should win, I should win, I should win. The very pressure, the very stress was holding me back. The moment I laughed, I felt something is happening in me. The whole thing has become like a play. The whole thing has become like a play. And I was able to express my playfulness. The moment I express the playfulness, I am successful. I tell you, one of the important secrets, all seriousness is sickness. When I say all, I mean capital letter red. Red capital letter A-L-L. All seriousness is sickness. And life is not worthy of suffering. It is too small to be spent in worry. And it is too valuable to spend in pains. And no pain is worth undergoing. Please understand. No pain, no suffering is worth undergoing for anything. Life is not too big to be wasted in worrying. It is too small, too short to be spent in laughing. Understand, all seriousness is just sickness. If you can learn how to laugh at yourself and at others, see, laughing at others gives more understanding about the other person. Laughing at yourself gives more understanding about yourself. This needs to be understood a little deeply. Whenever you laugh at somebody, understand a new, different understandings about that person, about that thing comes to you. That is why you laugh. You have a rational, logical understanding about him. When suddenly that rational, logical understanding is broken, only then you laugh. Same day, when you laugh at yourself, you get a new understanding about yourself. According to me, laughing at others, your unconsciousness is enough. But to laugh at yourself, you need consciousness and boldness. When you can laugh at yourself, you understand your personality, your being in a different way. Your experience about yourself becomes totally different. The power, the capacity to laugh at yourself is what I call the capacity to contemplate or the power to scrutinize your own being. If you have the power to laugh at yourself, you will have the power to check yourself. You will have the intelligence, courage to analyze and accept your mistakes. The power to laugh at yourself means the power to look as an outsider, the capacity to witness yourself. The capacity to witness yourself is created when you can laugh at yourself. And one more thing, when you laugh at yourself, you will have the understanding, intelligence to analyze and to change your ideas, your activities. You can update your understandings. The man who can never laugh at himself has always got an ego. Whatever I think is right. He never looks at the things from the third dimension. If you have too much of ego, you can never laugh at yourself. To laugh at yourself, you need a kind of innocence, a kind of intelligence. You need to look yourself from the other side, from the other angle. If you have the capacity to look at yourself from the other angle, you can always win in the game. There's a small story. One lawyer who always wins any case he takes up. Any case he takes up, he wins. He goes to meet one of his friends. His friend asks him, how are you able to manage? How are you able to win in every case? I have not seen you failing in single case. What is the secret? He says, I have only one thing to do. I have to do. I just go to my house and present my case as an opposite person, as an opposite attorney. And my wife gives all the points which I am supposed to speak. I go to my house and start defending the opposite person. And the moment I start defending him, I start arguing for him. She knows and she gives all the points which I am supposed to speak. Now I know I am equipped with all the points. I win. The moment you can look at the things from the other angle, extraordinary intelligence happens to you. Even in the training of management, the managing trainees courses, even in the training seminars, courses, they teach you to behave or to imagine or to visualize yourself as an opposite person. They teach you a simple technique. You are supposed to visualize, imagine, you are the subordinate. If you are a boss, you should visualize, imagine that you are a subordinate and you should behave, not even visualizing and imagining, you should behave you are as if you are a subordinate. They tell you this technique works miracles. Because the moment you can put yourself from the other person and the moment you can look at yourself, the moment you can witness yourself, a new intelligence arises in your consciousness. In the mental plane, laughter can create the greatest transformation or greatest intelligence to your being. The greatest intelligence and transformation can happen to your being in the mental plane. Of course, next, interpersonal relationship. Laughter is one of the important ingredient which creates beautiful, happy, blissful interpersonal relationships. Ultimately, to the spiritual growth. Almost all the masters have certified the laughter as one of the important spiritual technique, the meditation technique. There is a small story, again from Zen Buddhism. 3 Zen masters, they lived in Japan. The only one thing they did throughout their life, that is laughing, nothing else. They don't give any sermons. They don't talk anything else. No preaching, no meditation, no teachings, only laughing. All they do is only one thing. All the 3 will go to the center of the market. They will go to a new city. They will go to the center of the market, stand there and start laughing. That's all. Only for 1 or 2 moments, the people feel awkward. They feel surprised. But the laughter is such an infectious thing, and especially when you laugh with a full being, it's such an infectious thing. It is such a deep thing. Immediately people start laughing. One circle starts laughing. The next circle, next circle, next circle. By 1 hour after 2 hours, you will see the whole market laughing. The whole market laughing. And after an hour or two, they silently escape from that place and go to the other city. Wherever they go, they just spread laughter, laughter, laughter. And they say, that is the greatest possible gift you can have from an enlightened master. Spreading joy and laughter wherever they go. And finally, one of the monks among the three died. And he told them, don't give ceremonious bath to my body. Then they wash the body after death. He said, no, don't wash my body. Burn my body directly after death. Don't change my clothes. I have lived throughout my life totally pure. There is no need to purify myself after the death. The laughter has made me so pure, so alive. There is no need to bathe me. There is no need to clean my body after my death. So after the death, his body was put in the fire. And the moment they put the fire, they understood he was hiding crackers all over his body. The crackers started spreading. And the people all have started laughing like anything. Because from the fire, you see so much of crackers coming out. Nobody will expect from the dead body the crackers can come out. Nobody will expect. Even at that moment, laughing is possible. So he saw the other two monks, they saw people laughing and the crackers coming out of his fire. These two monks said, even after death, he has won. He has won what he wants to. He has achieved what he wants to achieve. So there are few people who make others laugh even when they die. There are many people who make others cry even if they live. So it's our choice to choose what way we should live, what way we should live and explore our life. With this small incident, I'll end the discourse. Just this one small incident, which I have seen. I was a witness. You see, when I say this story, Zen story, the three monks made everybody laugh. I am not witness to it, but there is an incident for which I was a witness. There was an enlightened master in Karnataka. I had the great opportunity to be around him when he was passing away. He was more than 80. He's an enlightened guy. And he lived such a beautiful life, you can't imagine. In his room, 10 clocks will be there. 10 clocks, showing all 10 different times. When I went to his room, I thought maybe one is showing America, one is showing India, one is showing the US, one is showing the UK and various countries' time, because he has got disciples all over the world. Maybe he wants to know the time of all the countries so that he can call, or he will expect the calls from the other countries. That's what I thought. I asked him, Swamiji, are they time of various countries? He said, no. It is not that. Whenever I feel like it should be 11 o'clock, I will take the 11 o'clock clock as authority. Whenever I want it should be 12 o'clock, I take 12 o'clock clock as authority. So I am not the slave of the time. Time is my slave. Whatever time I wanted it to be. So I think that clock is the right clock. He lived such a wonderful life. The moment came for his passing away. He declared, by today morning, actually he said that by tomorrow early morning, tomorrow early morning I will pass away. That day morning also came. He said, by few hours I will leave, I will pass away. And he gathered all his friends and disciples and blessed them all, and he was sitting and laughing, making fun. And nobody felt he is going to die because he is so healthy and very normal. And he says, no, it's my time has come. So naturally you will see that slowly I relax from the body. And they are all sitting and joking. And he made all the arrangements after his death, what has to be done, what should not be done, all those things he told. And he told, he has got a small orphanage. And he told them, take care of all those kids. After my death, you will all be busy with me, and nobody will serve tiffin for them, breakfast for them, arrange for their breakfast. Everything is he made all right. And he asked them, did you bring banana leaf for the kids? He made all the arrangements ready. And he was just sitting and laughing. Then suddenly he told, all right, let you start singing some bhajans, some divine songs. Once Swami started singing, he used to sing really well. Not only he used to sing nicely, he has got too much of ego that he is a great singer. And we all used to give a small note of our favorite songs. Then he will sing. Always the small note will be sent to him, mentioning our favorite song. Then immediately he will start singing that song. And he has got too much of ego also about his singing. On some song, he showed his ego too much and expressed it in body language. Somehow when he is expressing his ego, he messed up the whole thing. And this Swami sent a small note. And this guy who was singing, he knows he feels proud. And this enlightened man never recognized the ego of that guy, that was a singer. And that singer thought, now he has recognized, at least at the time of dying, he recognized the song, he recognized his singing by sending a small note. He was expecting that this enlightened master would have written some name of the song so that he can choose that song and sing. He took the note and read. The note read, please don't sing at least after my death. Even at that moment, he can make comments, he can laugh, he can joke. And he laughed. Finally, with all his laughter, he said, let the divine be with you all. Let you live the life happily and relaxed. And he raised his hands and did namaste and relaxed and passed away. In few minutes, doctors declared he passed away. Life can be lived and can be died with full of laughter. When you laugh, you can face even death. This is what I mean, laughing at the face of death. When you laugh, you can face even death. When you laugh, you can live your death. When you don't laugh, you die even when you live. When you don't laugh, even in your life, you will be half dead. And half dead are much worse than dead. At least dead people don't disturb others, and half dead are always disturbing others. Understand? Dead people don't disturb others. These half dead people continuously torturing and ruling others. You see, masochists are always sadists. Understand? Sadists are always masochists. If you are torturing yourself, you will torture others. If you torture others, you will torture yourself. Because both are almost one and the same. You have only one mind. If you torture others, you will torture yourself. If you torture yourself, you will torture others. If you know the technique of laughing, there is no technique in laughing. If you know the techniqueless technique of laughing, if you just know the laughing, you will see, you know the life. The life starts happening to you when you start laughing. By laughing, you can live even your death. By forgetting the laughter, you die even when you live. So, it is your choice between life and death, whether to laugh or not to laugh. Let you laugh and live the life of eternal bliss Nithyananda. Thank you. What time we are supposed to finish? What time we are supposed to finish?
8:00. Yeah,
What's your
up to
program
9,
time? Huh?
9 to 9:30.
7 to 9:30.
Yeah.
Okay. Still you have few minutes then.
Question.
You can
Questions.
you can ask few questions. And I have brought few jokes, good jokes for you all. I'll read out so that the lecture will not be too serious. And you see, just talking about the laughter and not laughing is a foolish thing which we can do. So let us not do the foolish thing. Let you ask few questions. If it is possible, I will fit these jokes inside the answers, or I will read it out separately. We can all have few minutes of experience. Yes. No serious questions today. Day after tomorrow, serious questions. Oh, okay. Straight to the laugh, straight to the jokes. That's good, actually. I was telling somebody, if you are that dumb guy, you don't even laugh when joke is told. If you are little bit with understanding, you laugh when the joke is told. If you are really intelligent, you laugh even before the joke. Because when the energy overflows, you are filled with laughter. So now I think, without even a question, we will go for jokes. Or shall we have few questions at least, just as a ritual? No questions? No question? Alright, one joke, then we will go into one question. Here is a small story. The whole family goes to theatre one night, but nobody wants to stay in the house to take care of the grandfather. So they have to take him also with them. The play is nearing its climax. The cinema is about to end, the climax is about to happen. The whole row is disturbed by this old man. The grandfather is crawling around on his hands and knees. The whole row is getting continuously disturbed. People are not able to enjoy the climax. Small girl, she shouts, "Grandpa, get back to your seat. What are you doing?" The grandfather says, No, I can't. I have lost my toffee. Girl says, "Keep quiet. Sit in your chair. Don't disturb the whole theatre. Just for a small toffee. I'll get you a big toffee when we go out, if you keep quiet." Grandfather says, No, I want only that toffee. Girl says, "What is so special about that?" "No, my teeth are stuck in it." Sometimes your teeth are stuck in the toffee. Yes. You can get a question. Somebody wants to ask a question. He raised his hand. You have forgotten your question? First person. Now you raised your hands. No. Okay. Oh. Actually, when you laugh, you forget questions. Because your mind has touched your being, you forget questions. Many people. I have seen many guys, they come to me and start talking. "Swamiji, please tell me about God. Tell me about enlightenment. Tell me about spirituality. How can I become enlightened?" I slowly change the topic and start telling some jokes. After they laugh, 1 hour, 2 hours, they will be around me. They will never ask the question again. Always, if the question is superficial, you can see that it disappears by laughter. So only when it is serious, you recollect. Yes.
Swamiji, did mention that almost all masters have laughter as a part of their life. But every book that you see about Lord Mahavira or Lord Buddha, you always see very serious face. And you hardly see any smiling or laughing face. So what is a contradiction?
Because books are written by disciples, statues are created by disciples. If Buddha would have created his own statue, if Buddha would have ordered for his statue, he would have surely created the statue of laughing. If you think, if Jesus would have made his own model, he would have made him hanging in the cross. Poor Jews have put him only for 2 days. These Christians are putting him for 2000 years. For last 2000 years he's hanging. Poor fellow. If he would have created his own statue, I am sure he would have been created only a laughing statue. You see, the books are written by disciples, a small story. The disciples are always intellectuals, not experienced ones. That is why, you see, nowadays, in the modern days, we have two kinds of records. In the ancient days, we had only the record of the outward things. There is no record. Where is Krishna's bathroom in Bhagavata? There is a record how he spoke, how he danced. There is no record how he spent his personal life. Intimate records are never done. Intimate things are never recorded. One thing, let me explain in this way, you will understand. Only their professional face is recorded. The intimate face is never recorded as long as the ancient masters concerned. Whatever they were expressing in front of the disciples, only those things are recorded. Never the life which they lived with their close inner circle. In the modern day, we are getting two views. See the modern day masters' books, Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharishi, and there are a lot of masters, J. Krishnamurti, lot of modern day enlightened masters, Chinmayananda Swami. If you see the teachings or the reminiscences of outside devotees, it all says serene, calm, Buddha face. No other thing. But if you look little deeply, the inner disciples' reminiscences, the close devotees' reminiscences, it is filled with laughter and jokes. We never got the insider view of a Buddha, insider view of a Krishna, insider view of the Mahavir. That is the problem. That is why we got only the long-faced Buddhas, the long-faced scriptures, the serious things. The disciples are always intellectuals, serious. Disciples are always pandits. Look at all great masters. Immediately there is some disciple who make a philosophy out of him. All great masters are expressions of energy, and immediately then you will see some people to make a philosophy out of him. A small story. Suddenly a person becomes enlightened. The whole heaven is celebrating the enlightenment. One more person has become enlightened. We are going to have more people in our heaven. Let us celebrate. Indra threw a big party and people are jumping, dancing and singing. Such a big celebration is going on. The other side, hell, a big serious discussion. One devil is shouting, "You fellow, how can you make this guy enlightened? How can you allow this guy to become enlightened? You should have prevented him earlier itself. Anyhow, it has happened. Do something." The next guy is shouting, "Yes, we must do something. We must see all the possible things to stop the enlightenment spreading. If the same thing happens, if people become continuously enlightened, who will come to our place? No, where we will get the people? And we are already slowly becoming less." The chief devil, the chief, he is very silent and calm, serene. He says, "Fools, don't you think I know what has to be done? I have already sent enough of intellectual disciples to him. They will take care. The enlightenment never spread." When the intellectual disciples gather around masters, they act as a representative of devils. so that the enlightenment never spreads. Understand one thing. If the masters themselves have designed means they would have never designed these things. And there's a beautiful thing. There are 5 photographs of Ramakrishna taken. One photograph was brought to him and they showed him what type of photograph it is. I am not laughing. Throw this away into Ganga. And not only that, he took the negative also and threw it. And he says, I wanted me to be photographed and I wanted me to be seen by the people only as a laughing person. There are 3 photographs of him. In all the 3 he is laughing, and in one photograph he is dancing. He is dancing. When a real master expresses himself, he always wants only this type of expression. But what to do? The old documents are partial documents. We don't have the total documents. Now, we are getting both sides. We are getting both the documents. Now you can see all the modern day masters. The insider's view you are getting. The insider's view are proving the masters are embodiment of laughter and joke. You can never imagine Raman Maharshi laughing so much. They say he's such a talkative person. The intimate reminiscences say he makes so much of funs and so much of imitating and mimicry. You can't imagine that he is full of fun. Any other question? Yes, give that. If you want to share some jokes, you are welcome.
What about Mona Lisa's smile?
Oh, I have no idea because I have not seen her. I don't think she is enlightened. One thing I can be sure that she is not enlightened. And one more thing. What other view you are asking? What way you are asking? You can tell me.
What kind of smiling for us?
Hmm.
You know?
Yes.
I don't know.
One thing. The just smile is a polite way of behaving, a polite way of showing that you are not interested in that person. You are not interested in that situation. You are not interested to laugh for that joke. You cannot be too straight, you see. You cannot be too abrupt. You cannot be too egoistic. It will be very much impolite. So you just show a small smile. And one more thing, if the other person, if his status is little more than you, if he is little more rich man, then you smile totally. If the other guy is little less or equal to you, you say, The inches of your mouth and the bank balance go hand in hand. Yeah, small story. One boss, he continuously tells the same joke. And all his 30 subordinates laugh in the same way. It's an everyday routine. The same joke he will tell, the same way these guys will laugh. One day, one steno, she didn't laugh. She was just keeping serious face. Boss asked, "Why, what happened? You are not laughing." "No, I got the other job. I got job somewhere else. I got other job." So when your boss says a joke, you have to laugh. When you want to avoid, but when you don't want to be impolite, when you want to show some politeness, courtesy, you give a smile. You give a small smile. So according to me, smile is a technique to escape from the laughter. I tell you, don't bother about joke, whether you understand or not, but don't miss the laughter. Even if you miss the joke, don't miss the laughter. Because it's a wonderful chance. You don't have to bother whether you understood or not. There are many people who used to ask me, "Swamiji, I don't know the language in which you are going to conduct the course." In India, I conduct courses in the regional languages. So people come and ask me, "I don't know the language, can I attend the course?" I tell them, "You are the right person to attend." You are the right person to attend. At least you will know you don't know. Other people will not even know that they don't understand, they don't know. You see, when you know the language, you think you know. You don't even know, you don't know. If you don't know that you don't know, you don't even know you don't know. If you know you don't know, at least you know you don't know. So I tell them, only one thing, sit silently when I speak, laugh loudly when the people laugh, that's all. And the whole program is over. Nothing else needs to be done. You are the right person to enjoy the course. You are the right person to attend the program, because you don't have to think unnecessarily intellectually what I am talking, whether to understand or not. You don't have to do all the intellectual gymnasium, whether to understand the words directly or indirectly or this way or that way. All those things are not necessary. After all, meditation is all about silencing your mind. Sit silently, you will automatically become silent. That's all. You don't have to do all intellectual gymnasium. You are the right person to attend the course. Here is a story from a book. A guy is leaning back in his armchair in the new office he has just opened. The door creaks open and a man comes in. Aha, thinks the guy. A client already in. I must try and impress him immediately. Fagin picks up the phone and starts talking. No, sir, I'm extremely sorry. I'm too busy. I cannot take up that project. Can you call? After 10 days, I may be able to take up that project. No, sir. Even if you give $10,000, it is too much. I can't take up the case. I can't take up the project. Please give me a call after 10 days. He sets down the phone and looks expectantly at the man who has just come in. And now says the guy, looking at the man, how can I help you, sir? What is the business? You want to talk to me? The guy says, you can't help me in any way. I have just come in to connect your telephone. Sometimes we miss the whole truth. What for? The other guy has come. Any other story? Otherwise, we will end the session with this last story, last joke. Any other question? Tomorrow, where is the program? Our program? In Dayton. What is the title?
Dance your way to God.
Dance your way to God. Tomorrow's title is Dance Your Way to God. You see, when I was giving titles to the cities, somehow I felt Ohio so near. I have given my heart to the topics which I love to Ohio. This topic, the laughing, is a meditation, and Dance Your Way to God is a topic really which I love to speak. Of course, because there is no time, I have to finish. Otherwise, if I have to continue, I don't know when I will finish. Anyhow, we will finish with this small story. It is midnight in a dark place behind a pub. A fearless guy, maybe is a lawyer, is walking, is wandering around. Suddenly he is approached by a shabby looking guy who is wearing a large black overcoat, big hat and sunglasses. Hey, says that guy, are you a lawyer? The lawyer just looks at him, straightening up his tie. Yes, I am. Says the other guy, do you handle criminal cases? Yes, I do. Asks the other guy, would you help even a thief? The lawyer just blinks his eyes and adjusts his coat and says, certainly, sir. The guy says, pulling out his gun, then you start helping me with your wallet. If you understand. And this is the last story. I'll finish. This story half of you may understand and half of you may not understand. If you understand, laugh. If you don't understand, even if you miss the joke, don't miss the laughter. You can go and ask about the joke. When you leave the hall, you can ask your friend, what is the joke? But laugh now itself. Even if you miss the laughter, even if you miss the joke, don't miss the laughter. Because when you go out, you can ask about the joke. A rabbi and a father, both were living in the opposite houses. Not only they live opposite to each other, they are opposite to each other. If a father does something, immediately in 24 hours, a rabbi will imitate. If a rabbi brings rose garden to his house, in 24 hours, father's house also will have new rose garden. If a rabbi paints his house by black, in 24 hours you can see father's house is also painted in black. If father brings AC to his house, rabbi house temperature will increase and he will get a new air cooler. The same thing goes on. One day, in front of rabbi's house stands a new Mercedes Benz. It's too much. It's too much for father. In 24 hours, he managed a Rolls Royce. And not only he managed, he was sprinkling the holy water. Rabbi said, what are you talking? What are you doing? Till yesterday night you were all right. What are you doing? You got a new car, okay, that's beautiful. Why are you sprinkling holy water on it? Father says, I am a religious man. How can I travel in a car which is not a Christian? So I am baptizing it. Now the rabbi is having a big problem. How to convert the Benz? That day evening, he was seen cutting the exhaust pipe of the Benz with Aksa frame. So let you have that. And enjoy. Thank you.
वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्।
Nityanandam, everyone. Now let's enter into our next session. So before that, let's do a power manifestation before enter into our next session. So please post your powerful cognitions and also what have you learned in this last video that you watched. Julie and Jenny. Others, all others. So please post what are your understandings from, and also let's have one power manifestation before we enter into our next session. Please post your powerful cognitions. The law bring a miracle for life. All right, so now please straight. And also bring your objects. Let's have the consciousness over matter one more round. So please go ahead and bring your objects. You can get multiple objects. If it is for the first time that you are manifesting, you can start with the one. If by any chance coconuts are not available with you, you can use fruits, round fruits. Just a minute for this. Please gather your objects. All right, so now please sit straight, close your eyes, and hold your objects on both the hands. Put your palms straight. Put both the objects on both the hands. And now declare which direction the object should fall. Both should fall. Now you are working on the power of consciousness over matter. Now you have two hands, two objects, and you this time what you're doing, you're also declaring two objects, which direction to fall. Now, visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. And start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the objects with that power of consciousness. Declare which directions the objects should move.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Yes, now all of you please post whatever is your power manifestation experience. Please post it in the chat. Yes, I'm reading out your responses. Um, Crystal is here to roll much more than the mouth. Okay, so Malata, first, okay. Okay, great manifesting. Okay, so now we're going to have a special session with Sri Rajananda Maharaj. So thank you so much, Maharaj, for joining this session. To enrich, he's going to enrich us on the great festival, the biggest festival that is happening across Kailasas. So he's going to explain to us the significance of celebrating that.
Nithyananda. Yes. So before we continue, just a few moments, we wanted to share about the Kartika Deepa Brahmotsavam that is going on right now. Actually, you will see it's a very rare to see the darshan of Swamiji coming so often every day. And if you're paying attention, Swamiji is regularly coming and taking the darshan of the deities in the Annamalayar temple. If you even see Annamalayar or Arunachala is the very birthplace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is in this very place where Swamiji has um, been lived for the first 17 years of his life, and of course with the newly inaugurated Nithyananda Janma Bhoomi there, where the ancestral home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been acquired and offered again at the Divine Lotus feet of Swamiji. We have seen that so much of activity has happened there, and because of the close proximity to the very temple itself, every day we are seeing so many festivities happen. And if you are seeing Nithyananda TV regularly, you'll be also seeing twice a day festivals are happening in Tirunamalai. And this is something that is going on right now in Tirunamalai and in Kailasas all around the world. The very ecosystem that gave us Swamiji is doing its grand festival of the year. And this happens on this particular 10 days between the full moon in this particular month, in the Tamil month of Kartika. So, what is the significance of this ritual? What is even maybe a little bit about the history of Arunachala or Tiruvannamalai, and how do we all get to celebrate this as we go about celebrating Kailasa where we are, in our homes or wherever we are in the world. So, first thing, Arunachala. It is the mountain that is Paramashiva himself. And it is said in the Arunachala Puranam or the Kanta Puranam that Paramashiva manifested as a cosmic shaft of light. The physical location where that shaft of light manifested is Arunachala hill itself. And it is known as an emerald hill, a green hill in this very age. And the first statement that it says in the Purana, in fact, the first verse that is sung is the very chant that we do every day in our puja, where we invoke the presence of Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Swamiji's very own guru, who is Paramashiva himself. Lalate Tripundri Nitiladhrita Kasturi Tilakaha Puranmaladhara Spuritakatikopi Navasanaha Adhano Dushtaram Tirasiphanirajam Shasigalam Pradeepas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. That is the invocation of Arunagiri. Aruna, meaning the mountain, immovable mountain of light, of bright fire, of life-giving fire. And Giri means mountain. So Arunagiri Yogeshwara is the Shiva who is from the mountain, Arunagiri. And that invocation we chant every day as well. And that's the first verse in the Arunachala Mahatmyam, a part of the Skanda Purana. And it describes in detail the greatness of the mountain Arunachala. There's so much to describe, but there are 2 points from the Arunachala Mahatmyam that we should learn today. One is that the power of Arunachala's kshetra, the power of it is that just by remembering Arunachala, the memory of Arunachala itself, the hill, is able to give us liberation, able to liberate us from all of our suffering and help us live the enlightenment. That is what is in the word Smaranat Mukti Arunachalam. Just by its remembrance, we liberate. And that is the power, even if we experience Swamiji himself, we experience him as Arunachala. Just by remembering him, we are enlightened, we are liberated. So in this same way, Arunachala has given us our beloved Swamiji in our life. He is from Arunachala, town Arunachala, not just him spiritually, energetically itself. The body itself that Swamiji has is from Arunachala. So the second thing that we should also learn from the Purana, the story of Arunachala, is that Arunachala promised that he will be there in 3 forms. He said, I will be there in the form of the hill as Paramashiva, as Arunachala. He also said that he will be there in the form of the Shiva Linga inside the temple. The third, he will be there in the form of the Siddhas and the Jnanism, the Mahapurusha, the continuous lineage of enlightened masters. He will be there physically also. So in this way, he has promised that he'll be there. And of course, a part of that lineage is our beloved Bhagavan himself, who graces us as Arunachala himself. There's so much to share about what is there in the Purana, and what you can learn from it is so much. Puranas go around sharing stories of how Devi herself came to Arunachala, did the penance. And of course, Paramashiva also shares in the Purana how he himself has instructed Brahma and Mahavishnu to be able to construct the temple of Arunachala. The temple that is there right now is made by the gods. And he even says in the Purana that you should use the guidelines in the Agama known as Kamika. Beautiful to hear how one scripture references another. Yes, the Kamika Agama is the foremost scripture in the Agama, which Swamiji himself has told and has kept as the guiding book for building, for learning our Charya, Kriya, Yoga, Jnana. So, based off the Kamikagama instructions and the way that the Kamikagama tells that a temple should be built, Brahma and Vishnu created the temple for the Shivalinga of Arunachaleshwar. So the main temple, the center, is having Arunachaleshwar, Shivalinga. Linga is a very powerful Shivalinga, manifested there, Paramashiva himself. It's the Agni Linga. Means there are 5 temples for the 5 major elements. The most powerful element is the medium element that moves us from the physical to the metaphysical. That is the element of fire. It is the purest element as well. It purifies and is continuously rejuvenating itself. That is the way that the linga is described. And also, if you experience the darshan of Arunachaleshwara inside the temple, you go to the sanctum sanctorum, the center of the place, you'll find that in just the atmosphere, the temperature of the Garbhagriha, the temperature is about 2 or 3 degrees hotter. So literally, when you're confronting Arunachaleshwara, you are meeting cosmic fire itself. And you experience that as a reality everybody does when they see the darshan of Arunachaleshwara. Always you will see sometimes maybe when Swamiji traces in the darshan, they show the video behind him, you'll also be seeing the video of Arunachaleshwara having the abhishek. So right now, what is going on is the grand festival. Arunachaleshwara is in the main shrine, yes, but he manifests himself in something Agamas described as the Mahesha Beram. Means the deities of the Utsava. They are the deities. We have the deity inside the temple who we go and worship regularly. But then during the grand festival, he manifests as an Utsava Vigraha and he comes to our home. Yes. When we go to the temple regularly, we meet the Arunachaleshwara in the main Graha, Garbhagraha. But during the festivals, Shiva himself comes out to our home. And that is what we actually are seeing Swamiji every day sit and welcome Arunachaleshwara to his very home, his ancestral home in the Nithyananda Janmabhoomi. It is here every day during the festival, around 300 times a year. Arunachaleshwara will come out because there's continuous festivities in town. And there every day, Swamiji will be waiting for him with all of the traditional items of the Mandakapati. So, what is it that we can all celebrate during this Brahmotsava? We can celebrate the same sentiment and the same way that Swamiji himself cherishes. While he comes and graces at the time when we are waiting for Arunachaleshwara, we can also be seeing him and learning how he himself has the devotion. It is said that the enlightened masters or the incarnations don't have any direct benefit when they do the rituals or the pujas because they're already in the highest state. There is no need for them to do any kriyas or rituals. But it is only to teach us how to have the highest devotion, the highest humbleness and seeking to teach us how to be that way. They show by example how to be. So to have the darshan of Swamiji when he is waiting for Arunachaleshwara is one of the best and the rarest darshans that you can have. And how he even bows down and shows his respect to Arunachaleshwara when he comes and graces inside of his very ancestral home. We can also, in our own inner space, welcome him. During this grand festival, it is a 10-day main festival. And each of the 10 days, so a festival, as per the Agama, is an act of recreation of the cosmos itself. That is why it's called the Brahmotsav. It is organized by Lord Brahma, the creator of the cosmos itself. He comes and tells all all of the beings in all of the lokas how to worship Paramashiva during the Brahmotsav. And it is in fact in this Brahmotsava that you will see particular rituals that really show the recreation of the whole cosmos. Particularly, the flag hoisting represents the Srishti, creation. Yesterday night, the sustenance and rejuvenation were done by Paramashiva. And of course, today we are going to be having the Fair Festival, and tomorrow we're going to be seeing the Leela of Dikshanda, where the actor Virobha will be seen. Then finally, the last day of the festival is the day that we get to see the enlightenment of Paramashiva Shakti herself. It is on this very day, this full moon day, that Devi experienced the real true nature of herself as Ardhanarishwara, where Paramashiva himself accepts her as his other half. And she experiences her highest reality as Ardhanari. That event, that moment happens in this very part of the Brahmotsav, this very Brahmotsav, where Ardhanarishwara manifests. And it happens in the sacred temple town of Tiruvannamalai on the main day festival of Kartike Deepam. And if you see on the Kartike Deepam evening, there will be a lamp lit on the top of the Arunachal hill. It's a big, huge, magnificent lamp that requires meters and meters of ghee, meters and meters of cloth, and liters of ghee, hundreds of liters of clarified butter and camphor. It burned for 11 days, enlightening, showing the enlightenment of Devi herself. And that fire is the fire of creation, fire of Paramashiva himself. And that lamp is lit on the top of the hill. So this day is also known as Kartika Deepavali, where the lamps are lit throughout the world. The lamps signify oneness with Paramashiva. In fact, the day has two rituals. In the morning, a single lamp is lit, and from that single lamp, from the Shivagni, the sacred fire ritual happens, and from that fire ritual, a single lamp is lit. From that lamp, Paramashiva himself is invoked and worshipped in that lamp, the sacred mantras, the agamas. And then from that lamp, 5 more lamps are lit, representing the 5 faces of Paramashiva. And then continued like that, around 30, 40, 50 lamps are lit for all of the Anga Devatas of Paramashiva. Paramashiva, Ganesha, Subramanya, Kandesha, Suguru, Kalabhairava, Durga, all of these deities that are created from Paramashiva to rule this whole cosmos. The act of creation itself is signified by the morning ritual on this day. And then these lamps again merge back into the final evening lamp that is lit. It is lit outside the temple as well as the top of the hill. And this is known as Kartike Deepam. The morning festival is known as the Bharani Deepam. Bharani and Kartika are special stars in the sky, and it is in this full moon day, when this full moon is present, with this particular sequence of stars, when the powerful event of Ardhanarishwara's darshan happens, and Devi's enlightenment happens. And these are the moments when we ourselves are in tune with the energies of the cosmos. We can experience the same enlightenment in our lives as well. Yes, this is how the Hindu science of Kriya works as per the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Whenever the sun and the moon and the nakshatra stars are in particular positions in the sky and particular kriyas or rituals are done to tune ourselves, whether it is through yogically the body and mantras and the very visualization and the verbalization, through all the ways kriyas engage all of our senses in connecting with the energies that are readily available at the auspicious moment. So under the Bharani Nakshatra and the Kritika Nakshatra in the sky, when the moon is in this particular position in the sky, in the part of the year where the sun is in that particular position, in the Kartika Masa, in the full moon day, on that very day, Devi gets enlightened and the energy is recreated and the possibilities happen again and again and again. This is how the Hindu calendar works. Again and again, Paramashiva gives us the possibility. The divine energy is the land, and for us to experience the very blessings of those energies. And this day, all of us can gather, offer a lamp to Paramashiva on this day, signifying our very consciousness itself. The way that the teachings here is that when we, as an individual light, shine towards the cosmic light, we merge with it. And in that same way, that's the way reason why we even light the lamp. The lamp represents our consciousness. And the pure ghee, when it is lit and experience, we have the same bhavana and understanding and light the lamp truly reflects our inner space as a deep surrender to Paramashiva, to Mahadeva. So the offering of the Deepa Seva is a possibility for anyone in the world to be able to be offering a lamp for Paramashiva on that very day. So all the Kailasas around the world will be offering this ritual, and you can also offer your lamp. You'll be lighting a lamp for you in Kailasa, around the world in Adi Kailasa as well, where you can see and be a part of this grand festival. And apart from that, the final day celebrations include a grand yajna, a grand fire ritual. That is the culminary ritual also of the whole festivity. So after the Bharani Deepam is lit in the morning, we will be having a grand ritual of Mahabhishekam to Paramashiva with 108 Kalasha. The Kalasha is a water pot where Paramashiva is invoked inside the water energy. And a beautiful fire ritual is done where through chanting of these specific mantras laid out by Paramashiva in the Agamas, the energy from the cosmic ether is brought down to the other elements of air, fire, water, and earth, respectively. And in this way, Paramashiva is infused in the very prana of the space. Just by listening to these mantras and witnessing these rituals, you can see the very air around you is infused with so much of prana, so much of the presence of Paramashiva, as he is readily available to us on this day. It is on this day, of course, he has manifested as a shaft of intense light during the Bharani Deepam ritual and created the whole cosmos. When this nakshatra of Bharani, moon and sun are in the sky, we can experience the intense presence of Paramashiva in the very air around us. This is real. We have been instructed for years also in Kailasa temples. Swamiji has been telling that all of us should light a lamp and go to the nearest hill, light the lamp there, of course, taking all of these cautions to do so. But when we practice this in our homes or in our Kailasa in a safe way, we were able to see Paramashiva himself in the very air around us, just with this act of this single Kriya of lighting a lamp and connecting with Paramashiva on this very day. So the grand festival is there, of course, and the grand ritual of the Mahabhishekam is there. That is something that everyone can be a part of, and we'll be joining with you all again and again in the upcoming sessions and over the next few days, explaining to you where it is that you can all become part of this grand event in Kailasa, one of the most awaited events throughout the year by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Seeing this festival again and again rejuvenates us and prepares us to live an enlightened life, to live a life in oneness with Paramashiva, as we are all here, to experience and live the truth of Paramashivoham. On this very day, there are unique devas to the Paramashiva who graces as Ardhanarishwara as well. Very rare are the rituals offered to Ardhanarishwara, especially many of us may not even know about them, but on that day, we will be offering the Abhisheka to the deity of Ardhanarishwara, and also we'll be offering the Deeparadhana or the Archana, the ritual Ardhanarishwara. So all of these are places where we can ourselves attend and receive the blessings of the powerful energies and the deities that are these manifested at this time. So the ritual of Ardhanarishwara Abhisheka and the Ardhanarishwara Archana are available to all of us on that day to offer our gratitude and seva. If all of us, any of us, are interested, you can share in the comments if you're wanting to offer and be a part of this grand festival. Let us know in the chat what ritual you'd want to be a part of, what you want to know more information about. Because when it comes to being part of the creating the Kailasa ecosystem around us, so that we can retain the bliss and the powerful initiations that we are receiving from Swamiji during this program, the sevas and the kriyas really help enhance and create within us the real devotion and the energy to manifest that very same Kailasa ecosystem that Swamiji himself had and is what contributed to creating the Kailasa that we all celebrate and enjoy today. The original ecosystem is Arunachala, and to celebrate that and to give gratitude to Arunachala for giving us our beloved Swamiji is also a means of why someone should connect with Swamiji in the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Arunachala is in fact, the giver of Nithyananda. He is the one who has given us Paramashiva in our lives as Swamiji. To give gratitude to Arunachala, and who is, of course, Swamiji himself, we can offer the Pratyaksha Puja on this day of Kartika Deepam, an auspicious day. It is rare to have the audience of the gurus in our life, and let alone also be able to have ourselves devoted to them and seeking at their divine lotus feet. It is the rarest of all the beings in the cosmos to be able to have Guru and to be at his feet and worshipping him. That is why Pratyaksha Pada Puja is the rarest, sweetest, and most important ritual that one must always connect back with. So, Pratyaksha Pada Puja also will be there on that day. We should all make the Satya Sankalpa now. Let us take a few moments now to offer our gratitude to Arunachala, to Paramashiva for giving us Swamiji in our life, And there is set an intention to be a part of the grand festivity that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving for us in KAILASA. You can also give gratitude for Arunachala himself, who has manifested in our lives as our Guru. If you want to also experience this Smaranat Mukti Arunachala or cherish Swamiji as Arunachaleshwara himself, you want to pray that this becomes a darshan or an experience for you in your life. For this reason also, the best offering and the best space you can be in to manifest this as a reality for yourself is also in the space of the Pratikshapada Puja on that day. It is very rare also to find ourselves again and again seeking more and more devotion. Of course, we always want to manifest the goals in our life, whether it is our business or whether it is our relationships or whether it is some healing. But when we find ourselves again and again at the Guru's feet, we find that that is the highest space that we can be in, that we always want to resort ourselves at. So, praying that devotion becomes the center of our life, and from that enlightenment of that devotion, we want to continue and conduct our life as all our rituals and all of our kriya that we practice ourselves and share with everyone. Swamiji has again and again mentioned that they come from Jnanapada, from Jnana base, meaning that it is from enlightenment itself, from the very highest space of oneness with Shiva. We do the ritual for the benefit ourselves and for the whole world around us. So, thank you all for joining today. I hope it was helpful. If you have any questions, you would like to, I can share with the Acharya. We can let you know about the various offerings on that day that you can be a part of. And of course, that is not it. There is more secrets to be shared about Arunachala. Swamiji himself comes from a very secret sampradaya of Arunachala. And it is a very beautiful story that everyone wants to hear about. I think hopefully, time permits, in the next few days in your sessions, you'll also be able to join and share the same. Thank you all for today's time. Nithyananda.
Thank you so much, Radhananda Maharaj. That's enriching us about the Brahmosam and the significance of offering the sevas to all these deities during these Brahmosams. And if any one of you have questions regarding this, please do let me know. If you have any questions, please do let me know. Are any other questions? Also, you can share, post it here. Yes, now it's time to move on to get ready for the darshan. Let's get ready for the darshan. Terry, you can post your question now. We can also discuss after the darshan. Sessions after the darshan. Ashutosha is Paramashivam. Ashutosha is one of the name of Paramashivam. As all of you know, the auspicious qualities that the divine radiate, we worship them with their qualities. I'll explain to you about who is Ashutosha, why Paramashiva got that after the darshan. So now it's time to move on to the darshan.
Nitya Nitya Nityananda Nitya Yeniroshi Nitya Nitya Nityananda Nitya Yeniro Intha Swami Namava Marayadiro Intha Swami Namava Marayadiro Nitya Nitya Nityananda Nitya Yeniroshi Nitya Nitya Nityananda Nitya Yeniro ಪಟ್ಟಣದಿ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಪೀಠವೆಂಬು ಸ್ಥಳದಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಧರೆಗಿಳಿದನ ನಿತ್ಯಪುರಿ ಪಟ್ಟಣದಿ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಪೀಠವೆಂಬು ಸ್ಥಳದಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಧರೆಗಿಳಿದನ ಮೋಕ್ಷದ ಹಾದಿಯನ್ನು ಸುಲಭ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟವನಲ್ಲಿ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇರಿಸಿ ನೀವು ಹೆರಬೇಡಿರೋ. ಮೋಕ್ಷದ ಹಾದಿಯನ್ನು ಸುಲಭ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟವನಲ್ಲಿ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇರಿಸಿ ನೀವು ಹೆರಬೇಡಿರೋ. ಶ್ರೀ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಎನ್ನಿರೋ. ಶ್ರೀ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಎನ್ನಿರೋ. ಹರ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಸುರರಿಂದ ವಂದಿತನಾಗಿಪ ಹರ ಸರ್ವೋತ್ತಮ ಒಬ್ಬನೇ ಕಾಣಿರೋ. ಹರ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಸುರರಿಂದ ವಂದಿತನಾಗಿಪ ಹರ ಸರ್ವೋತ್ತಮ ಒಬ್ಬನೇ ಕಾಣಿರೋ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದೇಶನ ಸ್ಮರಣೆಯ ಮಾಡಲು ದುರಿತ ಪರ್ವತವೆಲ್ಲ ಪರಿಹಾರವೋ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದೇಶನ ಸ್ಮರಣೆಯ ಮಾಡಲು ದುರಿತ ಪರ್ವತವೆಲ್ಲ ಪರಿಹಾರವೋ. ಶ್ರೀ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಎನ್ನಿರೋ. ಶ್ರೀ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಎನ್ನಿರೋ.
My name is Gabby. My job is to figure out how to get people to our website. That's why I use SEMrush. They have all the tools.
ಆದಿಶಕ್ತಿ ಸ್ವರೂಪಳಾದ ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರಿಯಾಗಿ ಬಂದು ಆಲದ ಮರದಡಿ ನೆಲೆಸಿಹಳು. ಮಾತೆಯಾಗಿ ಸಲಹಲೆಂದೆ ಬಂದ ತಾಯಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರಿಗೆ ಶರಣು ಹೋಗಿ ಮುಕ್ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿರೋ. ಶ್ರೀ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಎನ್ನಿರೋ. ಶ್ರೀ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಎನ್ನಿರೋ. ಶಕ್ತಿ ಸ್ವರೂಪಳಾದ ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರಿಯಾಗಿ ಬಂದು ಆಲದ ಮರದಡಿ ನೆಲೆಸಿಹಳು. ಆದಿಶಕ್ತಿ ಸ್ವರೂಪಳಾದ ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರಿಯಾಗಿ ಬಂದು ಆಲದ ಮರದಡಿ ನೆಲೆಸಿಹಳು. ವಿಶ್ವದ ಮಾತೆಯಾಗಿ ಸಲಹಲೆಂದೆ ಬಂದ ತಾಯಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರಿಗೆ ಶರಣು ಹೋಗಿ ಮುಕ್ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿರೋ. ವಿಶ್ವದ ಮಾತೆಯಾಗಿ ಸಲಹಲೆಂದೆ ಬಂದ ತಾಯಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರಿಗೆ ಶರಣು ಹೋಗಿ ಮುಕ್ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿರೋ. ಶ್ರೀ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಎನ್ನಿರೋ. ಶ್ರೀ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಎನ್ನಿರೋ. ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವ ಕೇಳಿ ಪರಮಾನಂದವ ಸುಲಭದಿ ತಾಳಿ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವ ಕೇಳಿ ಪರಮಾನಂದವ ಸುಲಭದಿ ತಾಳಿ. 7 ಚಕ್ರಗಳ ಧ್ಯಾನವ ಮಾಡಿ 7 ಚಕ್ರಗಳ ಧ್ಯಾನವ ಮಾಡಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದದ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನು ತಾಳಿ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದದ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನು ತಾಳಿ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವ ಕೇಳಿ ಪರಮಾನಂದವ ಸುಲಭದಿ ತಾಳಿ. ಎಂಬುದೊಂದು ಮಹಾ ಚೈತನ್ಯ. ಪ್ರೀತಿ ನಿಸ್ವಾರ್ಥವಾದರೆ ಚೆನ್ನ. ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಎಂಬುದೊಂದು ಮಹಾ ಚೈತನ್ಯ. ಪ್ರೀತಿ ನಿಸ್ವಾರ್ಥವಾದರೆ